Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, very wild day, very wild start. I know I say that every day. I wish I could not say it. But again, 12 out of 13 days, so many things going on. But now, you were a little bit red not too long ago. You've gone up, and the reason why, bad consumer earnings. Walmart, their earnings wasn't the worst, but what they were talking about, their guidance and what analysts were feeling, they were saying consumer is going to fall into deflation, a lot of that stuff. That wasn't good. And then Alibaba, they didn't do good either. They beat a little bit, but they announced plans that they're getting rid of that little cloud spinoff that pumped up the stock just a couple of months ago, and they announced that Alibaba, first time since 2014, they will be giving a dividend. Yes. Isn't that wild? But so far, the name of the game, consumer weakness, that's what we're getting here over the last couple of days. You had a good result with Target, now bad with Walmart. The bonds did come up, and that's another part of the story. And then we have a bunch of Fed speakers all throughout the day. Yeah, it's going to get crazy here, but let's see what happens. Again, bonds and stocks, bonds are already moving way more. We'll see where this takes us, and you still have a lot of the consumer earnings, and that is kind of leaving a weird effect now after Walmart and Alibaba. But Chad, I hope you're ready for it. We're going to have time to go over all of it. We got our 7 hours. God bless it, man. Amen. But good morning. What's up, Awaz? Ray Aria, baby. Cam, Mr. Malone, Nick Halbig, Dirty Bird, Gunner, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Steven the Rapper? Tell him what's up. Oh, my gosh. Tim Whitman in the house. Angel, Najee Wolf, Lucky Soldier, Rob Irwin, baby. Good morning. What's up, Samuel? Eduardo, Open Face, baby. Tibbs D. Azel, Christian Collection, Chris Saeed, Skinny Eduardo, Dinosaurus, baby. Matt Sarbo, Francisco, Candy Upton. Good morning. What's up, Shane McBride? What's up, Spike Mitchell? I know you ready to go. What's up, Nick Blaster? Good morning, baby. How you living, Ken Sand? Sipping on gin and ghost. Laid back. Sipping ghost, baby. Good morning. What's up, Regal? What's up, Timmy, the agent of chaos? Oh, my goodness. What's up, Cuddy? Sungrown. Nathan Evans, baby. Red, TNF. Yee. Oh, I almost lose my voice on that. I had to get ready for that. I had to hit that note. You know what I'm saying? Gregory, good morning. Winning loser, baby. Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning. What's up, Marcus Hanlon? Youngblood, Permable, Ian Hutchinson, Kurt McGirt, baby. Joey Kagamo. Good morning, baby. How you living? Oh, D Hunter. D Hunter's in the house, baby. Good morning. Jake Sassi here. Supercomputing. Jerry Woods, Grammy, TNT, and Victor. Good morning to all of you. What about that Twitch? Most dope Andy. Tilo, Hunter Biden, T-Toxie, LV Lover, baby. Sasha Gray Matter. Feed Me Seymour. Shout out to Early Chaz. Amen, baby. Tilo, Lizzie, Alfredo, 333, Slizzin, Mother Liquor, Higgs Plays, Payday Devil, Buster, Capper, Yunan, El Coyote, Danny V, baby. Oh my, am I missing any more? And Nikki on Smash and Mr. Robo Handtech, baby. Good morning. Good morning. So, Chad, I hope y'all feeling good, man. I hope y'all are feeling blessed. Okay, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It is, man. It is. So let's see what we have for the news. Are you ready for it? You ready for all of it? What's up, Hedgen? How you living, man? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Do. All right, 2-year yields fall 10 basis points after data. Treasuries climbed and stock futures came off of session lows as jobless claim data signaled further labor market cooling that would allow the Federal Reserve to end their aggressive tightening campaign. Treasuries climbed. 2-year yields, which are more sensitive to imminent policy moves, fell 10 basis points to around 4.8 on S&P 500 contracts, fluctuated after a rally that pushed the benchmark above 4,500. Traders also sifted through earnings from big box retailers like Walmart, slumping after the striking increasing worrisome tone on the outlook of U.S. consumers, and Macy's climbing on profit that beat expectations. Cisco sank on a bearish forecast. Continuing applications for U.S. employment benefits rose to the highest level in almost 2 years, underscoring the increasing challenges unemployed workers are facing finding new jobs. While a resilient labor market has been supporting the economic growth this year, many economists expect it to lose steam under the weight of high borrowing costs. Former Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers said that the transitory factors have been an element in a faster slowdown in U.S. inflation than he anticipated. Given how strong the economy has been, there's still a surprise of what's happened to inflation, Summers said on Bloomberg Television. This has in part been due to transitory factors that were pushing up inflation from bottlenecks and are now mean reverting and are pushing inflation down, he said. A murky economic outlook and alluring return on cash kept investors out of stocks this year, despite their defiant run. Goldman Sachs says they think the wariness will persist into 2024. We expect positive returns on equities, but a 5% risk-free in cash remains a competitive alternative, said David Kostin, the bank's chief U.S. strategist. In the current rate environment, 3-month bill yields 5.5, similar to the earnings yield on the S&P 500. Global stocks will outperform bonds in 2024 as they navigate a soft economic landing, Barclays strategist said, becoming the last to strike an optimistic tone on the asset class. The team led by Ajay Rajayaska turned overweight on global equities over fixed income and said they expect mid to high single-digit returns in both the U.S. and Europe next year. That forecast stands even as bond yields stay elevated and earnings expectations on the S&P 500 seem too optimistic to us, they write in a note. Blackstone has raised $8 billion from institutional investors in the first close of a fresh direct lending fundraise. People with knowledge of the matter said thousands of Starbucks baristas plan to strike on Thursday, claiming that the coffee chain refuses to fairly negotiate with their union. Airbus SE found itself in unfamiliar territory at this year's Dubai Air Show, picking up only a few dozen orders while Boeing charged ahead with the biggest haul in a decade. Alibaba has called off a spin-off against their giant cloud business, blaming U.S. restrictions on the sale of advanced chips to China and throwing into doubt a historical overhaul announced there months ago. Ant Group quarterly profit fell by 65%, dented by a one-time fine that signaled the end of China's year-long crackdown on the tech industry. You get housing starts tomorrow. Congress faces midnight deadline. I thought they already passed it, though. I think we did get good news on that. And then ECB President Christine Lagarde speaks on Friday. Then Goolsbee, Susan Collins, and then Fed Dolly are also on Friday. And then we have like 5 other Fed speakers here today. Alrighty, small deals. A meeting between U.S. President Joe Biden and Chinese Premier Xi Jinping led to a handful of small victories that may help arrest deteriorating tensions between the two nations. The agreements included counter-narcotics efforts, top-level military exchanges, and dialogue on AI, and an increase in direct flights. The detente was undercut slightly by Biden saying he still stood by a comment calling Xi a dictator. If you didn't see that, that's what we waited for. It happened afterwards. I made a joke about the walk back, but it kind of happened again. But this time they're standing pat on it for now. We'll see what happens. Shutdown averted. Back in Washington, the U.S. Senate gave its overwhelming approval for a temporary funding measure to avert a government shutdown. The measure pushes a partisan clash over federal spending into a new year, while also leaving out emergency funding for Israel and Ukraine. That kicks one major political risk for the markets down the road for a bit. It's a similar story with U.S. and European Union reaching an agreement on steel. The two sides are haggling over terms to extend a truce on steel and aluminum, but talks on a more lasting agreement this year have stalled. Cisco slides. Cisco system shares plunged about 11% after the world's largest maker of computer networking equipment gave a disappointing forecast and added to wider concerns that the company is pulling back on tech spending. Cisco remains heavily exposed to falling corporate tech budgets while they continue to expand in services and software to reduce dependency on one-time equipment sales. Broader macro concerns also weighed on cybersecurity firm Palo Alto, where billings growth and guidance miss expectation, sending shares lower in pre-market. Less volatile. Treasury yields are slightly lower and the dollar stronger, while most stock futures are marginally down, tracking declines across most European index. This follows volatility across assets in recent days in the wake of inflation and retail sales data. The dollar is particularly impacted, but investors at T. Rowe and Fidelity think calling an end to the greenbacks bull run is premature. Plenty of Fed officials speaking today, including John Williams and Loretta Mester. And then consumer resilience. The next leg of consumer sector is ahead in the U.S. today with numbers away from Walmart, Macy's, Bath & Body Works, and Williams-Sonoma. And you already have Walmart doing bad. Alrighty. S&P futures are down by 0.1, right break even right now in Thursday morning trading after U.S. equities finished mostly higher on Wednesday with another round of outperformance in low-quality factors and most shorted names while some key pockets of big tech lagged. Treasuries are rallying with the curve bull steepening following a backdrop in yields, and Wednesday in the wake of a firmer retail sales print. Dollar index little changed after Wednesday's bounce, still down over 1% for the week. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures are off by 1.3, and WTI is down by 0.4. Market is digesting a flurry of developments over the last few days. Big debate right now revolves around sustainability of the disinflation traction and soft landing narrative tailwinds for stocks and bonds. Positioning and seasonality flagged as supportive, while the biggest overhang seems to revolve around expectations for the Fed pushback against the magnitude of recent FCI easing. This fits with the market's track record of premature dovish pivots during the current tightening cycle. Another big debate revolves around the sustainability of the bad news is good news dynamic. This gets back to concerns of the lagged effects of tightening and long-standing recession signaling from curve inversion. Initial claims and continuing claims both higher than expected, with the latter printing at the worst level in 2 years. Import and export prices have both declined more than expected in October. Busy day of head speak ahead with Cook, Barr, Mester, Williams, and Waller all scheduled to speak comes amid a pickup in criticism that Fed officials are talking too much and seemingly responding with the latest data points and price action. Very quiet elsewhere, nothing meaningful out of Biden and Xi, though it was widely telegraphed. Also expecting Senate pass stopgap government funding bill recently approved by the House. Walmart Q3 results slightly ahead and raised guidance, but management said it's more cautious on consumer than last quarter, and a bar into release was high. Cisco under pressure on a bigger order decline and weaker guidance as management blamed inventory digestion across larger enterprises, SP inventory, and cloud customers, though stressed not much macro demand issues. Palo Alto also lagged in tech after they missed on October quarter billings and lowered their full year 24 billings guide, flagging duration compression from higher rates. Macy's beat and raised full-year sales guidance, highlighted strong inventory position in a holiday season. BBWI guided Q4 below. WMG revenue and OIBDA better, but it missed slightly on streaming. Sono Q4 results better, and company announced 200 million share buyback, but guided below for full year 24. And Burberry hit after reporting disappointing earnings and flagging a slowdown in luxury demand as a threat to prior revenue guidance. Hot dog. Biden and Xi met for hours on Wednesday, and they reached agreements on curbing fentanyl production and resuming military-to-military communications, but otherwise it was a fairly uneventful gathering. The most important takeaway was that the two men agreed to continue talking as relations thaw, although Biden reiterated that he considered Xi to be a dictator. A decision by Germany's top court to strike down off-budget funding for climate has called into question about $840 billion of state funding, according to people familiar with the matter. U.S. and EU are haggling over terms to extend a truce on steel and aluminum tariffs. Hamas agreed to a deal where it will release 50 women and child hostages in exchange for a 3 to 5 day ceasefire and the release of certain women and children being held in Israeli prisons. Israeli President Isaac Herzog said that the country cannot leave a vacuum in Gaza and would have to maintain a very strong force in the coastal enclave for the near future to prevent Hamas re-emerging in the besieged strip. Iran's supreme leader delivered a clear message to the head of Hamas when they met in Tehran on early November. According to the three officials, you gave us no warning of your attack on Israel, and we will not enter the war on your behalf. Senate passes bill to avoid a shutdown. The vote was 87-11, sending it to the White House for Biden's signature. The new spending deadlines are now January 19th and February 2nd. So nobody forget that. January 19th and February 2nd. I think this is the first time they did they have a two-pronged approach where it runs out at different times. Larry Summers said transitory factors are like bottlenecks and partly behind the faster than expected U.S. inflation slowdown. Cisco reported solid EPS upside, but the guidance was very soft. Management said the culprit behind the forecast isn't macro weakness, but instead absorption hiccups as customers take time to install and implement prior purchases before making new ones. And liquidity, top book liquidity is now doubled, 8 million to 16 million month to date. The ability to transfer risk has increased. We expect lower liquidity to tick lower into Thanksgiving. And then we still got more, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. economy is headed for a soft landing despite some warning signs. Japan export growth slows amid tepid demand. Machinery orders up slightly. Japan GDP contraction poses setback for early Bank of Japan policy normalization. China house prices decline quicken with sentiment still weak. Australian unemployment growth much higher than expected, but jobless rate edges up. Fed Daily says recent data shows deceleration in inflation. Notes it's too soon to declare victory. Bank of England seen likely to cut interest rates in spring 2024 after inflation falls. Biden and Xi agree to restore military talks and combat fentanyl, but flashpoints remain. Biden says that he has not changed his view that Xi is a dictator. Xi tells American executives he wants friendly relations with the U.S., has no interest in fighting cold or hot war. Hamas tentatively agrees to release at least 50 hostages. Biden says Israeli occupying Gaza would be a big mistake, does not give time frame for ending Hamas war. White House energy advisor says U.S. will enforce sanctions against Iran, anticipates Iranian oil exports will come down. Cisco sales expectations miss amid new order meltdown. Palo Alto Networks misses on billings. Burberry slumps on luxury slowdown. Microsoft announces new chips, including potential competitor to NVIDIA's AI GPU. UAW members could be close to rejecting tentative contract settlement with GM. Value Act, the latest activist investor to target Disney. Senate passes stopgap funding bill to avert government shutdown. Senator Joe Manchin says he would absolutely consider running for president of the United States. Ta-da! Not bad, Chad. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. All right. We got some pre-market movers. Honestly, it's kind of chill here. I don't think it's as many earnings this, earnings that. So that is a little bit better than not. We will see, but let's see what we're working with. So nice. That's the biggest one so far. They're up 6.4 off of earnings. Align is up 2.4 off of nothing. Dole is up 8.9 off of earnings. Macy's, they beat and guided up 7.9 off of earnings. CRISPR up 4.9. UK's MHRA grants conditional meeting authorization for Vertex CRISPR's Casgevy to treat SCD TDT. RXRX up 3.1 off of nothing. BTE 2.8 off of nothing. PACB 2.7. Catalent up 2.4. Baird upgrade. Move 15 off of nothing. USAS up 13.6 nothing. Bivy 11.4 nothing. HNRA up 11.1. Business combination with Pogo Resources. ELTK is up 10% off of earnings. Cisco down 10.3 off of earnings. Walmart down 6.2 off of earnings. Palo Alto down 5.9. SQM down 3.3 off of earnings as well. Crowd is down 2.7. Palo Alto Sympathy. GFI down 3.2. Q3 production and guidance. ZS Target down because of Palo Alto and Walmart sympathies. Dollar Tree down because of Walmart sympathy 1.9. Albemarle down 1.8 off of nothing. ANET down 1.8 off of Cisco earnings. Tesla 1.7 down off of nothing. Costco down 1.6 off of Walmart. Amazon down 1.5 off of Walmart. And then Kroger down 0.2 off of Walmart. Plug Power down 7.1. Citi downgrade. SQSP down 6 million shares secondary. AAP down 4%. Bank of America downgrade. Riot down 3.0. ChargePoint down 2.7. Juniper down 2.7. Cisco earnings sympathy. And then BBWI down 0.2 off of earnings. AUGX 5.5 million share offering down 24.3. VLD down 20.6. Delays in 10Q guidance. PLCE down 16.8 off of earnings. MaxN down 8.4 off of earnings in agreement with SPWR. RVPH down 7.6. 30 million registered direct offering of shares and warrants. GAMB down 6.9 off of earnings. And then Chinese ADRs all trading lower as a result of Alibaba. No, Baba canceled their spinoff. It's honestly kind of a huge deal. I'm surprised the stock isn't down even more because, remember, the stock went crazy when they first announced it, but there's a lot of different things. So we'll see how it is. But, Chad, you got your plays. We were on perfect time right now. I'm going to go take my morning bathroom break, go get me a little bit more water, too, and then we're going to come back with plays and a pledge, and then we're going to go from there, baby. So I love you. God bless you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Happy Friday, Junior, and I'll see you in a little bit. Good morning, Wandering. How you living? What's up? Good morning.
Correct. Bloomberg's Anne Marie joins us right now for more. AMH, we were playing nice. The pandas are coming back. And then that. Does that really change anything?
I don't think it does, Jonathan. Listen, President Biden has said this before, and he'll probably say it again, calling Xi Jinping a dictator. Obviously, it irked China, and they felt the need to respond to this. But then Xi Jinping went to a very warm welcoming and greeting amongst America's biggest executives, the titans of American business that he sat down with. And he said there he does not want China to be in a hot war or a cold war. He also says he does not want to unseat the United States. When it comes to the fact of the matter is, Jonathan, leading up to this meeting, We saw reports in the tea leaves of what the tiny, small deliverables would be, whether it be Boeing, whether it be fentanyl, whether getting back to that normal military-to-military communication that was really ripped apart when Speaker Pelosi went to Taiwan. But the main deliverable was that the leaders of the two biggest economies, Jonathan, sat down in San Francisco. And I don't think this comment, frankly, is going to overshadow any of those small deliverables, because the fact of the matter is, Biden has said this, and as we gear into the 2024 election, Jonathan, the rhetoric is about to get much hotter.
Without a doubt, AMA's just taken down the heat in the last 24 hours, or at least attempted to. Anne-Marie, great work the last day or so on the West Coast in San Francisco. I want to revisit a quote from Peter of Academy that we talked about in this program just yesterday, when he said, "Be prepared for the meeting this week to come across as highly conciliatory, prompting an everything rally into year-end. We don't even need to see concrete actions taken. If the messaging is strong, that messaging should be enough to get the job done." Final thoughts now. Tony Rodriguez, Mike Contopoulos back with us. Tony, a lot of people talk about this cash on the sidelines on Wall Street, this cliche type stuff. Can we talk about the money in money market funds?
I can't believe it. They are giving us back the pandas. But, like, is nobody thinking about the pandas, bro? I don't like flying. I'd be pissed if I was a panda and they load me up into a FedEx box, send me to China, and then they going to send me right back, bro. Come on, bro. All because for a meeting, for an APEC meeting, bro. I don't think they are splitting off into all of those companies. No, Baba, I think that's the news. So they announced the dividend for their first time, but at the I don't know if it's all of the units, but I know for a fact the cloud unit they are not going to spin off, and that was the biggest one. They blamed U.S. chip restrictions. So we'll see. We'll see. But Chatadonia, it's Friday, Junior, baby. There's only a couple more minutes till the bell. You're here right now. They're talking about Biden, cash on the sidelines, play this, China this, Walmart the consumer. You got a little bit of jobless claims data, the bonds. What's your first play of the day, Chatadonia? Let me know. Post it in the chat, baby. Post it in the chat. What do we got? Oh, there you go. I see a couple. They're coming in. Tesla short, Cisco, Tesla to 235, Tesla puts, QQQ puts, UVXY, Apple puts, QQQ daily, short Bada, Pandemonium, Walmart calls, Mulan short, HD calls, short tech, buy the dip, Amazon, Spy long, Myrna and PayPal, Amazon flips, Disney puts, QQQ, Beto dropping fast, Roku short, Target short, UPro calls, Walmart shares, yep, Tesla baby, Palo Alto, small CRISPR for the long term, CRISPR long, Walmart long, Target put, SQQ, Netflix long, Spy calls, Intel calls, Amazon puts, Walmart shares, XAU, USD, TGX, holding my shorts, cash and PNT, Spy long, TPST, SSG for short and oil, long ESNNQ, Nvidia puts, good morning, Enphase, scalp, Nat Gas long, Tesla short, Eli Lilly puts, Nvidia put, Wendy's, Tendies, Starbucks 448, not oil, semiconductors, buy the Baba dip, Meta shares, long WM, LVMH, Panda calls, HD calls, more Tesla, Ford Motors, Tesla NQ under 1582, Macy flip, Josh calls, MSI, Motorola going crazy, watching IWM for a good covered call, China caller put, holding cash, SMCI, Microsoft calls, Boyle, long-term deposit, and the final plays. Crowd puts, Spy calls, shorting the ZB, and Eli Lilly. Wow. Friday, Junior. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Y'all came in, bro. That was a speed run. I like that. That's it. I think that there's only Panda calls was the only crazy one. That was not even crazy. Again, I take Panda diplomacy very seriously. I don't know. I've been putting y'all on game with that. So, hey, man, I got a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Walmart, Macy's, TJ Maxx, Target, any of those retails. But again, Macy's good, Walmart bad, then watch Baba, all the other China plays as well. Then I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Palo Alto, Cisco, and Intel. Again, I think Intel should benefit. If we do end up coming down with chips, watch out for that. Otherwise, keep an eye out for Intel being the top performer today, given Cisco and all those other ones coming down. Then I'm going to be watching oil for little mini plays, and then Roblox for news yesterday. And then we might even be able to finesse those covered calls. And then again, Baba, Baidu, and the whole Xi Jinping gang, baby. So let's go. But that's it, man. That's it. That's all we got. That's all we got. You got 2 minutes now, baby. I hope you're ready for it. It's Friday, Junior. It's Friday, Junior. So do you have any questions before we open up the day? So, yeah, seal below 75. That's crazy. It's crazy. That might be fun to trade today. We're going to see. But even then, I kind of made my decision. I don't really want to trade. I was waiting for the bonds to go way lower. Not way lower, but just to recap from here and just like touch where they started and then go up again. But I might just be very chill today. Again, in a weird way, I do think we might be able to take a breather. I am surprised initial jobless claims came in good, but for the most part, I'm not expecting too much on today. Unfortunately, the calendar starts to get a little dry after this. We will get those Fed speakers, but I don't know, that headline I read you, man, people have been criticizing the Fed lately just because like what they keep talking about, whereas criticism that Fed officials are talking too much and seemingly just responding to the latest data points in price action. Very, very wild. Very, very wild. So you got like 10 more seconds, man. 20 more seconds. Any final questions? Anything else? You let me know. We love you either way. I hope you have a great day. It's Friday Junior, man. Make the most of it. I can't believe this is another week that is almost over, man. It's crazy. Look at the market, man. It's insane. So good morning, but you know what? I can't hold it back, bro. What we're about to talk about next is way too important. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what we do here before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, man, for real. Thank you for your service. God bless you. We would not be here without y'all. And I hope you know, man, it is your duty to show love and appreciation of the vets, because if anybody deserves it, it's them, baby. So thank you. I salute y'all. God bless all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the coaches, the janitors, people making things run, giving back, doing things for others. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I hope you know you appreciate it as well, too. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, yes, it is. It's Friday Junior, baby. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's cold, and I got to take my sweater off already. Oh, man. That's a good day, then. That sucks, though, man. I don't want to get too hyped, man. I don't want to get too hyped when the calendar kind of dry, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the bond's going to do today. The dollar, again, you got a lot of consumers. So all that being said, Chad, I'm glad that you're here. I hope you're ready for 7 hours. Okay, but here's the deal. Consumer. You dodged the bullet yesterday with Target, but now you have way more consumer names trading lower. So let's see how that factors into everything. And then I think within like 30 minutes, maybe the first hour, you may start hearing your first Fed speakers. Let me double check. Again, you already had jobless claims, Philly Fed, you got industrial production. Yeah, you got Fed Williams 5 minutes before the bell. So there you go. What's the date today? The 16th. All right. Good morning. Oh, yeah. I got, is it Waller? I got all of them. I got Waller. I have everybody except Jefferson. So, again, about 5 minutes here. It should be now. What am I saying? So, Williams should be speaking now, and then you got Fed Waller at 10:30. Okay, and we have all of those queued. And then you have Michael Barr at 10:35. And then Lisa Cook at 12. Fed Williams does not comment on monetary policy. Oh, beautiful. Great. I was going to say, it should be coming out right now. There it is. Williams must prioritize transparency in financial markets, data New York. So it's good. He's not going to be talking policy, and that's the thing. A lot of people ignore Williams, but, again, head of the New York Fed is a pretty big deal. So he has a lot of weight, believe it or not. So interesting, though. He's not talking policy. You'll be good for now. Oil extends the loss. Oil crude down by $2 a barrel. Hey. Let's see. Yeah, damn. Oil's going straight red right now. $74. Maybe 74. 74 flat even gets a little crazy. I think it go down to 72 maybe. But that's going to be fun. Again, that's already down 2.6. So get ready. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right. The Juniper options. Oh, I do. Those are up. The bid's not up, but yeah, we do still have those Juniper options. No shit. They just went down, though. I think they're scamming us. Which one am I on? Oh, I'm still out of the money, and they expire now tomorrow. So the ask went up, but for the most part, those should be clapped. We only paid like 3 or 4 cents for them. So hopefully they go up. Yeah, Bob is really bad news, unfortunately. I think all the other China names might come up. It's not like they did really bad on their earnings, but remember, they announced that spinoff. It shot them up from $90 to $99, and that's after recovering from $83. So the fact that they're getting rid of that little spinoff, it's not good. And to top it all off, you do have, you're not really getting good consumer data here, even in America, when it's all said and done. Airbnb drop in, Baba, Apple. Check Cisco too. Cisco, Intel. Those are the ones I really want to see here. Again, Cisco's down 12. Intel is still up. So like we said, that one is benefiting. And then check Palo Alto and then all of the other cybersecurity ones. What did Fortinet do? That might be a good example because remember, Fortinet dropped and then came up. Alibaba down 8.7, biggest drop since October 2022. Bitcoin stocks down big again. So are the China ones. Macy's is up again. Walmart even going lower. Remember, they didn't have good earnings. They're still dropping. Macy's up 11, but it's giving some up from the morning here. What is that? NVIX again. Bonds are still up. Then there's Juniper. Zscaler. Zscaler's coming up. They were one that dropped yesterday too off of Palo Alto. So they're still holding up. We're banks. Banks are down by 0.48. SPY's down by 0.09. NASDAQ down by 0.21. Dow Jones 2.7 down. And then Russell is down by 0.4. Yeah, again, I think Intel's eating off of this. I want to play it, but I'm also nervous just because Intel is above 40 and has gone up insanely. But it does seem like Cisco down, Intel up. I do think that is a play. Microsoft price target raised to 425 from 400 by Wedbush. Outperform. Starbucks, again, they got that strike news today. They're still holding up. Again, a lot of people are bringing up Ford and the automakers as of yesterday. Target's on the high now. So, again, remember, Target went crazy yesterday. They went down a little bit because of Walmart. Walmart keeps selling, down 7.2. This is the biggest down day for Walmart since July 2022, or biggest or worst opening. Let's see. Then we're at 4.4. Damn, we're below 4,500. So the gap to fill is 4,503. Again, just keep in mind, it's still like the higher range, but you did open up a little lower here today. ABT, leg, you're in the 41 calls. Good work, baby. Maybe I could do an option instead, but I think they've gone up a lot. But I like it. I like Intel. Intel up, Cisco down. I mean, that just seems like it's playing out perfectly, especially when not all the chip makers are too hot today. Baba SSR, short sale restriction. Again, Baba's down a lot. 9% is pretty awful. Again, all the other China names, even Baidu came down off of that one. Amazon, they were on the low again. So remember, Amazon yesterday, that was a big one. Starbucks starting to break out there. Intel and bonds still at the high. SPY's trying to fight its way up here too. Again, you're right at the level, right at break even. Target about to hit 130. Oil keeps falling. We should watch that. Ooh, 74.22. I can't believe it's already there, bro. Actually, oil's already down 3-4% right now, 3.2. AMD MCL bounce play. Yeah, I'm considering it. I'm either going. I want a big. It's pretty much 74. It's gonna bounce, and if it doesn't bounce a lot, it'll go to 70. It'll go to like 73.80, and that's where I think it'll stop for the day. But you have like 3% to grab. Nothing's moving 3%. So that's if you want movement, like I was saying on the watch list, that one could be decent. All right, I did 2 of them. I did 2 at 74.39, because I want to buy 1 CL, but instead I'm going to go 2 MCL, and then those prices I just listed, if it drops there, I'm going to buy 2 to 4 more. So I did 2 MCL right now, 74.39. Again, this was a little baby flip we had yesterday too. Google red. Remember, Google likes to give up early on some of these days. Juniper, that's crazy. They robbed us on those calls. Those went up and then just no bid. Alibaba extends decline 10% after Nixon Cloud spinoff. Out of the Intel, good work. Emirates ordered 202 GE9X engines for Boeing 77X from MTU Aero. No idea who this one is. Microsoft's on the high now. Again, bonds still holding. You've now recovered like 3/4. It's really weird. So again, remember, big day. Bonds go crazy. Everyone's saying it's a short squeeze or not. Now you're like right in the middle. You're not at the highs. You're not at the lows. So again, bonds are just like right at the middle of where we were at post data. AMD is running. AMD printing on the high ticker, red to green right now. SPY, NASDAQ, Dow, Russell still red. So just keep that in mind. Intel is the one going crazy on the chip side. Did I close Intel? Yeah, a while ago. Again, I closed Intel. We've done good on Intel this year, but yeah, I don't have any other shares or option plays on that one. Where is gold? GLD, it's up again. It had a little, it's moving in tandem with bonds, which is weird because they both still have a little bit of a gap. Apple's chilling. Where's Meta? Snap. Snap is in the green. Snap's still up there. Abivi, they've been red every day, I feel like. Blink running. Who was there? Disney. Oh, come on, Disney. You're holding 94. This is your job. Come on, Kathleen Kennedy. No. All right, so we got oil again. Oil, it's kind of holding up here. I still think it could flush one more, even though I'm in the play. And then SPY now, you went almost to filling the gap. You got right above there, right below there, and then we sold off instantly. Still very, very small day to start out. Yeah, bro, Intel is insane. Oh, Roblox. I had an idea with that. I want to see something. Let me check. Yeah. So pretty much, I don't know. I kind of want to scalp the covered calls. But pretty much you could close that covered call from yesterday. Yeah, you could close that, and I think you might make $1,000 on it. Just with the same size that I had. But, like, it's pretty much $1 per contract I think you were able to squeeze. And that's in 24 hours. So that's like 20 or 30% of the premium. I'll take it. But I don't know, though. There's still a lot of extra premium to get out of that play. But if you want to, I think hypothetically you might be able to close out right now. We did a cover call on Robo. There's Disney. I just have to yell at Kathleen Kennedy. Thank you, Kathleen Kennedy. Come on, everybody, Disney. If Disney gets above 95, I need y'all to log in to Disney Plus or something. I'm just kidding, man. That's a joke, but don't. It's just in general. I'm very proud of Disney. Again, he's gonna go to college. Kathleen Kennedy can't stop him anymore once he gets out of this little rut. It's good, man. It's good. The government shutdown is the bill has been sent to Biden, so all Biden has to do is sign it. So I don't know if that will be difficult or not, but that's the next step right now. If Biden signs it, then you have January 19th and February 2nd, or I believe, or January 29th will be your days now for the next issue. Disney's actually really running there. 2 bigger candles on Disney. Hold up. I have seen the South Park episode about Disney. It's hilarious. That's where I got the Kathleen Kennedy from. I didn't know we knew who to blame until the South Park episode. So it's actually kind of bittersweet, T-Sway, 19 months, bro. Oh my goodness. What's up, baby? God bless you. God bless you. Amen. T-Sway. YouTube's been blaming Kennedy for 3 years. Really? I don't know. I haven't been. I don't know where to watch like Disney like criticisms on YouTube. I don't. But like I did not know Kathleen. I didn't know they were gonna name her by name. Alibaba extends decline to 10%, and again Emirates orders 202 GE9X from Boeing. Thank you, my friend. My long-term turned 5 years last month, baby. All started with the 2 at 2 back in the day. A 2 at 2. 11 at 11, 2 at 2, baby. Let's go. Amen, bro. And I hope that's you're halfway or like a quarter to the journey, man. But it should be a good feeling. I hope having that purse and feeling the purse, playing with the change, that's richest man of Babylon. I hope it has helped. Explain government. So House and Senate have both voted to extend the deal again. So just the whole, we need money. What are we going to do? They didn't want to agree on anything big, so they both agreed to delay it. So last time there would be issues between the House and Senate. This time, both of them have already voted positively, and now it gets sent to Biden's desk to sign it, meaning he signs it, it goes into law, and now we have another 2-month delay before they have to renegotiate the budgets and everything else. Baba, I don't know about the other companies, but I know for a fact that they are not splitting off the cloud unit, which is the big one. But I don't know if they're doing all of them, but I kind of would throw that into doubt now. More bonds selling. We're kind of holding. You got bond auction next week. That is what I think will be one of your bigger events. Other than that, the calendar is dry. Penn activist note. It's going down. Where's Penn? Honestly, Penn compared to DraftKings, I think they held up better, but see, Troy has that one early. Remember yesterday we saw a reaction? So depending on if it's more opinion or not, I think you'll get a bigger move there. Where is it? Pan. TZA again. Bond sell die. Intel keeps going, bro. Non-stop. Non-stop. Disney, it's good. Again, watch Penn if that moves. Otherwise, we haven't heard any other individual company news. I think everyone's still reacting to the earnings. Oracle's on the high. Bonds are going, bro. Intel, 3%. Oh, that's crazy. So, again, I thought it was too high. I was scared to top ticket, but literally from the morning with that idea, you're already up another 3%. Intel is just straight up. Again, AMD kind of looks like it, but when you look at the numbers itself, Intel is in a league of its own. I think it's just benefiting off young Cisco. Cisco failure. SPY still going. And we closed out a UAL yesterday. Those came back up, though. Apple's on the high now. Again, SPY is right at break even. Apple kind of launching. Apple's up 1.4%. Am I tripping out right now? And then you got Uber going up. Disney staying kind of pinned at the mid-90s or 94.30. Yeah, Uber's trying to come up here again, too. Spot gold is up by 1 as well. Nigeria withdraws $1 billion claim against ENI oil field deal. Oh, Walmart too. Yeah, Walmart. The Walmart just, I don't know if they pulled the Evan Spiegel or not. Walmart was very weird. It's like Walmart wasn't that bad. They guided up. So Walmart beat earnings and then they guided higher, but then the guide high wasn't high enough. And then people got mad at the fact that the CEO pretty much, they didn't get mad. He was just talking about deflation and the consumer struggling. Oh, The Wire, it's not up here? Well, did you like the video? Because, like, if you didn't like the video, I'm still going to give you The Wire. But, like, you know what I'm saying? If I wanted to be an asshole, but usually when I record, I have to hide The Wire so it doesn't get in the way. But yeah, I have it up here. It's good. My bad, man. My bad. I got you, man. You could like the video or not. You could dislike it if you want to punish me for forgetting, if that's your prerogative. I'd read Proverbs 17, though, you know, just in case. Just in case. 4-5. Okay. Hi, Green Shoot. Everybody in the GREEEN, put your mother and hands up and follow me. I said, oh, I forgot we had the oil play too, so that one's up a little bit. Almost similar gain to yesterday. Oh wait, it just dropped too. Oil's still going nuts. Yeah, he's saying there's signs of consumers rejecting prices. Yeah, and he was saying Penn's moving up again. He was talking about like how he's way more cautious from the last 90 or 30 days. So, like, the CEO of Walmart was talking like there was, like, new shit popping off. And he was saying end of October and how we feel comparative to last quarter last year. So, they had a good earnings. That's the weird part. Like I'm telling you, Penn's breaking out. Walmart had a great earnings, and they guided up. But then they, they just didn't. The consumer guidance really got people freaked out. Don't sleep on Motorola. You were saying that in the morning, right? MSI? Motorola. Yeah, honestly, they've been killing it. Probably off of the patents. That's actually nuts, but that's the most premium in a while. All right, buying dips on Baba. I'd give it a little bit. If anything, I'm going to buy Baidu, just because, remember, Baidu is separate. So JD did good. A lot of these China earnings, you know, they were doing a little better. So if anything, I'm going to wait here. Maybe Baidu comes a little lower. It's already came back up. Shit. Yeah, let me see. It's already higher than where I bought it last time. That's crazy. So we had $2 down today, but Baidu is the one I'd want to hold. Baba, I'd wait a little bit. Let it work out its pricing. And then again, Baba's a dividend stock now. It's so weird, but then the dividend's not even that high. So Baba yields right now about 1.1 after the news. So if you don't know what they did, they announced the dividend today. They're saying, hey, we're not going to spin off this shit like we told you, but instead we're going to give you $1 per share. How does that sound? If an NQ breaks 16,000, we run. Are we at like 15,000? Cold on the high. Again, bonds keep going up here. So this time, I mean, we were a little bit red early. Oil's coming down. We actually had a nice gain. I didn't realize it. You're up like just under like $80 on that one, on those two smaller plays. But oil already came down. So watch out there. Again, markets running, bonds are running, and then oil's still in its own little world. China stocks underperforming, and then SPY is in the green. NASDAQ and Dow are actually down. And then let's see the breakdown. What do we have? So right now, as of the morning, S&P 500, you're looking at 206 names in the red, 292 in the green. NASDAQ 100, you are looking at 38 names in the red, 63 in the green. And then Dow Jones, you are looking at 11 red and 19 in the green. Microsoft and Apple are both up like 1%. It's kind of mind-blowing. And then Amazon's down 1.6. They want to come back up. So see what that does. Again, Penn keeps running. Disney might make another leg. Dude, Disney almost 94.50 now. So yalla. What's the deal with today? not much, really. Again, jobless claims kind of helped out a little bit. People were feeling a little bit hesitant from yesterday, and then I think you just kind of are holding that up. But I do think the schedule is dry. We had a couple of Fed speakers coming on today. We're not done, but at the same time, we should be calming down a little bit more considering we don't have these big data events. So we've just been holding up here just like we did here. If you guys remember right here, you kind of held within the range. We might do that again. This is what I'm expecting, either maybe here at the top, but I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of spent the next couple of days, a little higher, a little lower than the range, and then until we actually finally get a data set that can move us. AMD pop. Again, Intel is the king of the castle. AMD came up a lot, but Intel that's it. It ate Cisco's lunch. Penn keeps going up there, so good call out on that one earlier, Troy. They had that takeover. No, I didn't know if it was like more opinion or not, but they're still moving. And where is DraftKings? DraftKings even coming up here too. And Coin, again, Bond's still up there too. UAL starting to go again. Yeah, holding. Market falls. Oil went negative now from that play. 4506. Remember, you spent a lot of time up here yesterday, so you should be very familiarized with this just above 4,500 range. Hey, guess what passed my state test today? Guess who? Was it you, baby? You got it? Another one, baby. God bless you. More. The chat is everywhere. Spot on the high. Spot's kind of ripping, but it's only 0.4. Again, Meta now 2. They're still in the red. Meta and Amazon. The other names are all green. Google's only up 0.5%, but Apple and Microsoft are literally up 1.5 right now. Meta's still doing it. Still a long way till green. Where's PolyAlti? They're still down, but they came up a little bit. And then UAL still at the high. Thanks to the chat. I'm closing on my new house at AR right now. Let's go. You got a chat agent too? It's amazing. That's hype, man. That's really, really hype. Congrats. I hope it's a good house. I hope you got a good deal. And I hope you're ready to go to Home Depot. Home Depot. I showed your Ohio house online in spring. Yeah. Did you ever get with the chat to do all that and get it set up? I remember you had the beautiful one. I loved your house. I loved it. I was tripping out. I was like, can I show this? Because it's so beautiful. Google ripping. Again, Google's still kind of holding back. I'd watch Amazon if that could go green. It's big tech, though. You're starting, just like any of the other days where we kind of started a rally, you're kind of getting the tech is going up first. So it's clear tech is leading. Everything else is kind of just hanging along. But let's even check the equal weight. Yeah, equal weight's down still. Normal 0.10. NASDAQ just went red to green now. Dow Jones and Russell are the only things falling behind now. So 45.07, kind of near the high. Remember, 45.13 and then 45.21. That is your other high we have to get to. You went in on Datadog calls. Data Kelb. PolyAlti. Yeah, DraftKings, again, Penn was going, and then DraftKings said, I'm getting involved in this. Again, Google, bigger tech on the high. Even Uber. Uber was red. They went green. CRM is actually straight up, and now the market's going up. Again, a couple of call-outs here again on DraftKings. Seeing a lot of eyes there. You're back to green. Again, now Dow is flipping green too. Red to green on all three indexes now. Roblox, burn it to the ground. Oh, my gosh. Okay, I have the cover call, but oh, my gosh. Oh. Yeah, so now you could close that covered call almost on the ask for a very good return. I'm kind of down. Microsoft is too. I'm not too sure. And you're still going higher. My goodness. SMCI 2, remember, that went crazy. Intel at 42. My mind is blown after that one. That one just... Intel is just unstoppable. So they're really benefiting. Even the bonds now, too, though. TLT is catching a bid. So like I've been telling you from yesterday, people want to know if this was just a short squeeze. So now you're getting back to where we closed on Friday. So whatever little bit of relief now, it's not the most bullish thing, but it is, again, the bonds are back to pole position here. I do believe this insinuates below 4.5. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll correct myself here shortly. Yeah, you're below 4.5 again, I'm assuming. So again, if we just start getting to Friday's levels. So like I said, remember, we went above it yesterday. People wanted to double check. But if you could turn this into one of these bounces and then failures, that's great, again, in terms of yields. So we'll see. Good old F1 reference. Oh, dude, don't even get me. Remember I told you the other day? My girl's like the biggest F1 fan. And I told her, I was like, let's go to F1. And then she's like, no. Now she's like, I want to go. And I'm like, you're dumb. I'm like, man, this is stupid. Oh, yeah. All right. Bonds up. Stocks up. 4510. UAL crashing down. We got out of that one yesterday, but I'll take a look in a sec. Oil's coming down, too. So, again, that 74 flat that I'm looking for, we already got one little play for now. It could go down to 72 if they really want to flush it, but 3.4%, already pretty big. Yeah, F1 is in Vegas, yeah. $74.10, where are we at? We're at $74.39. Amazon on the high, Netflix. So again, Netflix was kind of chilling out, and then bonds too. I'm kind of shocked now by this move. There's like a straight bid. Kind of mad. Walmart calls got demolished on both ways. It hasn't even moved. So literally, you're down 6.5%, and then first hour here, you've chilled out. So part of my long term to buy my first home, paid in full, nice little starter, more good things to come. 6 months seizure fee, free, finger to the sky, bro. It's all good news. Horner. Oh, now you chilling, bro. I see you sold off some of the long term. You still got a long term. Now you got a crib. Now you're going to chill, man. God bless, man. I'm glad to hear your health is doing better. Amen, bro. Amen. 6 months that's fucking amazing. Good work, baby. Good work. The Russell's still down by point. Russell's getting murdered right now. So, again, Russell's literally just flushing into the low. Again, equal weight is down. I mean, keep in mind, oil is down by 3.5. But it's kind of weird because... Again, bonds are catching a bid right now, and anything Russell-related, interest rate-related, it ain't really moving like that. All right, so Russell's literally straight down. I don't know. Well, the market, this is weird, though. So, again, the bonds now, like I'm telling you, I was shocked by by this move, and then we're like, okay, this is normal. But now one day later, you're moving 10 basis points a day on the bonds. It's not. This isn't really quite normal. So I'd keep an eye on there, but that is definitely good for now. But once again, the market this time, if bonds hit a high, like let's say market goes up with bonds today, that means by the time the bonds hit a new high, it'll be matched up with the SPY hitting a high, but still way behind it in the last couple. NAHB in 30 seconds. So that's housing index. Yeah, is it almost 10? So the number you're looking for is 40 to 41. And then Fed Waller should be coming on in 30 minutes. And national 34. Oh, wow. That might be really good. Housing index just came in very low. Be careful because, again, anytime the data comes in too low, we kind of stop for a second and ask ourselves questions if that means we're about to have a recession. But that just came in at 34 versus 40. That's the lowest housing index number since the beginning of the year and then last December. So pretty bad. I mean, again, if you want to take a chart, this is kind of how real estate looks on inflation. It's down. You got a little bit of a blip, and then now you see what it's doing right there. So not too bad. And then Amazon begins to beta testing H2 of next year. Early partners like Vodafone. Amazon Project Cooper on track to begin mass satellite production ahead of full-scale development. Confirms 100% success rate for Project Cooper mission. That's for Amazon. Oh, yo. They drop even more. Like I said, though, this is kind of what I was expecting here, but I don't know if we give it a little bit more, though. This would be a nice price to buy for now. All right, I did 3 more of the MCLs. Like I said, we'll see it at 74. Watch it because we got up a little bit on that. You might get a random bounce whenever the market moves, but now I got 5 MCLs. So it's like half of a big one. SPR is at 79. They already announced it. They slipped it by you. Biden already announced he's refilling a couple million barrels at 79. So, again, right when we talked about it getting there, right when it got there, they did not hesitate, and they already bought a little bit. I say, love you for being here every day and for all the knowledge. Hey, man, it's my pleasure. Finger to the sky, baby. Finger to the sky. Is AMD good for long term? I mean, the company's not going anywhere. It's really just the price and premium. So, again, you may buy it today. Could go down substantially, but as long as you're willing to buy it again, I mean, I do think that company will be here in 10 years. Oh, keep going lower. And then where's bro? That Roblo covered call. So again, some of you guys were like asking me why I went with the one with the most amount of time. It's like, look, dude, you could make so much more. Like, there's no way I could have made $1,000 selling anything with less than 2 months of time. But then again, I kind of want to ride this one out. But you got a decent bag off of that. This probably 450 feels comfortable. Days ago, we were at 410. If you can't see the rug pull, I don't know what to say. It's just we need the catalyst, though. And remember, it's end of the year and the holidays are coming up. So I feel you. Everybody, that's been the story with bonds. I mean, so unfortunately, I would love to, like, communicate this even more, but I am kind of the shitty person to ask because I don't really care about equities. Right now, it's like I've been saying this whole time. This is way telling of a story. You know, you're looking at this and you're like, this looks fake. This doesn't, I can't trust this. Like, take a look at the bond. Don't look like that. Bonds look so much more like they came from a broken home. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this choppiness in the way this is awful. But this is where I think, you know, any rug pull, not rug pull, any of the answers will be hidden within the bonds. I definitely think both short-term and long-term for that type of logic. Apple down, oil down. Yeah, that just doubled up my loss on that. Average down. Keeps flushing. So if it doesn't hold at like 74, 73, it could go to the low 72s. But I do think 4% is you're going to get one little swing probably before we make any more of this mess. Abby vibe dripping. Oh, did it? Really? That's good because it's been at a lower price. I could use that. Rivian. Intel's just insane, bro. GG, man. Shout out to everybody who bought it for the long term at the low because you must be loving that. Again, Intel, man, nice recovery. Sucked that they cut their dividend, but they've been up like 100%, I think, since then now, or just under that. Tesla's down 1.5, so that's added with the list with Amazon. NVIDIA, huge pop. It's not as huge, but I'm sure with everything not moving, that could get exciting. Again, only a couple of chip makers are moving. Google's starting to move now. The Roblox, I did covered calls yesterday on Roblox. So I've held shares for years on them, and anytime it goes up in value, I sell covered call. I've done it like 4 or 5 times now. So I think this is probably like my third or my fourth set of covered calls on my Roblox position. And then I just cover them usually by next earnings, but I sold a big one with a lot of money yesterday, and then it's already up a good percentage. So I'm kind of considering either taking it or holding it. Amazon's on the high still. Again, Google's waking up, bro. Amazon just went from down 1.5 to that, and we just had bad real estate data. You kind of went down on it. Bonds didn't move much. I don't think that was going to be too deciding. And again, your next Fed speaker's in 25 minutes. I did the 60 calls. So it's simple. Yesterday, you guys, if you were here, you watched this live. I even got filled, and I was like, oh, shit, I didn't mean to because I didn't think it was going to fill me that high. I sold January 26. I sold 2-year contracts at $60. So it would guarantee a 50% return on my shares. And the general idea, I got $850 a contract. So now I sold 9 of them. I could buy it back for $750. I'd make $900 just in 24 hours on that one. But then again, there's way more premium I could get out of it. Amazon confirms 100% success rate for Project Cooper prototype. Yeah, I saw those. I didn't know what that is. They were saying a bunch of those things earlier. Red Fund. Oh, Red Fund just flushed, bro. What happened? It's so weird. Today's a very weird day. Your real estate stocks are not doing good. I don't know if you guys noticed that. So all of your REITs and financial-related assets, even though bonds are bouncing, you're not really getting there's like a little bit of a disconnect. I went long on MCL, yes. Not like long, like I'm not buying him a ring, you know what I'm saying? But like just for the day. Just like yesterday, we made a flip on it. Again, it's just down 4% now. So if any, look at today, nothing is moving except the Russell maybe 1%, but you know, you have more chances of movement there. So I think it'd be a good trade, not to mention it has been on a very big down decline since we've been running up. The real estate news, there's no real estate news. There's just interest rates. But again, Redfin and some of these names are underperforming pretty heavy. Anything finance related, just again, you could look at KRE as well too. They're down 1.3. Anything interest rate sensitive, even though bonds have kind of calmed down from yesterday, they don't really look too hot right now. New York City plans fewer new cops, trash pickups, people familiar say. MCL is a micro crude option. So it's like a /CL, but smaller. So I did 5 of them because it's half the size of a normal one, because a normal one pretty much moves $100 every 10 cents of oil. So if you did a normal CL, every $1 of oil is $1,000. So right now I'm probably on 500 both ways. I think oil down from economic data, or people feeling things slowing. Again, China, consumer earnings, all of those things. Why is SPY green? I have no idea. It was red most of the day, again, even pre-market, but at the same time, we've gone through several days in the last, 13 days where no matter if nothing's happening, you've still managed to hold the slightest little bit of green. So very hard to put your finger on it, but it's going to be like that over the next couple of days. Like I'm telling you, you do have Fed speakers today, but the schedule is going to start drying up pretty soon. There's securities lending on any of your accounts, or have you request not to be enrolled? I don't think I'm enrolled in any of those. I don't like it. I'm very weird on give me my money and don't touch it. You ain't touching my shit. You know what I'm saying? $7,384 did the same thing around here. You'll call your brokerage and be taken off right now. They're not bad. I just don't do them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's gonna hurt you or not, but it's definitely a personal preference. And then you get yield off of it, but then again, yield is everywhere now. Yield is everywhere. A dollar's tanking, and it's weird because some people don't think the dollar. Some people are saying the dollar has to come up, but some people are thinking it's over. But it's a big deal, man. Dollar, one more drop below 29, we could finally get back. Even then, I think the dollar has to go to 28. 28.50, we could really calm down. Google it. Happy birthday, Josh. I love you. I love you, man. It's not my birthday, but happy birthday to you if it's your birthday. You know what I'm saying? But thank you. The yen's rocketing. I'm looking at that right now on the other screen. Yen rocketing, oil still lower. But watch, because dollar could go down a little bit more. That could give you another boost. It's only 10:13 now, too. So we still got a lot of time. It hasn't even been an hour. Do you not watch the dollar? I do and I don't. Again, I mean, realistically, I just have points on the dollar. I don't. So intraday, it's going to do some things. There's some days where it moves the market more than not. But 29.81 I've been talking about for a while, but again, I think 28.50 now will be one of these. And you'll notice this chart, compare it even to a 10, they kind of look similar. So, a lot of them are connected, but I do watch the dollar, but not as much as I watch the bonds, I would say. Tesla broke from the YouTube to the Twitch. What's up, baby? You got the long term, man. 2 months in a row. You're making the shift. Oil's going lower, so now I'm clapped $200 on those. So again, if you add a lot of the MCLs, they will add up. I think on normal too, that would have been 150 maybe. Google, Netflix are higher. Again, inverse oil going high. So oil's down 4% now. Oil's literally down 4.09 off of nothing. Or I guess related to economic data, bad consumer. I don't know which one to be in. TD was the best one. Fidelity is slow. E-Trade. I like nothing, bro. Nothing's going to compare to TD Ameritrade. I hate it too, bro. Believe me. Like, again, I got my OG long terms on E-Trade, and I have them other, like, private accounts. But at the end of the day, like, nothing. I love TD Ameritrade, bro. So I feel the same way. I feel the exact same way. It's just unfortunate. I think that was the best long term for retail. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate they made us leave, because I don't like the Schwab still. And then even the E-Trade on the long term, it doesn't give me the same feeling of the E-Trade when we had it there. It feels like it's getting old now. That's it. Maybe it's time to mature. Time to mature. No more cool tools or pretty pictures. Just Thinkorswim's not going away, but again, TD Ameritrade and that whole, how we kept our long terms, that has gone away. SPY coming down. I don't know if you guys have really noticed that. You're right below VWAP. Bonds are still catching the bid. Ironically, you're above where we opened, but you've given off about like 6-7 points there from the top. TLT still going up. Slowed down because of EIA numbers from yesterday. It was already, but like, you think 4%? Like, I don't know. I feel like it dropped a little bit already yesterday. I feel like anytime oil drops more than like 4% in a day, it has me start looking at like economic developments. Just because, again, the last time we saw it in September, it was around the gilt stuff, and then UK, and people were getting worried about the consumer again. Is there any way to buy or sell the DFM General from the New York Stock Exchange? I don't know what you're talking about. I keep it simple. Keep it simple. To the Dubai financial market? No. If the only way you could trade foreign assets or equities is if they have an ADR, where they have made a system to trade it on the New York Stock Exchange, or it would otherwise you have to go to a foreign broker and buy it on their foreign exchange. So like Interactive Brokers would allow you to do that, I believe, and certain brokerages will allow you access to foreign markets, but for the most part, you're not allowed to unless there's an ADR. Somebody with a lot of money and ambition should make a new brokerage with all the good aspects of TD. Is that a hint for me? Yeah, thank you. That's it. I would, but like, I love you guys, but I also don't like people. Believe me, I would love to, and I would love to make a brokerage, but like, I don't want to deal with why. So I'm gonna make you everything you want, and then the first time there's a lag for 40 seconds, you're gonna just go crazy. I'm like, I ain't dealing with that shit, bro. I ain't making no brokerages. I ain't getting into no politics. I'm buying my real estate in long term, and I need to get a tan because I'm pale as shit from staying inside. You know what that's it. That's it. I don't want to make Josh Bull. That'd be funny though. Ask Tom Sosnoff to build another one. I remember you saying back in the day you wouldn't trust foreign markets because different regulations. Do you think that holds true? Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. I don't use like that. I didn't know DBM meant Dubai Financial. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want to go and do that stuff, I am assuming you know the risk. But foreign markets are even ADRs. Even when you buy an ADR, you technically don't own anything. So it is up to you, and you usually need experience. So if you have somebody who could guide you, if you've done it before, no harm, no foul. But, you are always taking a risk the moment you venture out into foreign markets. Yeah, Uber, that's good. We need that. Again, SPY came back down. You guys know you went from someone saying, why are we green? Well, you're not green anymore. Do I have a new mic? No, I'm not. I don't have a new mic. I think I got more rest. I've gotten a lot of rest with daylight savings. No way. All right, I closed that. Bro, I closed the Roblox covered call. It filled me at 710. I made $1.40. That's like just under like $1,400. I'm so down with that. I closed the Roblox. Again, the last covered call I made $3,000, but that took me like the whole year. I did that in a day. I closed the Roblox covered call. I think it's under one. It doesn't show me the calculation, but I'll take it. When did you make that play? Yesterday, right at the Roblox news. So, like, if you were here, yes, I went over it already earlier, but, like, it was on that Roblox news with the guidance. So we were here, and then we saw it early, and we called it out, and I missed getting a play, and then it rocketed up 6%, and then it came back down. So, like, right around here after the pop, I sold a covered call, and then after selling off today, I was able to cover it for, like, 20%, but you know what? I just saw the bid go lower, and I put in a very low bid, but the reason was, like, when I'm looking, dude, the contract has 792 days. I was like, whoa, that's so. Again, to make that much that fast, I'm kind of down. I don't think I would have ended up holding it for no reason. And then if Roblox rips again, we could do that. How do you find those plays? That one's not like that one. I had the shares already, so it's definitely different. So, like, it's not like that was just a covered call. It just ended up working. And again, the people were asking why I sell the ones with a lot of time. That's the reason why. You can make way more in premium in even one day than you could waiting several months, but that's about it. Any reason red today? Couple of things, but again, some people were asking just 5 minutes ago why we were green. So if anything, I think it's we're waiting for the Fed speakers, but it's a mix of there is bad news from the consumer, but overall a little bit more of the recovery from yesterday are coming back here with bonds and then leaving us in this spot right now. So I don't think it's much today, unfortunately. I think a lot of people are looking for something, but like I've been saying, the calendar just really starts to dry up. That's what I'm talking about, making short term. But that's what we were saying the other day. You were telling some dude to go short term when we were having a long term discussion. Again, the trading and that's, I don't know. It's like I like the trading. I want to do it, but I do want, it sucks because it reminds me of what Daniel asked me. I want you guys to make good decisions. And it's like people ask me, like, why do you trade then if you preach the long term so much? And quite frankly, like I told you, you should understand my mentality, and I do think it's all gambling, and you're going to lose 100%. You didn't do anything. No, you've given me good comments in the past. You did nothing wrong, my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's good, but that's why, like, when I'm seeing other comments, I'm seeing how people are freaking out and just getting so deep and then taking one move that I do and then misconstruing it for something. It does make me not want to trade in that sense, but I really hope you guys are mature enough to find it. I hate to expose it to you, but you know, don't convolute it kind of, but then again, maybe I'm the one convoluting it myself. So at the end of the day though, like, you know, you all have your own struggle that you're going through or you're liking with the trading or not, but you have to know what you're getting into. And without the long term, it is all useless. So don't try to, again, I mean, it's up to you though, but everybody, I've seen a lot of misconstruing or making one little action too deep, but you know the answer. The answer is do nothing, get yield, get a long term. That is the answer. So unfortunately, you know, I do sit here for 7 hours a day and make trades. But like I was saying the other day, I was like, maybe I'll keep them low key. But it's just like, come on, don't stop trying to find a way to justify it. Because again, the behavior I'm doing, I don't necessarily think it's the right way, or more so along the lines where I'm just saying, again, even Dave Costin of Goldman said it today. You're competing against 5% interest. So that's it. Yeah, even if you have two separate accounts too, but just again, I'm trading off of something where I will never worry about it. And if you're trading on an amount again, and why I'm bringing this up, because the last conversation we had, somebody was like, "Dude, I'm using my 401k. I'm trading. Should I give up? Should I do this?" And then I'm like, "Dude, just go to the long term. Just make it simple." And then some people are like, "No, trade short term. Do this." I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" But so I hope you get the full picture of all of it, but. I'm not just, even if I make a trade, win or loss, I'm not trying to glamorize it. And that's what I'm saying. That's the main point I'm trying to communicate right now. Don't glamorize this. And that's not what it is, because for real, the long term, it has been the best bet. Stop following your trade since Pac W. But why are you going on that's your other account, though, buddy. This is awkward now. Should have communicated from the first account I called you out on by saying don't do that to people. So, amen. But I agree. You don't have to go for the trades. The trading, I'm going to hit big. I'm going to lose big. I'm going to hit big. I'm going to lose big. But the answer here is the long term. That's why I'm saying a lot of people, you got to be mature for the trading, because, again, it's at some point, if you think that's the set-all, be-all, or you're using that to judge the performance to say, all right, man, this is what I'm going to base my whole life on, it's a slippery slope. Expect zero. Well, again, I think most people, you either know it or you don't, but at the same time, just be wise, be mature about it. Great wins will happen, but just look at the broader world you are in right now. You are going to get rewarded for preserving. You are going to get rewarded for keeping your money safe. And like I had this talk with somebody else the other day, I'm still going to make trades. I want to make a lot less, but at the end of the day, I am under a mentality. Every trade is going to lose 100%. I'm not even saying that just as a disclaimer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not... like, all I'm saying is that it's definitely a way more riskier environment now, just because you're going to get swung back and forth crazier than you ever have. And then right now, in no other moment in the last 10 years, again, every year you've watched me trade, you've never had an opportunity to make 5% on cash. So unfortunately, it's the patient game will win in the next year. I'm telling you. So it's like, if you don't like how any trading went on, it's like, dude, guaranteeing you could walk away with a win next year with patience. But it's not going to be as fun. That's all. That's something that I had to realize. I trade for fun. I hate to break it to you. That's it. I am only trading because I am bored. That's all. You know why? Because the long term works. The long term makes money on every cent, your bill, your bonds. But guess what? It's boring. It's not going to do it there at the end of the day. So it's just like, I say that to you, and some of you are like, damn, no way. But bullshit. How many of you are trading because you're bored? No? Okay, I'll be real about it. But I'm just saying, you got to really think about it. 7 hours, you're sitting here, and you're doing that. So, like, again, I'm going to try to make more strategic plays, but your boredom will get the best of you. Because, again, the market, there's no new information. That's all. Like, that's my conclusion. My conclusion is there's no new information, so therefore we're just circle jerking until something happens, and then you're either got a good position or a bad position off of that. So separate the difference, and no, there will always be one. We all vibe with it, but I don't think so. I'm kind of just every time. I'd appreciate if y'all vibed with it, but at the same time, if people are going to use my actions, which I believe that I'm clearly outlining and being transparent about, and they're going to use it to promote negative behavior, I don't stand with it, just like what you were doing the last 48 hours. So You can tell me you vibe with it, and I appreciate that if you do. But like I'm saying, don't use that then to spread other things to other people that are negative. In the same say, telling them when we're trying to keep people safe, protected, and I feel it, and I take my responsibility. But that's why I'm saying if that's the case, y'all let me know if y'all can't handle it now, so I can make some changes. Otherwise, I do really hope that you guys are wise and watch each other's backs and understand. This isn't the gambling environment. You still got it right now, but it's not rewarding you like it was a couple of years ago. So be wise, be smart, wait for the data events, and you'll be good. But, manage your own, and hopefully you don't lead your brother into a hole. EIA says natural gas stockpiles rose 60 BSF last week. Oh, shit, my oil play came back up. Thank you, Josh, and the crew, all the Chads. We still here. Nothing boring in here. Much love and respect. Amen, man. Amen. The market, though. Like I'm saying, just watch out for the boredom, though. And that's why I'm like, this whole year, we have to, it's like we're spending a month and a half before the next development. That was the criticism of the Fed this morning, where people were saying it just seems like the Fed isn't even they're just responding to data. That's it. It's wicked. They're like, the Fed is just saying what we've already heard and not giving you much. And it's like, we do need the story to progress, but Powell has been trying to run out the clock. I got you back into reading the Bible. That's good, man. That always blows my mind when people tell me that. So I'm very honored to hear that, man. But I always think it was meant to be. If you got drawn to that book, especially in modern times, bro, if you get drawn to the book and you open up the book and you see yourself reading it in this day and age, God bless you. You know that, right? Just look around how hard it is to, like, for real, for that book and the words and the thoughts and the idea to even connect and resonate with you in this day and age when nothing is similar to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is in front of you. God bless you, man. That's why I'm saying it humbles me, but at the same time, I feel like it was meant to be, because ain't nothing, dude, that's hard to break through nowadays. So, amen. Amen. Which book? The good book. The book that promotes peace. The book that says love your neighbor as you love yourself. And not too many books say that. They could have similar content. They could read a lot, but the radical belief of love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's the book I'm talking about. If there's any confusion. Finished Law of Attraction. Super good book. Yeah, bro. That's the OG. I think I've read the audiobook or listened to it, but that one I remember back in the day. Law of Attraction, big. Again, a lot of those principles are based off of Earl Nightingale, Strangest Secret in the World. Fed speakers at 10:30? Yeah. We should have your boy up. Waller. Again, I think he's a voter. I have to double check every time. AX Bear Cave report. Why won't it let me click? It's the Risk Bank of Economics Digital Currencies by Canada. Participation is invite only. Where is it? So he should be up. I don't have any of the comments yet, but I have a live feed, but the feed won't go through. So weird. So there's like a video, and I click on it, and then nothing happens. It's just the image. And then you're kind of dumping pretty heavy here. So, again, those last 3 candles, you just went down. American Airlines proposes private offering of $750 million of senior notes. Michael Barr doesn't comment on policy in his speech. Fed Barr. We're supposed to have Waller right now. Interesting. Oh, wait, Waller, I already have it. So never. Okay, all of it might be in there. Oh, wait, no, it's from 2021. So he did the same speech in 2021. He does this speech every year. So Waller every year around November has the same exact speech. It's kind of crazy. So I don't know. Again, Michael Barr not talking about it. Fed Barr joins chorus warning about hedge funds basis trades. New lows. We are coming to a new low right now. I think you may have just wicked into it. No, actually. So a little bit. You were actually a little hot. No way. So SPY looks a little different. At least on SPX, you're still like 4 or 5 points from the low of the day. And then another 4 points from the next level. It's give or take around the same spot. ESR. I think I might have it. I don't know, but again, I don't think he's going to talk about much. So we'll see. 1584 still holding. All right, bonds finally came down. Man, this is a weird-ass schedule, though. So, again, most of the Fed speakers, I feel like we've heard from 3 now. Fed Barr, you had the first one. We're waiting on Waller, and then you have Cook and someone else later today. But I have all the live videos, but then I think everyone's fell behind for now. Because Barr was supposed to be like an hour ago, and now you're getting him. And then Waller is supposed to be right now, and I don't see him. Kirby, U.S. assesses Hamas using Al-Shifa as command center and possibly as a storage facility. And again, SPY a little bit off the bottom. We're back to green on the MCL. Fed vice chair speaks at Fed event. Yeah, but I don't like to listen. Barr, if he's no monetary policy, we're not going to listen, and then it just gets too boring for me. Low ticker is picking up, but we're already low. Like, the thing is, it's just we're at this like low level, but it's not. You need like a real dump right now. I think you need all the bigger names to give us up here. We need this to like fall off, maybe even with the bonds. But then again, all we're waiting here is a Fed speaker to come up. The speakers that are voters can move the market, but like we've been talking about from the morning here, most of them have just been saying the same thing, and a lot of people have kind of been they've been criticizing the Fed and how it's just like all the Fed members have been doing lately is seeing the data, and then they say something that you already know about the data, like, and then they're like, we got to wait for the next one. So everybody's kind of getting A little ticked off by that. The Fed event. I want Waller. I think Waller will be worth it, but we're having a little bit of issues. 10:30 to 11:40 New York time. Where is it? Barr is live. He's not talking monetary policy. Again, Barr is just, it's the bank stuff. That's why I hate Michael Barr. Listening to him, I don't think he's a bad person, but listening to the bank stuff, bro, it destroys me. Destroys my soul. Oh, wait. Interesting. So the live feed, it takes me to the other live feed here. We were in TLT calls. I'm in TLT futures, so I'm up on. I've been up on that though pre. What's it called? I think I've been holding that since pre CPI. So, but I'm not in like buy TLT, hold it for long to benefit off of a pivot yet. That's not really my attitude. I want to get involved with, again, just these little back and forth moves. They've been nice again for just intraday, but at the same time, they're highly risky because you get trapped on one of those bonds. It could be a while. SPY's coming lower now, 44.97. So let's see. MDT trying to break out, really. MDT and EW both up. Very interesting, considering. Still a lot of names in the green, though, believe it or not. But now the low ticker's picking up. You have now gone red once again. SPY, NASDAQ, Dow. Russell's doing awful, even though bond yields are up. Again, anything related to bond yields are not really getting support, more or less. SoFi plunging. Oh, what happened to Siri from yesterday? Buffett. Bonds are coming down here. Again, TLT, monster 1.5% move here today. Came right back up to near the highs of that last Tuesday, and then now we're kind of chilling out here once again. So see if that gives it up. Again, dollar, we were talking about that. Sirius went down. Have you heard of the Be Real app? Yeah, isn't that where you like have to takes a picture of your front and back camera and you have to like post? I remember because I had a friend of mine, this was a couple years ago, he's like, yo, we got to do a Be Real. I was like, what the fuck you mean a Be Real? He's like, we got to do a Be Real. And he's like, we got to take a picture. And he's showing me, like, it was pretty cool when I saw it. But then I was like, man, it take a picture front and back. I like put my head in my shirt like this, so that they couldn't see. I was like, man, you about to give me a face reveal on your little Be Real thingy? Nah, man. But yeah, I've seen it before. It's pretty cool. I did it. You never heard of it? Oh, yeah. It was big like a year or two ago. The dollar has been coming up. Again, bonds moving too. Bitcoin, I see Chad saying that there's BlackRock files for Ethereum ETF. Wasn't there a fake one the other day? But you are watching Bitcoin get a candle down. The point of it is like it's to be like real social media. So like it asks you to like post everybody gets like a daily prompt like what are you doing right now, or I don't know. I've never used it. That's what I'm assuming, but you get like a prompt and then you have to take a picture and post a picture related to that, so it's like real in the moment, and then it uses your front and back camera. So, like, it's to show that you're not, like, setting something up. That it's not supposed to be, like, fake. It's supposed to be real in the moment. they became Snapchat? Be Real did, or is that like are you like, did that literally happen, or is that just like your opinion? I'm confused. Dystopian? That's not that dystopian. Peekaboo did, but what's Peekaboo? We're not talking about Peekaboo. I think again this Be Real. I don't know if they're similar, but somebody was just asking about that app, and that one had a wave like a year ago. It's fire you found from one who worked with teen. What? My friend who was using, he's out of college. No, not Be Real, the rap artist, but no, it sounds like it. I'm surprised. I think maybe because the whole 2 cameras, I never got into it, but some people have liked it a lot. Even the president of Hungary is on Be Real. And then El Salvador also bought Bitcoin. And wait, isn't he killing it now? Like, isn't El Salvador now at 40? Didn't he buy in at like 30? Yeah, Bukele up big. Isn't he? Like, hold on. Wait, he has to be killing it. Because again, I always think about it too late when it's down. I'm like, oh, he must be dead. But now I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't he buy in at like 29 or 30,000? He bought in at 42. Let me see. El Salvador Bitcoin average. Oof. So yeah, in November, Salvador Nayib Bukele announced the country-level dollar cost averaging plan, promising to buy 1 Bitcoin every day. At the time, the country, based on public statements, was already the owner of 2,000 Bitcoins purchased at an average price of 44,000. Oof. So he's still in the red, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what Google produced really quick. I see 43 to 44,000. But then he's made other purchases really, like, as of late, lower, but yeah. He's in the green. I think he bought some at 30,000, but I don't know. They average down a little bit. I don't know. You have 36,000. CoinDesk says 36. So then he's either barely up or he's still somewhat down, but not by too much. Interesting. That's crazy, bro. Straight up, the first country to own Bitcoin. He's had a wild ride. He's had a wild ride. BLBX paused due to volatility. Black box stocks. Bro, his diamond hands. Not really. It's only been like a year and a half. 2 years maybe. But he definitely has balls. I don't know about, like, it's been a short amount of time. He's gone through it. He could have dipped out, but my goodness, man, he is just very he stuck with the plan, man. He stuck with the plan, and he had a very bold plan, and it worked. He low-key the smartest guy in the room. We dumb. I mean, it just depends on the pricing. That's all. Like the thing is, if you bought all the coins at 20,000, you're a genius. If you bought all the coins at 40,000, you're on the cusp of looking like you're breaking even. So it's like, it just all depends on where he ends up and where Bitcoin ends up, where they have their purchases and where this thing ends up. Because if Bitcoin does go crazy to like 1,000,000, 100,000, then that guy just hooked up his country. But if not, when it was down, he was getting a lot of criticism. Wally World, Baba. These all came down. You bought your truck off Bitcoin profits. I think a lot of Chads did. I think the amount of Chads that have converted crypto to a car is very high, actually. I think that was crypto was like the car fund, I feel like, for a lot of people. Because, again, you'd pull out real quick if you had it, and then you're like, you know what? And then some of y'all, you pulled out too. Cars were still cheap. You got a motorcycle. Man, be safe out there. Be safe out there. Is RAD going to recover? Probably not. But if it does, I'm sure it'll surprise a lot of people. But at this point, I don't think the hope meter is high. I need the Lexus. You paid off all your high-interest credit card debt. That's good. Nothing makes sense on Coinbase. They're taking money from me. What do you mean? Coinbase is like recording, though, is awful. I think they do it on purpose for taxes, but, I mean, remember, the value of the coins fluctuate, but your coin should stay the same amount. So, that's how I view crypto. Don't ever view crypto in dollar amounts. I know, that's hard. But view crypto in terms of how much you have in units of that associated asset. Does that make sense? So they can never, like the dollar amount might move around, but, like, if you have one Bitcoin will always be one Bitcoin. AI on the low, Tesla, even bonds are coming back down here. So that's how I do it. If you would, again, I haven't logged into Coinbase in so long. Ethereum has passed 180-day resistance. Thanks, Coinbase. Bank of England Deputy Governor Ramsden, our steady state supply reserves will need to meet our monetary policy objectives, but support financial stability. And you're still near at the low. Oil came back down. We were green on that for a little bit. Is Neo dead? There was something with Neo and selling cars in the U.S., and they said no. SPX 44. You're at the low of the day. We are not at the 44.97 or whatever 93 level. Still a couple more points. Again, equal weight is lower on the day. They're already down 0.4, but everything's down now. And then Russell is the worst. $391. SGD on the high. What the hell? There's literally a stock called SGD up 120%. Wow. That's up to you, man. That's up to you. Some would say it's calling your name. Mm-hmm. It's halted. And then bonds, too. That was interesting since we topped out there. Is it Euro close yet? No, we still got time. It's only 7:53. 30 more minutes. Kirby U.S. Assess the Al-Shifa. That one's old. Safe and Green Development Corps. SGDCULT. My team saw different. UAL came down. Uber. Everything calmed down. Again, some more than others. Some, like Redfin, was at 7 earlier, and they sold off. Again, Snap was up at 12, hitting a new high in the morning. They gave up. Aviva, I think we got our drip. And then MO. Stream alerts get any more use or uselessness? No. Everything's been about the same. This is a healthy pullback. This is what we were talking about yesterday. Again, it's been 12 of the last 13 days green. So we do need it to be like, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a pullback. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be like shocked if we came down, especially with the schedule. The problem I think people are going to have is that anytime we go red, everybody wants it to drop 1,000 points. And that's why, like, anytime there's like a little bit of downside, you got people. I think we need to kill the put premium and call premium. But that's not the reasoning why. I'm just saying, we've gone up so actively that I wouldn't be surprised to see some downside, but I just think every downside is getting people to think it's going to be larger. But I just think now the schedule dries up. Let's see how we go without a rug pull or a massive ripper. And it's like I wouldn't be surprised in that sense. So I am kind of expecting a breather between now and tomorrow. And then Friday, everyone's going to look to see if the bonds are squeezing or if it was, if it's real demand or if it was just a squeeze. SPX new low. Yuppers. Kansas City Fed. Composite, -2 versus -8 previous. Kansas Fed Manufacturing, -3 versus -8 previous. Well, that's the housing index. Yuppers smile all the time. Wow. So still below 4.5. That is at least good for now. SPY drops 10 points. Black Monday confirmed. Kind of. Or it's like we're just assuming that once the market moves down, since you've ran up 200-300 points, everyone's like, we have to go down 100 points now. So that's just the problem, is that the upway moves are huge. The downside moves have not been. We had one big one, but that's where I'm like, just don't get too shocked if there's a pullback. And on top of it, we don't even have any data now. Like, that's it. Again, the debt ceiling's out the way. You're going to get some stuff tomorrow, but everything's softer data like we've been experienced. Again, it was just a couple weeks ago. Then we have to wait for the non-farms now, but you unfortunately just got to wait. So that's why I'm like, I hope you are all patient. Options on Friday. Well, I don't know. Option expirations have been kind of weird. Lately, we've seen big moves. Lately, we haven't. The middle of the month expirations are usually the more important ones. So I do think November 17th will hold a little bit more weight. But then after that, we'll see. Any tin? I did have some tin earlier. What was it? I'm blanking. After Schwab, I didn't get any drip. I reach out. Can they drip? There's a setting. I haven't checked, but there is a setting on the Schwab to turn on drip. So you should have it automatically up already. But I haven't checked my account to see if I've gotten my drip. Let's see. Yeah, bro, I fucking hate Schwab. Transfer what? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, my account history is very weird. So it says I got my dividends, but I don't have I don't know if it bought shares, actually. I don't think they did turn on my drip. That's stupid. Yeah, I have drip, but it didn't. I don't think it gave it to me. Let's see. Like Abivi, we should have got a little bit more. Same with margin and options. I did all that. That's why I'm like, man, I just hate this thing. Hold on, I'm going through all of Schwab. Investment income. It lets you add a non-Schwab account. Next handle down. I mean, we could. Just again, I'd be prepared for chill. We might get a little bit moved down. If it turns, here's the deal. If today's going to get crazy, then you want, it's going to have to do just like last time. You got to go below 44.50. If we start doing that, I would react. But if you hold within like 10, 20 points, I don't think it's going to matter too much. Yeah, it says reinvest my dividends, but I don't think it gave me them. Yeah, check the ball. I had it all there, but I don't think it gave me. It gave me my dividends, but it didn't reinvest. I think E-Trade already. I got one divvy. The Fed meeting. There's a couple of Fed speakers here today, but you could go on the Fed website. They have a calendar with everything. But for now, I mean, I don't know if Michael Barr is still speaking. We're waiting for Waller, but he didn't show up. But even then, I clicked on the Fed video. Nothing came up.
I'll conclude with that, which is that in my view, central banks and policymakers need to embrace that this new tool of monetary policy, which is the central bank balance sheet size.
So this is where he's supposed to be, but if that doesn't show up, then yeah. No, yeah, that's the one. That was for Waller and the other guy. Oh.
If you start from a pure sort of private perspective, you look at the private costs of providing
is this
payment
live?
services.
Sorry, I found this is Waller. Finally, this one was hard to find.
Sector. But once you start to also take
they
into
look so
account
close to
that,
each other, though.
Private provision
This is the
comes with
weirdest
these problems
speech I've ever
which are
seen.
costly to some extent to regulate, or you need some
Look how
public
close they
funds
are to each other.
Take care of those guys.
It says it's
which come
live.
Some deadweight losses of tax distortions, all these kind of things. Then the public sector becomes a more attractive alternative, and at least you can count these in different ways, but there's ways to count it such that the public sector actually looks attractive.
Yeah, but if you argue that it would not be convenient to use, you couldn't reap these benefits.
That's exactly why I'm saying, if you want to go that, if you in the end find that the social costs are actually, there's a social net advantage of providing this publicly, then you actually have to subsidize this product rather than, keep people from using it. But I don't know whether in the end the social net advantage is positive, right?
Yeah, let us look at cross-border perspective. So you mentioned these inefficiencies, and I think the inefficiencies are particularly glaring in cross-border transfers, where they are slow, they are expensive, they are risky. So would a CBDC, could it play a role in transferring funds across borders between central banks, so from retail customers to retail customers in other countries? What is your view on that?
Yeah, I mean, CBDC can play a role, but we can also.
I don't know. I don't
about
think he's gonna
systems
say anything, bro.
where we
I'm
would
gonna go
do this
pee.
with tokenized
But we'll
deposits
see
and
what
have just
if it's
settlement in
CBDC stuff. This isn't
I think
gonna
one of the
be
important things, though, to remember
again.
is
All
that-
these Fed
is
speakers are
that,
gonna be duds.
You know, cross-border payments are often slow for a reason. And so there's this famous quote by G.K. Chesterton, which is, you know, don't tear down a fence until you know why it was built. and you know,
I'm going to steal that line, by the way.
and so, you know, one of the reasons cross-border payments are slow is because we have to do KYC checks at both ends.
Yep.
And these aren't frictions, these are safeguards. So I'm just cautioning that we don't want to just think in terms of technologically doing something quicker. The technology isn't always the reason why something is done, takes time to do. That said, we can think about improving systems by using new technologies. We can think about using tokenization. But again, from my perspective, you know, the players that currently do cross-border payments are banks. We can think about whether or not we can apply technologies to improve the way that those players do it. We can support it by providing tokenized central bank digital currency, so this would be a wholesale for settlement, and we can try and improve the system without taking it over. That's the way I would look at it.
So am I interpreting you right that you say, well, on the retail sphere, there is not much potential because you need to do these checks, but on the wholesale sphere, there can be improvement by adopting new technology?
We can explore both, but let's explore a private-public partnership. Try and use these new technologies to do the way in some sense, I don't know if it's division of labor, but the idea that we make payments with using banks through tokenized deposits and where we have settlement using central bank money. See if we can improve that system. We can also entertain systems where we put trillions of dollars on central bank balance sheets and make all the payments in central bank money as well, but I'm in favor of exploring the former.
Thank you. So overall, I think there are important differences in the attitudes of different central banks towards CBDC. So the euro system has its project with the digital euro, so we are actively exploring retail CBDC. The Governing Council of the ECB just decided to continue this project. I think the US is less enthusiastic, if I interpret the publications.
Well, I
coming
certainly am. I can't speak about any of my colleagues, but like I said, I just have seen this, looked at it, and I don't see it solving any big major problem for this. I think in general, you know, I guess I've always had this kind of issue, which is, and I've said this before, but when the Federal Reserve was founded, we were given the obligation to run a safe, efficient payment system. And the model we adopted was, we're going to let the banks deal with the retail end and merchants. And what our job is to sit in the background and make sure the money flows across the banks and clears and settles efficiently and properly. And that's what we've done for 100 years. So now we're asking the following question. What should the central bank step out front and start competing directly with private banks with retail customers and that? I don't really know what's wrong with the model we had for 100 years. Now, if people start talking to me about cost, it's expensive, that's what the private sector is supposed to do for everything else. Let competition in, let them drive down the cost. It's not my job to go in and compete with the private sector and drive down their cost. We don't do that, at least in the US, we don't do that with any other industry. We do not say electric cars are too expensive, so the government should go build electric cars and drive down the price of Teslas. We don't say that ever. So I'm always a little baffled why
I like that.
payments
Whoa,
is the
wow.
one area
Right when I
we now
unmute.
think, at least
Are
in the
you kidding
US,
me? Are you kidding? No, no
should go
stealth.
on
I
and
unmuted
direct
right then and there, and I
to
saw
do
this.
this.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's
boys
not
and girls,
Q&A.
you better
We
watch
have
your
to wait.
speakers right now. Hold on.
There are rules.
Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh my gosh, look at that. Dude, that was.
Dirk, who said,
Oh
well,
man,
if we
bro,
want
that's
to have it
vibing, bro.
adopted, we need to subsidize.
Are you my
And
twin flame?
Subsidizing
I saw the Netflix
Exactly
documentary.
mean by
The
being
first day. You're my
private
twin
actors
flame,
out
it
of
seems
the
like.
market.
Oh my
So I
gosh,
think
I can't
this is not
explain this.
something any
Right when I
central bank
unmuted
is
the pizza rye. Are you
discussing
kidding
at the
me?
moment. So why are you arguing for subsidizing?
Wow, that's
CBDC?
amazing.
Well, again,
And now Raul is back
my
too.
argument is if
Raul
we come
is
to
back
the
too.
conclusion that this
That's crazy.
public provision is a meaningful project because of some positive externalities, presumably, right? Then you want to have a Pigouvian tax or a Pigouvian subsidy in order to get the outcome right.
Oh,
And probably
forever
that
young,
would reflect some
baby.
market failures in
I
the
don't. Did you
banking
take? No,
sector,
you have
some
forever
negative
young earlier. You got the
externalities that
peach
banks
now. Now you
impose
got
on
the
the-
peach,
on
baby.
on society, presumably. I don't
And we're
think
right
this
at
is
the
a
level. Last
totally
time you hit it, you
abstruse story to
bounced
tell,
up.
right? That there's-
Oil and things. I don't think
Well,
this
I mean,
speech is moving anything.
There's
man.
issues in the banking sector and our monetary architecture. I don't think it works perfectly. I mean, we see this frequently. But I don't know what the outcome of that is. I'm not sure whether in the end there is a net benefit of this. If there is, then I think you have to find ways to make people use this, because this is not going to be a super attractive product from a private point of view, right, for users. And if this means that the banks have
Who,
less
this
money
guy, I think
creation
he's
business, so be it,
think that's
because
like a
then
BlackRock
this is
dude.
just a consequence of the previous statement that maybe there was too much of that private money creation business in the first place.
China says Biden's dictator rhetoric is extremely wrong
Yeah.
following leaders' California
Chris, do you
meeting.
want to add anything?
Again, you hit the low again. You're still going lower. A couple names on the high, but mainly
So
lower.
apparently when I gave my opening remarks, it didn't broadcast properly. So they're asking me to restate what I said.
Wow. That's
I'll
for
give
your
you
news
the,
headline.
Cliff
So
Notes
nobody got
version.
it. That's what I was telling you. It was hard to find.
My opening comments were just, the payment industry is a very exciting industry. Lots
This
of
is all a
technological
scam.
development. There's lots of things that are happening with payments that are going to probably
That's
drive
crazy.
down cost of payments, speed up payments, make things
So
more
they
efficient,
somehow didn't
but
get
it
his
doesn't
opening
necessarily
statement, so
involve
they're
a
making him say it again so the news
So when we think
wires
about
can pick it up.
payments, that's often a
That's
separate
nuts.
topic than just talking about the object that's being used to trade in those payments and what gets settled and cleared. So that was it, folks.
So my impression is that the audience is already eager to participate. So I would like to open up. So
Ask him about rates.
please wait until you get the microphone.
CBDC.
and,
Tell us about the
They
rates.
come.
Yeah, and then please identify yourself so that people know who is speaking.
Yeah, it still hasn't hit on the news
I think
either. I don't
there's
even see
a
it. That's what I'm
question
saying. We
that's
didn't
in
see any of him
people's
on there,
minds.
but
To
I
your
knew he was
point,
on the schedule. I
Chris,
was telling
my
you
name
it
is
was
Francisco
weird.
Rivadeneira from the Bank of Canada. So cash. You said that the model of the Fed over the last 100 years is to make sure that payments flow efficiently in the background. But however, cash was a very retail-oriented activity, right? So what's the distinction today?
Right. So really, for the U.S. in terms of history, the big issue was about clearing checks and clearing checks at par. It wasn't about cash, right? Because if you wrote a check on a bank in San Francisco to pay somebody in New York, as somebody was saying, those didn't used to trade at the same price. So part of what the Fed's job was to ensure that checks traded at par regardless of where they were written. Cash is cash. I mean, it just circulates and trades out there. People don't use cash now because they don't really care. I always say they don't care about holding a central bank liability. So why are
Hey,
we trying
going
to
down
force it?
here now. You flushed the level. First time. You didn't do this yesterday. And today you didn't hit a new high. So this is,
Right,
we're
what
going
I
lower
just
without
said
hitting a
is
new
that Our
high.
job is to make sure these checks cleared at par and that
44.91,
if you wrote a check in one part of
44.90.
the country, it cleared at that price at the bank on the other side. That's what our main job in payments and clearing was.
Not an argument for cash.
No, I never. Cash is a whole different animal.
I have a question related to cash as well, Chris. So
Name?
during your
Name.
so my name is Martin van Oort with the Free University of Amsterdam. Apologies. So
Waller scares me. He's loving it. He's like, name.
during your,
And then he starts giggling.
remarks, you've been quite vocal as a proponent of private sector solutions. Of course, households, businesses, they can only hold digital dollars with essentially commercial banks. That works with thousands of pages of regulations, a whole army of supervisors, but it is working. And perhaps more efficiently than could be done in a public sector solution. But I wondered, like, if you take that argument to the extreme, would you also be a proponent of private issuance of dollar banknotes in the US?
Well, I mean, basically, that's what a commercial bank account is. Basically, it's a claim on a dollar banknote. It's exactly what a commercial bank money is. We have lots of things to ensure that that is a credible promise by the banks and that it will trade at par at $1 for $1. I mean, that is what a lot of the regulation is for, to ensure that price is exchange
Nothing he
rate
said
is
made us
But
move.
step
Again,
away,
I don't think
say,
any of the
from saying,
Fed
like,
speakers
well,
had
there's no
comments that caused
duty for,
any
say, the
reaction
Federal
today. We're
Reserve
listening to this now.
to
This
issue
was
digital
like weirdly
accounts
hidden, and we
for
have it,
those
but
to, say,
I don't believe
merchants,
it's moving anything.
households. Should we not also say, if we want to be consistent, we should also step away from offering physical banknotes and say, well, we should also leave that to the private sector? Or
No. Those are two different statements.
They
There's
are
an
very
issue
different
about
things, yes.
issuing private money in the form of currency and coin. That is by law our job. You can go talk to Congress and say, let the private sector issue their own notes. Back when banks used to issue their own banknotes. That's Congress's job, not mine. So, first of all, I do monetary theory. I love money, right? And cash is part of that world. But I just look around and people don't seem to care about holding a central bank liability. I tell you, you get out of this room and go talk to people on the street. No one even knows what it is. They're not asking for it. This is a thing where you're hoping if we build it, they will use it. It's not that we're building it because there's this huge demand for it out in the private sector. I'm sorry, there just isn't. So this is something central bankers have freaked out about for the last decade, but I don't hear anybody, businesses, anybody saying, wow, I really want to have that central bank digital currency. I mean, when you find it, let me know who they are.
So we spend all this time discussing
Thank you very
something
much for an interesting
that
debate,
nobody wants,
we
and they're
discussed
still
a lot
going to
of
do
things
it.
Here.
It's great.
I have actually two questions.
I giggled a little bit.
And my name,
they were giggling too.
So I'm Remo
Christopher
Hughes,
Waller's the
representing
king of the
Riksbank here.
giggles.
I've actually worked
You know what
with
I'm saying?
Econ.
He loved
actually
to
very
have
broad
fun. He
background,
loves everything's
financial
funny.
stability, even implementation of monetary policy. So, yes, I have actually two questions. You mentioned the stablecoin industry. I think one of the ideas you said that
bonds coming down.
why do we care about stablecoins? Because we could, essentially use deposits. But the industry is there, and there is no tokenized
Apple's on the
deposits,
low.
and the industry is very big. We talk about
So Apple's
100,
still green though, but Apple's giving up 1% from the
plus
morning.
$1 billion.
Crowd CEO on CNBC. Watch the
Rod,
pump.
you mentioned PayPal, and potentially this means that it's not just for crypto people anymore. Their vision is very clear. They believe a crypto universe is a future. They are trying to extend this to everyday payments. So potentially, let's say in 3 years, all the payments could go via the permissionless Ethereum or other blockchains. So I just wonder, any of you, what is your opinion? I mean, if this is getting just bigger and bigger and everyday people start using it for everyday payments, do you believe that, so how do you view this? That's number one question.
Why don't I answer that one?
You answer it.
Actually, I was wondering if Fed could, if your governor could comment on, because it's a
I don't want
parallel
anybody to answer
US
it but
dollar
you.
system. But I have another question. Just a second. The case of retail CBDC. I've also been thinking a lot. What is the use case? Partly, I totally agree with Professor Dirk Nilpert that, if we were to start from a scratch, what is exactly the financial system we would like to have? And I think most people think that, we want to have money, the safest form of money, right? And most people actually believe that they have that in the bank.
Right.
And they don't have that, actually. Banking sector is heavily
TLT is starting
regulated,
to break
so
down
you
now.
could definitely raise the issue that could you do less regulation, but have actually only means of payment, and that's the central bank money. So that would be an alternative
And bond
system,
slipping,
and
SPY
it would
still
be
trying to
interesting
fight
hear
here near
what
the
you
lows. I
think
mean, where does
about
this
it.
put you?
And then I said I had two
Back to
questions.
like
Actually, I
the-
have
this is
three.
like the lows of Monday.
You're chewing up everybody's time, man.
I'm so sorry, but I've been waiting for this moment.
I've been waiting for this all day. You should have got me a coffee.
Yeah. So the final question, or more like a comment, how you view this, is that people ask what is
They're
the
tripping
use
out
case?
because he's asking 3 questions.
And I give you a very concrete use case. Suppose we have 2008. It's a systemic banking crisis. I hope we all agree. 2008 was a crazy moment. And then we say to people, well, where is a deposit insurance, right? But I would like to know, how are you going to actually fulfill this commitment? Because deposit insurance means that you have to actually pay out something.
City's on the low
And
now,
if I have
GM, a couple of bigger names flushing
I
right
can't
here.
Trust.
So again,
exactly
SPY's still
how
kind of
is the
holding,
state
but
going
watch
to
out.
fulfill their commitments?
Again, some things that
to
were
pay
moving
me
starting to move.
The stable means
And they're
of
already
payment.
at the lows.
Assuming that you don't have cash, or you can't use cash in a digital world. So these were the three humble questions. Sorry.
Yeah, so very humble question. I think there is enough into for every one of you. So.
I'll just say a few things. I mean, you started off by saying stable coins are already there. Well, where do you mean by there? You mean on Ethereum. You mean on public blockchains. And what can you do on these public blockchains that's tied to the real world? Well, some things, but not a whole lot. In fact, we know Annika has a paper with a real stable coin. Please stand up, I think it's called. That points out we know very
likes
little
the
about
Eminem
what
reference,
stable
no?
coins are actually being used for. So what we're thinking about here, I think about what we're primarily talking about here is transactions in the real financial system.
We really like that
transactions where, if you want to buy a house, you have to say who you are. And so we're thinking about the type of money that will be used in the future for real financial transactions. And we're thinking about the idea that we might want to be able to leverage some aspects of the technology that are used on these permissionless platforms, but we want to do it in a permission environment. So we want to tokenize money. Right. And then the only point I think I was making before is if we're going to tokenize money and we have a banking system where people trust in commercial bank deposits, why do we need to fully back them? Why do we need to use the equivalent of a stable coin on a permissioned a platform where tokenized deposits are available? I don't see the business case, and I don't see the use. So that's really my issue there. I would also suggest that you're pretty optimistic about 3 years. And they'll have to solve a few scalability issues and other things on Ethereum before that happens. But yeah, thank you for your question.
Okay, now I some response on the second and the third question. So the second I associate with the question about the Chicago plan somehow. Yeah? Should we get to narrow banks somehow? Yeah. Or should we regulate banks out of the money creation business? I mean, certainly retail CBDC, if you get it adopted, gets us some way along that dimension. I think it's impossible to implement the Chicago plan because you would never be able to regulate banks out of the money-making business. They would always find ways to get something like money creation. Even if you write something in law, they would create something else which is like money. So I don't think the Chicago plan is implementable, but I do see retail CBDC as a potential, option to get us a little bit along that way. And I don't think, by the way, that the Chicago plan would be the optimal thing. You probably want to have both things because you want to have some elastic money supply. So there's use of having that. And on the third point, I don't think it's going to be deposit insurance. It's the lender of last resort, right? That will,
bonds already sold off faster than the market. Market at a low. Still don't think this is moving us too much, but
often
you have other
comment
factors
at
play
I'm
right
trying
now.
to argue that
I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick while this is playing. Dollar might even go green again.
The consequences of that, because in essence the central bank could refinance the commercial banks. Then the answer is typically, well, that's crazy, right? Why would a central bank give a loan to commercial banks to refinance them, in particular if they don't have collateral to do this? But I think a useful perspective is that in the current situation, as we described before, everybody on the street believes that the central bank is actually backing the commercial bank when it comes to liquidity demand. So everybody believes that there is a lender of last resort standing ready to provide funds to the commercial banks if I go and ask for them. And right now in the current system, the depositors don't ask for collateral, right? But they do provide the funding to the commercial banks. So I do think this world in which we have retail CBDC out there and the central bank refinances the banking sector against no collateral is basically just making transparent what we currently have. And this approach to saying, oh, the current system is just working perfectly fine, but making it explicit with retail CBDC and then refinancing the banks, that's sort of out of the question because these guys don't have collateral. It's a bit of a schizophrenia, I think. So I'm not fully understanding that argument.
Would you like to add?
Oh, I've talked enough already.
So I think Dirk gave kind of a over.
Oh.
So my name is Michael Kumhoff. I'm asking as a private citizen. Can you answer what's the market failure? And let me offer. Huh?
Yeah.
It's not
No,
on.
it's on. I think
I can hear it.
it's on.
Okay.
Oh.
So what's the market failure? And let me offer an answer. It's rent seeking. The revenue from money creation is a rent. It depends on financial institutions having some market power and exploiting that. And alternatively, it could be exploited by the public sector. So when you have a rent, optimal policy is either to tax the rent, because that's much cheaper to tax the rent than to tax something distortionary, or to offer the rent-yielding thing yourself, which is what CBDC would be. What do you think about that answer?
Well, this rent comes from some absence of competition. We have 4,500 banks in the United States. I mean, how is that not a competitive world? I mean, I can understand if you had 3 banks or whatever, but...
But there is, nevertheless, a very large convenience yield of retail deposits.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's what I want to use a bank account for. That's why I'm willing to take no interest on that account, because I get this payment service from the banks to do this.
Right.
So I don't know why that's inefficient, that I have to then come in and
all I'm
do
saying
that.
is that's still a rent, and the public sector could offer this rent-yielding service itself, and that is not an inefficient thing to do.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced that this is a pure rent in the classic sense. There are profits to be made from operating a bank and doing these things, and lots of competition will drive down those costs, just like anything else. And I guess what you're saying
pretty
is
cool
that there isn't
concept.
enough competition to drive
Viewing
down
like
those
money
rents.
creation, you saying
I just
rent?
have a hard time for the U.S. seeing when that's not the case. If my bank,
I don't think
screws me, I
Waller
go to
likes
another
this.
one. That has better service, better performance, better rates, and I know it works well for me. So I guess I don't know what the situation is elsewhere, but I just find this not a very convincing argument.
Dirk, you seem to disagree. Anything to add?
No,
Dirk?
I don't disagree. I mean, I like the one point that I've made in the past.
like,
in
"Are you
past
guys
work
beefing?"
Is if we think about not the banking system as not being homogeneous, so not having all banks being the same, we think about large banks and small banks, and large banks possibly having some types of competitive advantages. Then one thing I do see is that a retail CBDC, if it was offered in a way, and I would imagine it would be offered through the banks, but if it was offered in a way that all private banks could offer it in some sense on an equal footing, then it could level the playing field to some extent, and it could result in a situation where small banks are more able to compete with large banks just through the improvement in the quality of services, broader services that they're providing. That's the one area where I see that the retail CBDC could have some potentially positive benefit.
Anna Grodecka-Messi from the Riksbank. So I have kind of a question related to what you just said. So about the broad motivation for issuing CBDCs. So I always thought that part of the motivation is financial inclusion and making unbanked people banked. Or like giving them access to digital money at least. But we are talking now about almost sure two-tier structure, right, where private banks play a very important role. So I wonder whether it doesn't undermine part of the motivation behind the CBDC. Like, how do we make sure that this CBDC money stored at private banks is really safe and is really like cash? I understand that they will not be holding it on their balance sheets, but still they will be intermediating the money. So isn't it kind of going against the philosophy of CBDC by providing people with this non-commercial bank money?
So I'm not super convinced that financial inclusion is a good argument for CBDC. I think there's, to me, a clear case that you can regulate banks to offer these accounts to anybody if you want them to do this. So that seems to me not too difficult to do. So I'm not too convinced of that perspective. But what I do agree with, what you just said, is that if you want to introduce a product that should partly at least compete with private sector products, and you let it be administered by exactly those guys that issue deposits, I mean, there seems to be a little bit of a conflict of interest. So you certainly have to make sure that those guys are doing the kind of job that you would expect them to do. So there is some tension, I think, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sergey Sarkisian from Wharton. I have a question for Dirk. So you mentioned about inefficiencies that CBDCs could potentially solve. It seems that most of them can be solved if central banks create fast payment systems and make sure that all market participants at least have access to it, except for cross-border payments. But cross-border payments, it seems that we need some coordination between central banks to make sure they work. So why do you think central banks think about CBDCs if probably they should be thinking about fast payment system? For example, if Riksbank creates RIX, why do they need e-krona?
Well, the kind of frictions in the banking sector that I had in mind are different ones. So I do believe, contrary to what Chris said, that there is some lack of competition in the deposit markets, at least in the US. My reading
I think the European Geely explores sale of 100 million Volvo cars.
These papers for
That's coming out now. It's European stocks
that
still hitting lows on U.S. Dollar just rocketed it up. I've kept this up here in the bottom right, but it is euro close now, yeah. So let's see. You've given up gains. I mean, it's decent now. Like I said, you're at the lows of Monday.
And again, my argument
and if we start going around here, 44.50-ish, 44.58, that is your danger zone.
Too costly. Or dealing with those through Pigouvian incentives is sort of too costly from a taxpayer perspective. Then there could be a case that even from a private point of view, liquidity provision through private banks is the more efficient way to dealing with it. From the social point of view, the public provision could become the more efficient way to doing it. Whether this is the case, I don't know.
Okay.
I want to follow up on Michael's question, because Dirk reminded me. So one of the things you said was tax away the rents. We do that with regulatory policy. There's a lot of
somebody's selling
costs
3.4% of Volvo right now, the shares.
It eats away at a lot of that rent.
I don't know if there's an ADR.
But you don't tax it at that margin, right? Necessarily. I mean, do you get the quantity margin right with this? Probably not, right? To the contrary,
These are always brute force instruments, correct?
So you violate the Friedman rule in some sense, right? While you would like to.
Where did that come from? We're talking about extracting rents from the banks, and now you throw the Friedman rule at me.
Isn't it the same thing?
I feel like they're kind of ganging up on it. They're asking him some
efficiency, I think, argument about.
He's like, I thought I'm here to just laugh.
You want to get rid of the liquidity premium, right? Isn't that, to me, seems like the
I took
Friedman
that
rule.
as a different statement. Michael's was about banks have a monopoly power to issue money.
Right.
That's not about the Friedman rule.
No, I think it's the same thing.
If you eliminate that market power, you get a lot closer to the Friedman rule.
Well, as far as I always understood the Friedman rule, it's like you want a zero-cost liability claim to the person that's holding it.
But the cost of creating bank deposits is the margin between the loan and the deposit rate, basically. And part of that margin is the convenience yield on the deposit side.
Yeah, I guess from all the research and the models I do, I have a very clear idea what the Friedman rule is, which is what Friedman said. So I'm not quite sure what spreads do between loan rates and deposit rates are.
I agree. They all do laugh like rich insider traders. I don't know what an insider trader laugh would sound like, but I feel like it'd be like that.
There was another question right there in the back.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I just made like $10 billion off of like making money off of pressing a button, like because I'm the one with the only monopoly on it, I feel like I laugh like that. Definitely, I agree with you, Braxton. I agree. I agree.
There was this concern about the virtual currency areas and that it could, threaten.
Even they heard the joke.
National.
I know it's bad.
Currencies, and this was also the kind of turnover or the change of the CBDC debate. Have you? What?
It's good. It's good. It's good.
Yeah. So during the last couple of years now, when we have
I'm not even listening for the market at this point. This is just getting very.
Is this something
this is such like a weird European version of our Fed meetings?
That CBDC
and he's like kind of getting grilled
relevance for
subtly.
These kind of problems to safeguard the relevance of the national currency.
Well, I'll just give them, I mean, the whole DM project, what made everybody nervous was it was creating a private money, pseudo-anchored by a basket of currencies, but that's, I think, what the original Libra project had everybody upset about. Later, they came back and said, we're going to issue a stable coin pegged dollar for dollar to the US dollar. So in that sense, it looks kind of like a commercial bank account. And that was the model that they had at the end. And the whole idea of that model was you give them $1, they would put it in a bank to put straight into a central bank reserve account, and then they would issue a DM, not Libra, a DM on the Facebook platform to trade and do various things. So in a way, it was almost a run-proof model. Every dollar they got went right into a reserve account at the Federal Reserve. The concern was we didn't know who were operating the wallets that everybody was going to have their money in. And that was where the problem was. We have no idea who that is, and it'd be like saying we don't know who some bank is that is holding all your checking account. That scares us. So that, at the end, that was the biggest problem, from what I understand with DM, was we had no idea who was regulating and controlling the wallets that Facebook, Meta, was going to issue to handle their DM. So
all
that's
right,
what
low
kinda
ticker
killed that
picking
whole
up
project.
here.
Yeah,
I mean, you do have a 4-week
the
bond
original
auction, but I don't think
fear
that's what's
about it was
moving
that
you right
it
now.
was its own unit of account.
But then
And
again,
so-
you
so
never
that
know
had
in this
this
environment.
ability
But
to
we've already been
threaten
selling off
monetary
before that.
sovereignty
You've
and
given up.
make
You probably
money
moved
places,
like
particularly
0.5 to
small
0.7
emerging
today,
economies.
intraday, like top to bottom.
So it was scary for those reasons, but it was also
Again, the dollar's
scary,
probably
well, because Facebook is so big.
the only thing besides
in some
equities
sense
that doesn't look good.
That
The dollar's just
fear
at
in
break
some
even.
sense carried over to thinking about PayPal, which has 430 million customers in 200 countries, that kind of thing. But another big issue that comes about when thinking about things like Libra, and it's also true of the stablecoin idea, is who's going to control money? And I don't necessarily just mean central bank money. We have a monetary system that uses central bank money and commercial bank money, and we believe in that system. And do we want payments to be made through that system, or do we want payments to leave that system and go into Ethereum and be used for stablecoins, or move to some walled garden platform that Facebook creates? No, we believe that
Wait,
the best
you
thing for
could get
society is
money
that
at
payments
Olive
are made from
Garden?
people that
How you
try
get
to
Olive
manage the
Garden
system
staple?
on
Is it
their-
Olive Garden or
for their
Olive Garden?
best
I don't know.
interests. And
I love
to
all
extent
the
you can't
bread stick at
necessarily
the
ban
Olive
these
Garden.
things,
Very good.
You want to improve your systems and make things that people prefer to these systems. And that's, I think, what started with Libra and continues as we see new things come along, is we're even further emboldened to continue to improve our systems to make them the best alternative for consumers to make payments. And that doesn't necessarily just mean central bank money, it means commercial bank money. It means the preserving the existing system, but upgrading it for new technologies.
Yeah, my name is Carl Andreas Clausen. I work at the Riksbank. I have a very practical question, and let me pose it in the Swedish setting. I think it's more general. So will Sweden, or will the Riksbank have to issue a Swedish CBDC if the ECB is to issue one?
Where's the people from the Riksbank?
Yeah. Let me give a very short answer. So it is the decision of the Riksbank whether to issue a CBDC or not. But there was another question right in front of two lines. Yeah, another one there. So we need to speed up a little bit because we are running close to the end of the panel. So let me collect questions. So that's the last chance. So we will collect and then wrap up.
Just a small comment on the DM.
Oh, you're hitting
side.
another low.
The
Just
risk
very
of DM is not only
slow burn since
actually,
Euro
the model
close,
was
man.
Very similar.
Even
to
then,
the
even a
typical
little prior
e-money
to it, but
issuance. So,
had your pop. But ever since Euro close, you've just been
will go one
slow
to one.
meltdown.
The
You didn't get to a high this time.
That the regulations for e-money that have been developed in the 90s and the early 20s are not designed for systemically important
I could hear you.
stablecoin issues. So the major problem here is that the size actually would matter here.
It was not a
And
whisper on a microphone.
I think the regulations, the existing regulations, were not enough to regulate some providers like DM or
she whispered, but
so
her mic was like on full blast.
That's one of the major issues there.
So, Wilco?
Yes.
Name and affiliation.
They were telling her, you got to hurry this up.
Wilco Bolt from the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam and the Dutch Central Bank. I have a simple question too, I think. So imagine a world without cash. So no dollars, paper dollars, greenbacks anymore, no Rix Krona's, no euro coins, no euro notes, nothing. Do you want to rely completely on MasterCard and Visa card for all your payments, you know?
No.
Then it becomes time in the US, I guess, to
I
also
like all the
regulate
scenarios that
interchange
they've given
on,
today.
Credit cards.
So I'll make a very quick answer that there's a mix up between the payment rails and what the object is.
I'm talking about payments now. So in the payment area, there is no cash anymore, nix, nothing. And there's only cards. So do you
That's
want?
like
Do you
99%
want?
of the
Do you
US
want?
now.
Sorry. No. Because
no,
you
no,
always
Habibi.
have. Actually, cash is still disciplining. Has a disciplining.
This guy
device for
vibes though.
prices. If that is
He's
gone,
like, fuck
if
yeah,
that's
nah,
completely
dog,
gone,
for real, facts.
who tells me that those card companies, which are huge companies with the highest return on equity of all companies in the world, do not increase their fees? So you rely completely on a service that has strong public good characteristics is provided by only private parties. Well, that can go wrong. So the question is, how do you see that in a world without cash and coins and notes and completely relying on very large platforms, card networks?
It's a good question. It's a good
in
potential
retail.
worry,
So
but
it's the payment. I'm talking about payments now.
So let me
Yeah,
take
it's
the
not
last
like- I don't think
question,
it's
then
too crazy.
Each of you will have the opportunity to wrap up, and yeah.
Well, I'm Mariana Rojas Breu. I had a very similar question, actually. I thought that central banks are thinking of retail CBDC not to solve maybe a market failure now, but in anticipation of what could happen in some years, just that you have to prepare in advance. You cannot come out with the CBDC at once. So I thought that, at some point cash disappears totally. How would depositors be able to exert, the right of withdrawal, which we know discipline banks? That's my question.
Okay. So who would
Foot
like to go
Locker and
first?
multi-year partnership with NBA.
I'll just make, this is tied to both questions, which is at the end of the day,
Yeah.
what
Announces
you care about is the
multi-year
ability
NBA
to
and
say,
Foot Locker,
as
multi-year
Mario, you were just
partnership.
saying,
Foot Locker's
I walk
running
in and
off
I
of
say,
it.
I want my commercial bank
Yeah, I
deposit
didn't think it would be
converted
that
into
crazy.
cash.
No way. Foot
All the
Locker's
central
running
bank has to
pretty
do is
decent.
make a promise that it will make sure that it can happen. You don't actually have to have this stuff in circulation. I just need the promise to you that if that's what you want, I will give it to you. And then you can use it however you want. So we know in economics, a lot of things can be done just by the threat of doing things.
If I cannot pay with that, so who prevents MasterCard to raise fees?
These are payment system issues. This has nothing to do with the object itself. You said you wanted an object to pay with outside of the system. I'm just giving you.
Okay.
I can certainly make that, a promise to you that you can have the cash if you want it. Whether anybody takes it from you is a different statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think related. But I think the
There
problem
you
in
go. A
some
little
ways is
debate.
that's a pretty extreme hypothetical.
Foot Locker multi-year partnership with
No
NBA.
jurisdiction is talking about getting rid of cash
Right here.
completely.
Right.
So what
Just
we're
ca-
really
literally
talking
just
about
came out. I
is
didn't think it
what,
would
if
move the
anything, goes
stock, but it's
wrong
popping
as
pretty
the amount
decent.
of cash in circulation gets smaller and smaller, and it's not entirely clear that that is a problem. There are certain tipping points that are reached where suddenly, Sweden, of course, is the best example, where stores no longer feel it's worthwhile to accept cash, where banks don't want to even deal with cash. We've moved through those tipping points and things have functioned reasonably smoothly. I think the idea of having no cash is something that we're not entertaining, and yeah, I think the idea of having very small amounts of cash in circulation, this is something that we're dealing with today.
So I agree that you need an epsilon bit of cash as an outside option, and it makes a big difference. And since we talked a little bit about the difference between Europe and US before, I do think that there is a major difference in perspectives on the motivations for CBDC for exactly that reason, because those credit card companies are obviously American ones and not European ones. Right?
Thanks a lot. So let me wrap up. So I think we agree that the one-to-one conversion between private and public money is important, but we don't agree whether we need a CBDC to ensure that. We also see that technology is a hot topic and evolving quickly, but whether this will lead to a complete disappearance of cash and whether this will create major problems for the one-to-one conversion.
Okay, we're done. That's it. CBDC. He didn't say anything. His statements actually didn't hit the wire. I don't know how they covered that little meeting, but it seems like that one kind of slipped through the cracks there. Again, Waller, I don't know. I didn't even verify if he is a voter. Fed voters 2023. I literally Google this every time. You know, I memorize a lot of stuff, but I always have to double check this. He is a voter, so he does hold a little bit more weight than that, but he did not say it. There was just CBDC. He does this every year. I think the last 2 years in a row, Waller has done some CBDC conference of some sort and talks about it. So you may have already heard it. They were getting a little heated there, asking all sorts of questions. Not much came up about rates or the economy. Again, he talked a little bit about banks and the financial condition. Even Michael Barr today, that was the other Fed speaker. Again, he didn't talk monetary policy. That's what he talked about. But for the most part, so far, no Fed speaker. You know, even the title today is Fed speakers versus the market rally. They didn't do anything, and even then, the market didn't really want to rally. It was up a little bit in the morning at one point. Like an hour and a half ago, you guys were asking me, what were you saying? You were like, is this rally? You're like, why are we so green? It's hard to remember who's a voter. Yeah, and then they switch it up. So that's the part that sucks. Because, last year, again, we would follow, Bullard. Bostic was a voter, and now he's not. Bullard don't even work there anymore. But, yeah, I don't know. That question, again, they got a little heated there at the end. They were asking if, again, he was saying if CBDC, if they're setting it up now for something in the future so that if there is another crisis or something else, it's ready to go versus using it now. But, I mean, we've had this conversation a lot. I'm not a fan of CBDCs. I think it's very useless. Again, like I said, he even said it himself. They are OVV. Is that oil still slipping? Yeah, another low. I'm down now 380 on the MCL. So, again, I went green on that just maybe an hour ago, too. So, then those all flipped. Oil's down 4.4. So, again, very close to becoming one of those bigger days of the years. But it's been doing this. And then Fitch muted U.S. college and university net tuition growth and challenging inflation will constrain operating margins this academic year. What is that? That's a weird-ass comment from Fitch. How is the dollar running and oil slipping? I mean, if that's the case, what people are going to be saying is the economy and slowdown data. But at the end of the day, I mean, oil, I'm very, very hard-pressed to believe its signals because it's been so volatile and stable at the same time. But that's probably a reason why I think people are worried. Anytime I see oil drop more than 4%, 3%, but especially 4 or 5% now, usually you start getting into economic slowdown, demand slowdown. Again, there was China data and then there was bad consumer data and all of that. There was EIA numbers yesterday as well too, and it was already down. That's the thing. So just overall, there hasn't been anything good. The pressure in the Middle East has died down. You're getting a ceasefire already, even though it's been a month of that, a little bit more. So there's a lot of things factoring into it. But, when oil starts dropping big like that on one day, usually people start looking towards economic demand. And, I mean, unfortunately, you haven't had a shortage of that as far as, interpreting that on the day. Baba, China yesterday, last night, even into today with their consumer. Then now Walmart, it leaves people feeling a certain way, not to mention just everything else going on. What do I think of the new Call of Duty? I haven't played it. I have not played the new Call of Duty. I think I've disappointed some of y'all. I played Fortnite. That one was free $99. Otherwise, I've only been playing 2K. I haven't nerded out that much. Moss family. Yeah, they said they're selling like $10 million. I don't think it's anything crazy. But again, Baba's earnings, like Baba said they're canceling a spinoff. Baba announced the spinoff like 3 to 6 months ago, and that thing brought everything up. Like I think their stock went up 10%, a little bit more that day or that week again, and then they came back and then said, "Nah, we're not doing that anymore." So that, and then they have their dividend now. That's the crazy part. If you guys don't know, if some of you wanted to, do you guys realize Alibaba is now a dividend stock? So it's only a 1% yield after today, but like that's the news. So it's kind of a catch-22. They canceled the spin-off plans. You know, you would have bought Baba, and then you would have been able to get shares in all of their little companies. But in this case, now you get a $1 per share dividend. Not bad, not bad. Oh, Marcus Hanlon, there he is. Somebody asked the other day. They're like, wait, Marcus did F350? And I said, yeah. And I was like, you'll see him in here. He gonna show love to the chat. What did you hit a play? I said, you gonna see him, baby. He always show up, baby. He always here. Horna. God bless you, my guy, once again. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, he's hooking you up, dog. Amen. Amen. The Twitch, we gave some Twitch gifts out too the other day. You know, y'all hooked up the youngins who were like, how do I get into the stocks? I have like 30 years before I lose my hairline. What should I do? And y'all encouraged them. Amen. Amen. Rahm Emanuel on Bloomberg talking about business CEOs gave Z a standing ovation. Yeah, people were very critical about that. So there's one guy, they were talking about it on Bloomberg this morning. One dude was like clowning, or he sent a letter because I don't know the price. I didn't follow up to see if it's confirmed, but apparently there was one report in the morning from Bloomberg saying that they people to go to that event were spending $40,000 a ticket. So people were spending 40 grand a ticket to just show up there and pretty much like hype up Xi Jinping and be around there. Not to mention everything else that we did. But then it's good, and then Biden's like, fuck you, still a dictator. Yeah, go back home. Bye, dictator. Yeah, I mean it. What do you mean? It was clear. He runs a different country. He's a dictatorship, man. AMD, once again, man, I have that up here in the bottom right. Clicked on it a little bit ago. Not everything's bad. I mean, let's take a breakdown. Let's take a look. Flip. Peach Nation, stand up. You saw some new peaches today, too, man. I can't believe it. I got there right at time with the peach, too. That was amazing. God bless you. God bless you, Juice. You feeling good? And right now we got SPY 300 names down, 200 names in the green. So in the morning you had more names green. So NASDAQ 100, 58 red, 43 green. So there you go. You got a lot in the red. Oh, we did miss push-ups. 8:30. We get either way. Let's do it. I won't give you. How about this? I won't give you the full speech, but like let's stand up and do some push-ups, huh? How about that? Like, and then we'll do it again in like 30 minutes. I need me that shoulder workout, bro. You know what I'm saying? Got to move around. Got to jog in place. Maybe do a jumping jack. Do you hear me? I'm moving around. I don't know. Can you hear it in my voice? I'm jogging in place right now. I don't know. But yeah, get up, man. Stand up. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Just go ahead. Do a push-up. You know, they said sitting is the new smoking. And then corny mother effers are going to tell me that they smoking right now. So listen, man, pick your poison. But either way, you should get moving a little bit. I'm about to do it. You were thinking about push-ups, right? As I said, that's great. We're a little behind, but it leaves us opportunity to do it again. You know what I'm saying? U.S. ambassador to Japan, Emmanuel, says Xi Jinping desperate for U.S. investment. Oh, man. Sending the like. Hey, man. Got gym later, but I got you. Yeah, I do too. I got gym later too. This is, honestly, I'm just seeing this as I even got back biceps today, man. So these shoulder workouts might prepare a little bit. Whirlpool, why would you hold them currently? It's a good. I haven't looked at like their debt position and the interest and all that, but I mean, pretty good company in general. They're going to be around, and you could kind of see Whirlpool as a pseudo link or beta to home builders. There we go. I'm still doing my stretches, man. Let's go. We'll do some more in a little. Aramco in advanced talks for FIFA sponsorship. All right. Why is it down today? It's so, bro. We'll see by the end of the day, but I think today is just our breather. Again, even bonds changed a lot from the morning, but I mean, ironically enough, the question for the first half of this morning so far, it's still very early, was why are we in the green? So there was bad earnings in the morning here in the U.S. The jobless claims was actually better, but I don't think anything had too much of an impact. And then you're still kind of following up from everything last night, the movement, the China stuff, and everybody trying to settle into this rally and figure out what are we going to do. And, I mean, before you know it, coming into next week, it is the holidays. So keep that in mind. All right. There you go. Stretch is done. Just like that, baby. Just like that. TLT does not seem to be holding up well. It's up a lot. That's the thing. It's very, like, awkwardly volatile when you look at it. So, yeah. Are we streaming live next week? We should be. I got the turkey ordered. So, we're going to have our Colts giving. But then GM workers approved new deal by slim margin. Like I said, I mean, I hate the holiday market sometimes. I mean, if we want to take a little vacation prior, I was going to say, I wasn't planning for vacation until like end of the year, so it kind of crept up. But like, you could chill if you want. I don't know. Maybe I'll just play 2K on the side. I don't know. Thanksgiving, yeah, man. Just kick it with the fam. Get our cult Thanksgiving going. That's about it. That's it. Be thankful. Then Black Friday shopping. I don't know if I'm going to go. We'll see. But my girlfriend loves it. She goes because again, if Friday the market's still open, it's just a half day. But she goes ahead. Rig count tomorrow, then 20-year bond auction Monday. I think the 20-year bond auction, that has the ability to move us next week. But after that, it'll be like real estate data and other things. But you know, we don't have the big data now for at least another week after that. We got some, and then it's holidays, and then before we know it, it'll be December. So we have a lot of time to burn, at least the second half now, the ending of we're about to end November, essentially. You know, just because the holidays, I know it's only second week, but we're ending that now. Next week will be Thanksgiving, and then after that, it's just a couple more days, and then I guess, 2 weeks from now, it'll be Friday. And then 1 week of trading will be very slow and with a close day and a half day. So pretty much next week, you're going to have like 3 days of trading. Or, yeah, you'll have 3.5. Play 2K, throw up a Newswire and Spy Chart. Chill. If there's any big news, you'll be ready. That's good. We could flip it over because I don't know if you've seen the 2K stream. Sometimes on the 2K stream at night, I'll throw up the E-Trade in the bottom right. I'll throw up the 2K in the bottom right next to the Newswire. Only 10%. Why y'all beefing, bro? Yellow card. Please, no beef. Where's the other guy? Who is he beefing with? That's it, man. You gotta get. Where's the other guy? I don't see the other guy. How come he slipped by? I can't even give the other dude a yellow card. Yeah, man. And Walgreens, they've been going through a struggle of switching things. I like the new CEO or CFO that they put in, but I believe in it for the long term. I think some people got a little worried too, even with the decline, about their dividend and asking some of those questions. You either fell into a doom loop or not. Again, Rite Aid didn't help them out, but I do think Walgreens is going to be good. We made one addition earlier this year, and that's still down like 20% or something, but I'm just chilling on them. I don't know about adding more, but depending on if they go a little lower, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but I still feel pretty solid about them in the next 10 years. AIRE, I have this up, but I don't know. Real Alpha Tech up 22. It look active for a day like today. Very good, you know. Very good. You could take it. Where's Walmart? Did Walmart go any lower? They just held, man. That one sucked. Where's the cybersecurity ones? Juniper. That one should have hit in the morning. They played us. What's the other one? Oracle and Cisco. And then Palo Alto. Yeah, nothing. Even the post-earnings plays didn't move that much. Oh, Fed Cook. I believe that a soft landing is possible. Risks are two-sided. Must balance risk of tightening, not tightening policy enough against risk of tightening policy too much. Chad, you've already heard this. Again, Fed Cook, though. I'm getting statements now. Watch live. Global linkage, risk, and spillovers. Fed Cook, there's a risk that continued demand momentum could slow pace of disinflation.
Global linkages. Okay. It is fitting not only because we are beside the Golden Gate, we're just a few blocks away.
So statements are coming out. Only 12 people are watching this. It's
making their
Vimeo.
way to port, but also because this conference has once again brought together scholars and friends from as far away as Shanghai, Atlanta, and Fontainebleau. And it is timely because the discussion of the ties that bind us is as important as ever. To start off this conference on global linkages, I am going to discuss supply shocks, policy spillovers, and common challenges faced by monetary policymakers in recent years.
May mean each central bank needs to do less. She warned
when the
of the
global
risk.
pandemic hit in the spring of 2020, economies around the world shut down or sharply limited activity, especially for in-person services. Also, it quickly became apparent that shutdowns in any one economy were exacerbated by reduced availability of supplies from other economies. Policymakers around the world faced the common challenge of supporting incomes and limiting the scarring from temporary shutdowns in activity. The response was similar across countries. Fiscal support, particularly to help those most in need, although the magnitude differed in part because of differences in fiscal space. Initially aimed at preventing sharp financial and economic deterioration, monetary policy easing was later extended to support the nascent economic recovery. Policy rates were cut to or held near zero in both advanced and emerging market economies. A wide range of central banks also bought assets to support market functioning and provide stimulus once overnight policy rates hit their effective lower bounds. As economies gradually reopened, demand surged, especially for goods, but supply chains were slower to recover, leading to a global surge in inflation. That surge was followed by a further upswing in inflation after February 2022, when Russia's invasion of Ukraine caused a shock to global supplies of commodities, including oil and natural gas, food and fertilizers, and numerous manufacturing inputs. With inflation unacceptably high, monetary policy turned toward tightening. Central banks in several emerging market economies began to tighten first, seeking to prevent a de-anchoring of inflation expectations that could cause elevated inflation to become entrenched. Starting in March 2022, the Federal Reserve raised its policy rate 5.25 percentage points, and it has been shrinking the size of its balance sheet once since June of that year. Those actions have tightened U.S. financial conditions, acting to dampen U.S. aggregate demand. Activity in the housing sector has slowed significantly, with 30-year mortgage rates rising to more than 7%, and business spending has been constrained by high interest rates and reduced credit availability. Over the past year, amid tightening financial conditions globally, inflation has come down from its peak in most economies. In the U.S., inflation is measured by the 12-month change in the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index has fallen from 7.1% in June 2022 to 3.4% in September of this year. Core inflation has declined from a peak of 5.6% in February 2022 to 3.7% in September. I believe the Federal Reserve's actions contributed to this fall in inflation by both restraining aggregate demand and by keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. The fall in headline inflation was helped by declines in global commodity prices from their 2022 peaks. The spot price of Brent crude oil dropped from about $115 per barrel in April 2022 to just over $80 most recently. Global agricultural prices have also retreated from their peaks, though they remain elevated. These price declines occurred partly because of the supply of energy and other commodities has been less disrupted than feared in mid-2022. In addition, the U.S. has become an increasingly important supplier of energy on the global market, with U.S. production of crude oil and natural gas reaching all-time high levels. Importantly, global supply chains have largely recovered from their disruptions, with a return to pre-pandemic levels of indicators such as the share of manufacturing inputs in short supply. The recovery has occurred both because of supply responses motivated by high prices for transportation and key inputs, and because of a shift in demand from goods back toward services. One big open question we will discuss at this conference is how global supply chains have changed since the pandemic. Supply is also a significant part of the deceleration in U.S. shelter prices. A surge in completions of multifamily housing has contributed to the sharp slowing of rent increases on new leases this year. Over time, that slowing will feed into a continued decline of inflation in rents and owners' equivalent rents, the rents that homeowners forgo by living in their own homes rather than renting them out, thus contributing importantly to the expected further reduction in overall U.S. inflation. In the U.S., labor supply, which fell because of the effects of the pandemic, has recovered significantly over the past 2 years, boosted by rebounds in labor force participation and immigration. The labor force participation rate at 62.7% in October has increased by 0.5 percentage point over the last 12 months, while participation of prime age workers, those 25 to 54 years of age, has increased nearly twice as much. As a result, the prime age participation rate is now above its pre-pandemic level and is near its highest point since 2002. The rise has been especially strong for prime age women, whose participation recently reached a record high level. Over this year, payroll growth has slowed but remained strong, and a broad set of indicators show labor demand and labor supply coming into better balance. Currently, there are 1.5 job openings per unemployed worker. While still a high level historically, it is down from its peak of 2.0 early last year and is much closer to the pre-pandemic ratio of 1.2. Quits, which soared during the pandemic, have fallen since early 2022 and were close to their 2019 average in July, an indication that workers are less certain of finding another job in a cooling labor market. The work week, which rose to very high levels during the pandemic when firms could not find enough workers, has returned to pre-pandemic levels. And surveys of employers suggest that hiring and retention are not as difficult as they were last year. To be sure, it is a good thing that the easing in supply-demand imbalances in the labor market and the disinflation we are seeing thus far have taken place with only a modest increase in the unemployment rate, which was 3.9% in October. As I have discussed, That favorable combination likely reflected an easing of supply constraints, including in the labor market. I'm also encouraged by the strong growth in labor productivity over the past 2 quarters, which, if sustained, could contribute to further progress toward price stability. I believe that a soft landing is possible with continued disinflation and a strong labor market, but it is not assured. In setting monetary policy, we need to seek a policy stance that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation back to 2% over time. I see risks as two-sided, requiring us to balance the risk of not tightening enough against the risk of tightening too much. We have seen continued momentum in economic growth and consumer spending, even in the face of monetary policy tightening over the past year and a half. There is a risk that such continued momentum in demand could keep the economy and labor market tight and slow the pace of disinflation. But I am also attuned to the risk of an unnecessarily sharp decline in economic activity and employment. Some parts of the economy are showing strain from tighter financial conditions. Households at the lower end of the income and wealth distributions have largely exhausted their excess savings, while delinquencies on auto loans and credit cards have risen to pre-pandemic levels or higher. Small businesses generally borrow for shorter terms than larger businesses, and they face tighter credit conditions and higher rates as they roll over those short-term loans. Home builders have done surprisingly well over the past year and a half, but they see the current level of mortgage rates as substantially slowing demand. As we try to identify the full lagged effects of monetary policy tightening, I am considering whether small businesses, the housing sector, and low and moderate income households could be warning of broader stress ahead. The linkages we are talking about today connect us in ways that are economically beneficial, but also have the potential to transmit stress. For that reason, I am also attentive to the risk of renewed global economic shocks. In recent weeks, oil prices have been volatile, but are down from their September peaks. However, amid highly elevated geopolitical tensions, the risk of a sharp rise in global energy prices remains salient. I also see signs of subdued economic growth in our major trading partners, whose health affects U.S. economic conditions related to our dual mandate. China's economic growth has remained below pre-pandemic rates, and activity in its property sector has been extremely weak. In Europe, recent data point to muted growth as the region deals with tightened financial conditions and the effects of past energy price shocks. The Federal Open Market Committee is, of course, focused on our dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices in the U.S. But I recognize that we act in a world of global markets and strong economic linkages. I pay close attention to the spillovers of our policies abroad and spillovers to our economy from monetary policy in other countries. And Federal Reserve staff have done considerable work over the years to understand and quantify these two-way spillovers. I will draw on some of that work in the discussion that follows. We would expect the monetary policy of one country to have spillovers to other economies through 3 main channels. The first channel works through domestic demand. Taking the U.S. as an example, when U.S. monetary policy tightens, U.S. aggregate demand slows, lowering U.S. imports of foreign products and dampening foreign gross domestic product, GDP, and foreign inflation. The second channel, the financial channel, captures the effects of the rise in U.S. longer-term yields that typically accompanies a tightening of U.S. monetary policy. Higher U.S. longer-term yields lead international investors to rebalance their portfolios from foreign to U.S. assets, tightening foreign financial conditions and reducing GDP and inflation in foreign economies. The fact that the bulk of international transactions are denominated in dollars gives U.S. monetary policy an especially salient role through the financial channel. The third channel is the exchange rate channel. A surprise increase in U.S. interest rates relative to foreign rates usually leads to dollar appreciation. This currency movement lowers the prices of foreign goods and services relative to those
This
of
is
the
Lisa
US,
Cook, and then I think
thereby
Fed
restraining
Mester
US GDP
is going
and
to come up
strengthening
after,
foreign
but she's a
GDP.
voter.
The weaker
4 is
currency
popping.
and the resulting
bonds
higher
came back up
activity
too.
abroad
Oil
tend
still
to push
clapped.
up foreign inflation. But for
then you're
economies
above
that
the
rely
level
heavily
yesterday's
on
low.
dollar-denominated debt and have less well-anchored inflation expectations, exchange rate depreciation can increase balance sheet mismatches and increase risk premia with adverse consequences for GDP. So in the end, while currency depreciation unambiguously raises inflation, its effect on GDP can be ambiguous for some countries. All told, the relative strength of the three channels determines the overall sign and magnitude of the foreign effects of domestic monetary policy tightening. However, quantifying spillovers is challenging, as the magnitudes and even the signs through the different channels depend on a multitude of structural features of the global economy. Moreover, the size of spillover effects also depends on the drivers of the monetary policy tightening. For instance, when the tightening occurs in the context of high growth, the positive spillovers from that growth can partially offset the adverse spillovers from tightening of financial conditions. The importance of the context in which monetary policy is changing is increasingly being emphasized in the literature, such as the paper to be presented in session 4 of this conference. The staff of the Federal Reserve also have looked at these differences using both event study and model-based approaches. An additional concern, very relevant to the current situation, is what happens when monetary policy is being tightened simultaneously across a wide set of economies. When this concurrent tightening happens, cross-border financial spillovers could amplify the effects of our respective tightening. Of course, when others are also tightening, each respective central bank may need to do a bit less to achieve the same outcomes because of these spillover effects. But in a world of uncertainty, it is hard to judge the exact size of these spillovers. Given the extent of monetary policy tightening globally over the past 2 years, it is striking that emerging market economies have fared relatively well compared to what may have been expected. A number of factors may be at play. Several emerging market central banks undertook preemptive rate hikes that helped limit capital outflows, perhaps avoiding worse outcomes. Effective communication by advanced economy central banks may also have prevented greater financial market volatility. In addition, in these recent stress episodes, commodity prices were rising rather than falling,
you're right below VWAP.
which
Uber
benefited
was already
some
at the high.
vulnerable
Uber
emerging
still
market
keeps going.
economies that are commodity
Again,
exporters.
oil too is about to be
Of
near
course,
the low
many
once
other
again.
commodity importing economies did not have such an advantage. And some emerging market and developing economies, especially those with high dollar-denominated debt, have struggled amid high commodity prices and food security issues, as well as the resulting
Chad,
global rise in interest
somebody else
rates
gonna have to
following the
take that
inflationary
question.
shocks from Russia's war
Can I get the
against Ukraine.
translation, please? Thank you.
In some, U.S. monetary policy actions can produce spillovers abroad.
I'm not the
and
only one
create
working on my
trade-offs
AI
for
voice.
foreign monetary
Mhm.
policy.
Mhm.
Spillovers from foreign economies can be sizable for the U.S. as well, especially in the current environment in which many central banks have tightened policy rapidly to fight inflation.
NVIDIA new high now. Again, 2 big volume
In a
candles
world
on
of
Uber.
spillovers and global linkages, all of us have our unique responsibilities. At the Federal Reserve, we are responsible for getting U.S. inflation down to our target. And in doing so, we are aware and we are affected by and have effects on the world around us. Conferences like this one help to explore and understand our common interests and common connections and to spark ideas for addressing the challenges that confront all of us. Thank you.
No. Okay, bye. She's the voter. I don't know if Mester is going to pop up. Oh, that's it? Oh, I thought Mester was supposed to come up. That was like the global linkage in a post-pandemic world. Well, that was Lisa Cook. We, believe it or not, I don't think it was because what she said, but she did have a little bit of bullishness. We're talking about that here. That is why when we started going up. I don't know if that necessarily is the why. Again, I think today has a lot of back and forth. Not too long ago, people asking why we're red. We're still red, but you're barely red now on the indexes. Again, the dollar came back up there. Some of the chip makers are doing good. It's wild. He says, is this a channel just for info, or can I also get help? Well, none of it's a recommendation, but yeah, you could definitely, I think more info than help, depending on how you use info. But at the same time, I'm always down to walk you through anything, assuming it's genuine and that we could actually have the ability to cover it. Hell yeah. But then again, I've seen a lot of people just take info and create masterpieces with it. It's amazing. It's amazing. So either or, my brethren, either or. Yeah, in the chat here to help too. Again, a lot of people were even answering that question. Some of you guys are like, who is this speaking? Again, even the translation. Your follow, you're not good with English, but you seem really good. I do. I know we got Spanish translation in here. That's why I asked the Chad, and then the Vietnamese guy ended up translating it for me. But still, yeah, we love you, man. Hell yeah, don't worry about it. But get a long term. Buy and hold stocks for 10 years. You will probably get exposed to trading, whether I expose you to it or the world, or you already heard about it. But at the end of the day, the best thing to take advantage of the stock market, holding for a long time. And it's a great way, honestly, to just change your financial future. Believe it or not, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's still some people in here who doubt that, but for the most part, I think a lot of people can get behind the universal truth or the benefit of having a little bit of assets, and that's why long term goes a long way, baby. Oh, you got the English translation? Well, thank you, man. Thank you. That's cool. I think we might have that one covered. Popping in and say hi. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, man. I hope you're having a good day. I hope the day's good. Remember, you can make it a good day. Your attitude. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. It's good, man. Breathe in some good fresh air. Go. Oh, dude, the weather yesterday was crazy. I didn't even tell you guys. I want to post it, but, I don't want any of you to, hunt me down again. I say again because last time I be getting different cribs and shit. Fuck y'all. But, dude, lightning struck my house yesterday, and I have it on tape. Bro, it was the trippiest thing I've ever experienced. I kind of thought I died for a minute. But literally, bro, lightning struck my house. I don't know, maybe it didn't hit my house directly because less electronics went out. But, for a second, bro, everything tripped out. And my cameras, they, went. I have on camera just a bright light. Dude, it's and then even when I was sitting in the room, bro, all I saw was just a huge white light. That's it. Yeah, I videotaped it. Yeah, what do you mean? Am I not supposed to call it videotaping? Is that how I'm a boomer? Because I call it videotaping? What do you mean? I caught it on camera? What do you mean? What did I do? How do you reference it? I'm actually kind of curious. I saved the film. I recorded it. Yeah, it is on. I do got CCTV. You know what I'm saying? Lock it down. It's all the same. Film, video. You raised it. No, bro, it was crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's wild to I was blinded for a second, and then that's it. It was a trip, bro. So, but then again, it was nice outside. I opened up the garage. I walked outside. I was like, it's good, bro. It's good. You could protect my house as an electrician. I only needed the electrician when my electricity got robbed. But I feel, man, I don't know if y'all can. If you could prevent lightning strikes, though, I got a bigger job for you. We need to make some patents and stop. But I don't know though. It was trippy. I don't deal with that in Southern California. Your dad still uses VCR? No way. Who was it? Was that I think it was Pete Davidson? Started buying old school VHS stuff, but apparently some of those are worth money. So I don't know. Maybe. Have an electrician check your internal wiring. Some of the wires might have been fried. Everything works the same, but it was wild. I believe you were visited by an angel. Yeah, maybe. It wasn't that, because that wasn't subtle. But that, like, I would expect something more subtle, like a whisper or something. But that was loud, dude. It was terrifying. I've never, like, it was the trippiest thing ever. Uber, I got in the bottom right. They're killing it again. We still got those covered calls too. We're gonna do something with eventually, but still got like $6 more. Northrop Grumman explores ammunition co-production in Poland. I took Northrop to Poland. So they might be moving on that. Is that fair? No. Not really. You used to work for them? Let's go, baby. Were you an engineer, man? A lot of Chad engineers. We've had Chads work at like RTX too. Now they do real estate. Even Chads who worked at Boeing. Now they do real estate. Amen. Military industrial complex to real estate. Amen. Engineer. We got a lot of engineers. I don't know. I feel like stock trading does attract the engineer type, no? It's funny because I'm not the engineer type, but like at the same time, I feel like I've definitely encountered way more engineers in this profession than it's like you're either finance or engineer. Like when it's all said and done. Engineer here. I'm an engineer. Yeah, y'all like that smart shit. That's why too. But then that's why sometimes y'all like, why did y'all want this to make sense? But sometimes with the engineer, y'all got to be careful because once just pilots, you're like, why does this all just matter on one person? Nothing that I study boils down to one man named Jerome Powell. This makes no sense. So not too bad. I'm an engineer. I like watching the patterns. I work in media. Real-time video, data acquisition and preservation. You're in the real estate industrial complex. Hey, Lucid new SUV at LA Auto Show. Looks nice but expensive. Is that someone said Lucid Gravity? I don't keep up with Lucids. That's an awful. They shouldn't have called it Gravity because doesn't that mean it just plummets like a rock? That's an awful name, sir. Y'all should call it Lucid Anti-Gravity. It kind of looked like a weird Model X. It's nice. It's kind of nice, but like, it just get kind of weird. Like, don't tell me if that's what it looked like on the side. That's just weird. That looked too like. It don't look bad here. That don't look too bad. It still just looked like a bubbly town car, bro. I don't like this little two-tone thing, but I guess it's not. I don't know. It looks like a weird Mini X town car minivan. Model X minivan. That looks cool. How much is it? Lucid Gravity price. $80,000? What's wrong with that? That's not that bad. What do you mean? The other one's $150,000. The other Lucid is absolutely batshit. $80,000 for an SUV, isn't that? I think that might be the same price as the Model X or a little bit more. But it's not. Yeah, I'll pay $30K for it tops. It's not cheap, but it's not like it's not priced out of the range where it's like, okay, that's too high, dude. Aren't the Kias like 70 grand or like 60, bro? Time for the market to run. Well, you're above VWAP again. Maybe if the dollar wants to play around, but bonds again, they're good all day. Even when we were at the low of the day, bonds were still up by like 0.8, so it was good. The mail with the rolls. No, you told me yesterday though that they came down in value. I didn't get an email though, but I don't know the car. We've been talking a lot of cars every day. Low key, man. Low key. The car market, but then again, let's see at Christmas. I don't know. They said that the bigger purchases for Christmas is probably going to be a focus on less interest-sensitive items for the holiday seasons. Yeah, the Honda Genesis is more than 80 grand. I think that's insane. Model X is 68,000 now. That's not bad. But then again, man, good luck, Lucid. I think they're I don't know. SUV. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Lucidian. Wild Jenny. Then Baba, Walmart, nothing else flushed, bro. Yeah, you chilled. Oh, turned 29 years old today. God bless you, Josh, in the chat. Let's go. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy birthday. That's crazy, bro. So you've been here. You're not even 30. You're not even 30, and you've been here for 3 years, bro. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? You have spent over 10% of your life in the chat. Wow. So way to save 10%. And you have now done over 10% into the chat. Isn't that crazy? Happy birthday, baby. Happy birthday. I'm honored. I'm honored too, man. I'm honored too. Legend. 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 Happy birthday to anybody else out there too with the birthday. It's so wild. I don't know if y'all make it up, but I don't think you do. But it's like, it's crazy because like every day there is a birthday. We really do be having every day a birthday in the chat. Sometimes multiple. Like, it's kind of wicked to think about. On 3 years, I spent more time with the Chad than my brothers. You got brothers? How many brothers you have? Is that why you do steroids? No, I'm kidding. Is that how you got in the gym? I forgot, bro. I told you that one time, bro. It was like right after, it was like right around COVID. Did I tell you I kept calling some dude, like I kept making like a steroid joke to some dude, and he got like really mad, and he was about to like fucking roid rage on me. So I forgot. People get like hella bothered sometimes. So my bad. Got two. I got in the gym after my martial arts career ended. Oh man. Wait, so you were just beating mother effers up, and then you were like, all right, now I'm gonna lift. So how did you beat people up before? Like, did you work out, or is it just different types of workouts? You remember that? That was a funny moment, man. That was a funny moment. But like, cause I thought it was all fun and games for a really long time, and I just kept making steroid jokes, and then he really got bothered. I was like, okay, dude, it's not. I was like, it's a compliment, man. You look good, man. All right, I'll refrain. You are proving my point, though. The price tag for the Cadillac Celeste, is that new one? I don't know. The Cadillac EVs are expensive. They look kind of cool, though. They look kind of cool. Following you since 2020. My birthday was on Monday. You're almost at 10. Wait, no, is it at 4 years? Yeah, 4 years at 40. That'll be 10%, baby. Amen. Only people who took them at one point get bothered. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I was like genuinely curious, as well as, again, it was a compliment at the time, but yeah, maybe I'll have to take steroids to find out. That's one thing. When I get like old enough, bro, like once I really stop giving a F, I'm gonna do steroids one point in my life, maybe. I've always wanted to try it, man. I've heard so much about it. I don't think I will do it, but maybe that one's on my bucket list. Maybe just one little cycle, one little trend cycle. Call it a day. Just want to try. I want to see, bro. I want to see, because like I think naturally I could even get roid rage without roids. So I want to see what would happen. Like, there's a lot of theories I'd want to put to the test, and like I want to see, like, do I get swole? Like, what's up, man? Just one won't hurt. No, that's why I said like just like later, like once I told you, like once I'm like 90 or 80, God willing, like if I make it that far. That's what I'll just be like, let's try it now. Let's try it now. Say goodbye to the rest of your hair. Dude, we're going through a very messy breakup right now, man. So it's okay. It's okay. Went to the Brigantine in La Mesa. Great seafood, 1/2 oyster bar. Whoever there. Oh, I think they do have really good oysters. That, and then I'm gonna give you guys another one, Water Grill. That one, they're all these restaurants are like right next to each other in downtown. Water Grill has really good oysters, but like I low key been stopping eating oysters. I've been eating too many oysters, and like Like I think my mom reminded me. They're like, they're bad for you. I was like, okay. But yeah, very good. I like. Losing your hair is about the only true stereotype. Why? Why do you lose? I thought you lose hair. Is it because too much or too little testosterone? You've never had oysters before? That's crazy, man. What else? You said something like that too. Didn't you like never have barbecue sauce or something? I think you said something like that too, Danny. You had another something. You were like, oh, I ain't never tried that before. I was like, what? You're like, I never had a grilled cheese or something. What was it? Too much test. Both? What? Nah, you love barbecue. All right, there's something. You said something last time. Have I seen how oysters clean water? No, I have not. You lose hair because you don't get enough sunshine? What? Oh, shit. That makes sense. Because my paleness and my baldness kind of go hand in hand. You blew my mind. I hope it's true. Otherwise, yeah. TikTok says removing content related to Osama bin Laden letter. Oh, bro. Didn't you tell me to watch that earlier? Now I can't watch it? Twitter. Twitter. Where are you, Twitter? Where's liveleak.x? Is it x.com/liveleak? Oh, they already said it's down. That's crazy. Oh, 11 hours ago, though. Currently on TikTok, the U.S. letter, there's a surge in circulation of Osama bin Laden's letter to America, attracting attention from young Americans who are embracing it. Oh, my gosh. That's fucking wild. I didn't... Who would have thought 20 years later, you guys are like, fucking, yeah, Osama bin Laden, he might have had it right. What? That's crazy. If this is the same Osama bin letter from back in the day when it was just, oh my gosh, I think it is. That's crazy. America. Yeah, bro, this is literally this. I remember this from back in the day. This is like old. This is really old. And now they're taking it off the internet because you guys are becoming terrorists. I'm sorry. Forgive me for laughing, but holy shit, bro. This is not, again, being a Middle Eastern who lived through 2001, little did I think that. I remember y'all got mad at me 20 years ago. I was like, I'm not Osama. Don't get mad. Now you guys are like, I have to take it off the internet because your kids want to support Osama. That's insane. Wow. I don't want to watch anything about anybody freezing. Let me just keep the image I have in my head already, because I think what I'm saying is, again, this seems to be the case, that it is true. That literally they're taking this letter down from the internet and on TikTok because too many people are embracing the rhetoric of the 2002 Osama bin Laden letter to America. Wow. Oh, shit. That reminded me of my ultimate tin. Oh, man. Bro, I forgot. I have the tin. It's related to all of this. It's ultimate tin. Oh yeah, this is top tier tin. Like, I could go make I should like put a paywall behind this tin. You know, this is some tin like honestly, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is tin. Like, man, this tin goes in the lead. This is like Alex tin. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy tin. No, I forgot. I remembered it. Someone asked me this morning, remember? And I was like, I forgot. I had it in the morning, and I was thinking about it. It was because I was listening to the China stuff. Oh, it came back to me. No, you don't want this tin. You don't want this tin. This tin's bad. It's bad tin. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy tin. It's wicked. LT don't know this tin. LT don't. Man, nobody know this tin. This tin is, nah. This is top shelf tin, bro. This is top shelf tin. I don't know what the likes are at, man. Oh, we don't even got. Okay, ooh, thank God. That was last. Like, we don't got 1,000, bro. That's hideous for top tier. Well, I'm not gonna go pull out the good stuff. We don't even. Maybe I'll wait till Powell or something. Once we have everybody here, I'll pull out the good stuff. But I don't know if I should drop this on you now. The Osama bin tin. I don't know. It's nice. This good, bro. It's good. We giving you roses. Hey, sorry, not quite familiar with what that means. If you have any questions, though, I could help. Josh has some really good tinfoil, but unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you guys are involved. If you'd like to ask me another question instead of tinfoil, though, I'd love to help you out. Thanks. I'm just kidding, even though I don't have a sense of humor because I'm a fucking robot. I was joking. I could laugh, too. Awesome. Well, the stock market's above VWAP, and now you're like break-even kind of red, so all the questions for the day just got really weird. Okay, bye. It's Wagyu tin, bro. It's Wagyu tin. Honest. I'm just like the video, man. Dude, this tin is good. You know how good it is? This tin is so good that I'm having so much fun hyping it up. I want to hype it up until one of the mother effers are like, stop hyping it up already. Usually by the time that's how good it is. I'm waiting to I'm trying to squeeze this, get likes until one of y'all. I'm waiting for BBB, dormant BBB to come and be like, all right, Josh, it's telling me. You know what I'm saying? Oh wow, you're running now. You're green though. Again, NASDAQ went green. So did the SPY. I don't know. Bonds rallied first, but they were up all day. Again, this is still Russell down, and then Dow Jones still in the red. Here it is. You do need 10,000 likes. I was thinking about it. Are you ready? I won't make it too extreme. I'll let you extrapolate whatever you'd like from it. This is all tinfoil. Not true. This is just a thought opinion that I had. Do you guys... Here, maybe I got to hit you with the conclusion first. If this Israel, Palestine, Hamas thing, again, speaking in context of literal American children embracing Osama bin Laden, if we get a social protest on our hands that gets out of control in relation to the Middle East stuff, this reminds me of the same political climate as Hong Kong and China in 2019. That's my tinfoil. So my tinfoil is that if literally you have a young generation straight fall and get into something where, again, it doesn't matter. Some of you guys are like this, that. Some people are saying the letter this is like, dude, if you have millions of young people protest a giant, and they all, that's it. Just like you've seen at times even in Egypt and other things, it really reminds me of some of the against the grain protests that happened in Hong Kong right before 2020. So yeah, half of people forgot it. They forgot about Hong Kong for a reason. But I was like, man, it's but pretty much the amount of tinfoil that comes out of that, if there is political strife and protests that get created, it's wild, bro. That's a wild concept for you to tell me that any sort of young American youth are embracing Osama bin Laden. I'm sorry, but that is more to the point, if anything. It's mainly a distrust in government. Well, yeah, I feel I don't know, I've I love this country, and I love the veterans, and I love everybody. Even, even people who disagree and fucking hate me, I still love you, dude. Trust me. But it's I've grown into more government distrust, but I would never embrace Osama bin Laden. Like, there's certain things where it's just like, come on. I feel like, I don't know, though. Maybe they've had different experiences, but, like, it's just certain things. I'm like, come on. No. That's wicked, bro. But, like, it's just, it's mind-blowing to me. Mind-blowing. CL below 7. Dude, I'm getting crushed on that. I'm down 570 now. So I wanted to make another average because, again, I wanted to trade a full one. Started with 2, then doubled up to 5. But I might as well just wait, though. I don't want to get too caught up in it. Because I thought, dude, 5% now. I thought 3.5 was going to be enough. But nah, now it's down 5. Literally 4.96. Yeah, not trusting the government's one thing. Like, becoming or supporting a terrorist. Like, and it sucks because when you say, the fucked up part is when you say the word terrorist now, you're having a war of words because of the Israel-Palestine situation. So let me just say OBL, Osama bin Laden. That's so mind-blowing to me. You know? It's crazy. They're not embracing him. To a degree, I mean, that's what it seems. I mean, if they're taking it and censoring it off of the internet, what is the worry? Maybe they're not embracing him yet, but I think they're worried about it. Which, again, is mind-blowing that would even happen. I get it. They censored certain things at certain times, but that's wild to me that they are taking off this thing. Yeah, I know the real abbreviation, OBL, bro. Y'all don't know that? That's the military abbreviation, OBL, bro. It's either the youngins are wild, or I don't know what it is, but that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Man, it's great. Is UBL not OBL? Nah, it's OBL. I'll put the O in Osama. There's no Osama ticker, bro. I can't believe we're talking about Osama bin Laden. I think I don't know if Uncle did he release that? I think Uncle has a song. Weird. But do you know Osama bin Laden was given a key to Detroit City? It's true. Bin Laden key. I shouldn't tell this because then you guys are going to turn. I forgot. You guys are all potential teenage terrorists. Never mind. Fuck it. My bad, man. Oh, no. Excuse me. I always fuck this up. No, it's Saddam Hussein. It's Saddam. I always think it's Osama. No. But I think Osama got one too. But Saddam Hussein got a key to Detroit. I forgot. I can't tell you guys this. You guys are all fucking potential. You guys are that. I can't be sharing history because apparently they're taking down 2002 letters now out of risk that you guys are going to get turned into extremists. That's insanity. Are we bullish again? Neutral, baby. 50-50. 50-50. You're welcome, Longs. Thank you. I don't know. Who do I thank? Do I thank you? I don't know why, but either way, man. We're just chilling. We're like right at yesterday's close, so we need to take a breather. Even if we take a breather tomorrow, it's a Friday. It's a big expiration, but let's see what happens after expiration. And then, like we said, one bond auction next week, but there's not too much. You're going for the greedy long. The bonds are coming back up. If the bonds could rip above another high today, again, it's already 1%. That'd be nice. But like I'm showing you here, bonds now have a chance to go above that high. So even though the market's been getting the hit, it seems like the days the market doesn't hit a high, the bonds will, unless it's like off of data. The TikTok thing has to do with G, like banning the Osama thing? Nah. I don't know. TikTok is wild. Like what they ban and don't ban, I don't even understand it. Like I've seen the wildest shit on TikTok, and then at the same time, TikTok has straight up given me strikes for calling NFTs a Ponzi scheme. I was just showing how I made money on. I made that video got me a strike on my TikTok because I showed a video of the Bored Ape thing when I got like the free ape tokens, and I was just like, listen, I'm not gonna complain, but this really feels like a Ponzi scheme. And then I got that video taken down because they said I was a Ponzi scheme. I said, what the fuck? This is. It's really weird, but then like I've seen the craziest videos on TikTok at the same time. On TikTok, you got your ex recommended even though you have no connection to her or have searched for you. It's because they're in your contacts. And then, too, if people, like, look you up, it shows you them. Like, if they look you up enough, they'll find you, too. TikTok acting faster than the SEC. Did you guys hear that report yesterday? We've read it in the morning, but those guys, so like there was like a big portion of the SEC whistleblowers, it's going to short sellers now. So like short sellers who are writing these reports, they're submitting them to the SEC and then they're getting a portion of the profit. So I think the Hindenburg guy got paid like $14 million from one of his reports by the SEC. I'm about to start. Yeah, 14 million. A lot, bro. I think like 10% of the payouts went to short sellers. You start writing, but it has to lead to wrongdoing. You don't just get paid. Everybody. Do you realize the amount of people? Do you realize snitching is at an all-time high right now? I don't think you guys realize it. And let me see if I can find the chart. But literally, snitching is at an all-time high. Like the amount of tips that are coming into the SEC. Even remember the last time when they were like, you'll get paid? And they're like, you'll get paid if you do this or that. Well, yeah, guess what? Snitching now is at it's even double that. From that year in 2021, I believe the amount of tips to the SEC has even doubled. Because again, if you do lead to a conviction, you're entitled to a portion of the profits. So whatever the judgment amount or like they recover, you get a portion of it. So that's why, like, now, snitching is crazy. On the SEC, snitching is through the roof. So if you have information and it leads to an arrest, you actually are potentially able to collect monetary gain off of it. And that's what the short sellers were doing. So they were finding out shit about these companies. Not only were they shorting them, putting out the reports and profiting off of shorting them, but they were also sending them to the SEC. And then if the SEC used them and it led to a charge in their information, they ended up getting clapped, or they ended up getting some of the money. I need to see if I could find the chart for you. There's a chart of it. It's pretty wild. Let me see. It was yesterday. It was Hindenburg and like a couple of other people. And then someone was kind of mad at it. They were like, "Wait a minute, shouldn't we know if taxpayer dollars are going to short sellers?" Yeah. All right, I found it. You ready? You ready for this? Boom. So it went up 50% at least. I thought it was 100. So here's the enforcement actions haven't changed. It's not like the SEC is enforcing it anymore. But remember, right when you heard it was like 2020, they came out with the new incentivization. Then remember 21, you first heard about getting paid to snitch. And then it kind of leveled out. And then recently this year, bro, it just doubled. So almost doubled from like 10, a little bit higher, all the way to like 17 or 18,000 tips in a year. That's 18,000 SEC tips have been sent in by individuals this year. However, enforcement, yeah, they just enforced the same amount for the last decade. Tips to the SEC for like people doing, because again, if you make a snitch and it's correct, they pay you. But then again, it's so now the weird part is like that's what's kind of weird. In a weird way, snitching is kind of getting oversaturated. I don't know. Maybe it's just the economist in me at heart, but at the end of the day, now you have 20,000 tips competing for the same like 50, 100 actions. So it's like now, I don't know. So everybody says every industry is oversaturated, but at the end of the day, you have way more tips now coming in, and they're still doing the same amount of enforcement. Weed stocks tanking. Oh, he's giving up smoke? Like he means he's stopping weed? Is that what you mean? That's what he said in a tweet. He said just to see how it feels. Not bad. Thoughts on Buffett exiting position on some bulletproof companies? Like which ones? Didn't he still has Apple, right? Didn't he keep that unchanged? They prefer to be called whistleblowers. I guess that is the name, technically. What time is it? Oh, 9:50. Still 10. Wow. Today is kind of flying by. Still kind of early, kind of late. Oil keeps down. Bro, oil's down 5.3. What the hell is this? So I'm going to smash now on that one. I'm going to wait, though. I'm going to hold it for tomorrow. I got a couple more averages in me, but I'm just going to wait for now. This is a very big day. 5.5. That's insane. So, again, with nothing really happening in the market, you're getting back to this day from October. So that should be fun. Yeah, Intel's killer, bro. I was worried about how high priced it was, but they really benefited off that Cisco going down. All right. It's almost 10. And Chad, I hope you know you're blessed. I don't know if this is going to be final because we'll see. I don't know if the timing is going to work, but I do need to use the restroom here. They're giving me a Kia commercial. Would you guys
stop? Visit us today in the
Escondido, North County Kia. If any of you are interested. No? Okay. Gold is going to rip. Mark my words. Good luck. Good luck.
F1, check out it.
Oh.
Formula One premieres tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern on CNBC. We'll do final trades next.
Awful timing today. Awful timing. USO still on the low again, coming into the hour, I guess. Got to get ready here for 10. Oh, yeah, oil's a big... People are going to talk about that, though, after the bell. You are going to hear much more on oil. If you close down 5, that's a wicked-ass day. My 65 target on year-end remains intact. Dude, isn't it? It went from 60 to 95, and now 2 weeks later, already at 72. I think that's even wild. It's going straight down. So we're going to find out here. That's pretty funny, though. It cost $600 million to put on F1 at Vegas. Really, I thought it would have cost more. That's crazy. I don't know, bro. My girlfriend is confusing the shit out of me now, but I don't think I'm gonna go. Because at first I wanted to go, and then she said she didn't want to go, and I was like, okay, I'd only go because of you. And then now she's seeing it. She's like, okay, I kind of want to go. And now I'm like, nope. That's it, man. You're going to change your mind. And then there's going to be mad traffic. I heard the airports, all the airport shit delays. It takes like an hour to get an Uber. So, hot dog. Your company did the surveying for Vegas for F1. What's that? Like, what do you do? Like the surveying of the land? VIX coming back up. We're chilling though. The bonds, everything. I think oil is now. I think the consumer or the lack of a strong consumer might be hitting a little harder today. Not to mention all the data you had from yesterday, but this is your biggest down day now on oil. In the last, I guess this day was 80 to 77. This is 76. Yeah, this is bigger. So again, I think it might be your biggest day from October, and then this would be the biggest day since last year. So, and that's off of nothing. You could go to F1 in Monaco cheaper? Really? No way. Firmly agree. I think that with down PPI, but then like just consumer shit. But then again, oil has punished you for looking at it as an economic indicator. So, honestly, I say that with a lot of reservation. But now I must go to the bathroom. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB. Goodbye.
Roundup for us, Abigail.
Well, Matt, it really is a story of haves and have-nots for retailers this week. Taking a look at Macy's, well, investors like what the company reported. Specifically, they reported a surprise profit. The street was basically looking for flat or even a loss of a penny. Instead, they put up 21 cents. And this has everything to do with inventories. Inventories continuing to improve, not quite as bloated as they had been. One strong category for all of the Macy's brands, Macy's, Bloomingdale's, and Bluemercury, was beauty. People are spending on the face, I guess is one way to put it. Now, to the point that you made in terms of the divergence for retailers, it's very interesting because Target and Macy's being rewarded on the week for similar stories. Inventories coming down, profitability better. On the other hand, TJ Maxx, the forecast not looking so great. And then Walmart, also, they raised the forecast slightly, but it's more the color commentary that they gave in terms of a weak consumer. What makes it so interesting is that Target had very similar comments yesterday saying that they were still pretty cautious on the near term. Both Walmart and Target cautious because of rising interest rates and the repayment of student loans. I think that the difference in stock price has to do with where we've come from. If we take a look at a year-to-date chart of all these retailers, we have a real difference here in terms of on bottom, we have Target and Macy's. So the beaten down stocks, investors catch up, that catch-up trade wanting in on quarters that were relatively decent. And then for TJ Maxx and Walmart that had been doing well, Walmart up as much as 20%, outperforming the S&P 500. Well, investors not liking it. Those results not enough, sending them down.
All right, Abigail, thanks very much. Abigail Doolittle giving us a roundup of retailers. We still have a lot of retailers still to come out with earnings, so they'll wrap it up before we get NVIDIA. We just heard from Fed Governor Lisa Cook, who says some sectors of the economy are showing signs of strain. She says, quote, as we try to identify the full lagged effects of monetary policy tightening, I am considering whether small businesses, the housing sector, and low and moderate income households could be warning of broader stress ahead. Let's discuss how the Fed is interpreting this data with Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist Anna Wong. So, Anna, you know, this is the age-old game of figuring out where the U.S. economy is going by gauging the health of the consumer, right?
Yeah, I'm very glad that Governor Lisa Cook is paying attention particularly to the balance sheet of the lower income households because, as you were saying, Matt, that the stocks of Walmart and, TJ Maxx, which cater to the lower income households, are not doing well. And that is suggestive that I think half of the the lower income half of the country is increasing feeling the strain of higher inflation and also softer income growth. So I think that it kind of confirms our call that I think a downturn is either here or we are marching into one.
Bro, Anna Wong.
In terms of, the repayment
Bro, this girl's
of
like
student
literally a
loans
genius,
is brought up
low-key.
again and again. Does it really matter? Has
Her
anybody
forecasts
run
have been
a
like
study?
on the money. So very good to see. Breaking news. What's the breaking news? I don't see anything yet, but you got a candle. Yes, breaking news. But Chattadonia, it's 10 o'clock now. So we have, 3 hours left? Anna Wong of Bloomberg. She's like the head Bloomberg economics chief there, but she's like an analyst, but she's really good. Again, her calls, especially on like some of the data and even throughout the year, she has been very, very good. Very, very good. Very accurate. Interestingly, in 07, the 2 years started to dump, and 2 weeks later, the market started to dump. The good old 06 or 01. So we should probably take a look back at that. I mean, I feel you. That's why the rates and what people are thinking, that's a big part of it. And, I mean, again, even I don't want to bring up oil, but the other factors that are having people between, okay, inflation's coming down, PPI, but if it comes down too fast, what does that mean? But remember, there was 2 scenarios. And then you're at VWAP kind of coming down here. But this should be very familiar. This is the 10-year. It looks exactly the same for the 2-year as well. But remember, like 1999, you had the breakout, but then like 06, when we did start to come down, the market did come down too. But the problem was 06, you never had the breakout. So remember, beginning of the year, we were right here, and I was telling you it's either going to be 01 or 06. So which one do you think we're at now? Comparing, so it may be, but same thing even in 2000 though. Like the yields came down, and then you didn't start crashing till like around here, I think. So it was like halfway through the yields coming down. You got the peach, Malik. Unlock the peach. Oh yes, oh man, a lot of peaches today. It's very good, man. It's a big day. This was the big 3-year day for some of y'all. JD, Baba, or Baidu, would you average down? JD, we already did good, came up, came down a little bit after Baba. Baidu, I'm averaged down already. I'm going to average down again probably before earnings. But Baba, I'd wait a little bit, let that work itself out as people figure out if they like, want, or don't like the dividend, I think that's going to be a big part of it. And then, but I don't think Baba's too awful. I just necessarily wouldn't buy it right now. Amazon under Hyundai partnership. Hyundai names AWS as its preferred cloud partner. Amazon to launch online vehicle sales in the U.S. Yo, check Carvana. Oh, yeah, bro. They're dying off of that. Hold on. Is there another one? I don't know if Carvana is going to get, clapped off that or not. They're on Amazon online, but it says, I don't know if they're saying they're starting with Hyundai in 2024. Oh, that one's kind of tough. They already rocketed up the contracts. 8 cents to 20. It's already down 6%. That's the problem. But I don't know. I'm not seeing that on the other wire, but I'm seeing it on another one. So, again, Amazon doing car partnerships with Hyundai. Check anybody. I feel like any other car retailer, maybe, but some would benefit. Car retailers wouldn't. you spell Hyundai? Hyunday. Maybe Sound. Where can you short? I think Carvana and like maybe CarMax and any of those names. And then if they partner, I feel like some companies would benefit off of it. But generally speaking, Hyundai would benefit. A lot of bad car news. So again, remember somebody even sold like a stake of Volvo already today? I'm not making a play on that though. So again, I think Carvana, if Carvana wasn't already down 6%, maybe, but then again, but it hasn't hit too many news wires. I feel like we got that one a little early. And then dude, I can't believe Alibaba ditched those plans today. That was actually huge news. I wouldn't trust Amazon for a 2-day car delivery. You would trust them? Oh. I mean, think about it. That's just a funny concept. If you could buy a car on Prime, would you do it? Would any of you buy a car on Prime if it was just like, yeah, we'll charge your card? They're like, you could affirm it too. But like, would you want your car shipped by Amazon? I'd be kind of down. OpenAI plans to create a team to incorporate OpenAI into schools and education. Chief Operating Officer. Again, SPY's even coming down here a little bit. Again, bonds got a nice recovery. Oil's still absolutely murdered. I can't believe it went to 72. I thought it was that had to have been a bad day, but oil is just having the worst day. So again, now you've came back. This is like the bottom even of March. This is your bottom of the beginning of the year. So like if oil could go down to like 70-ish to get like real support, but this is already one level, but this is a massacre, bro. 5.4 on oil. It is a silent massacre. Is Carvana dropping more? Yeah, those options are all over the place, man. It's a wild chain, but I think I got you that news early, but it's hard to read in terms of play. So either FOMO now or forever hold your peace, my friend. Oil demand. That's what I'm thinking it is after today. There's just I don't know about demand issue, but a lot of forward negative demand news, if that makes any sense. You know, it seems like from the consumer stuff all the way down to China and all the other little factors here, we have a lot of things not looking too hot in terms of, again, just slowing down in the future. Again, even the PPI. But not everybody is in agreement with that take, because then there was also EIA and data numbers yesterday as well, too. Amazon News hasn't hit CNBC yet. Well, see, it's already down 6, though. That's the only tricky part with that one. But keep watch. LYV on the high. Interesting. So some names are still moving. LYV, it's popping. You don't see the candle, though. It's saying 89.36. Yeah, there it is. Coin, all those crypto plays down, not too much. Baba. Not Baba. What's the other one? Baidu. And then did Pinduo Duo even get clapped by Baba? A little bit, not as much. The day's been too good to be true. I think the data is going to get worse and show too much slowdown. I don't think any data has been too good to be true. I think the market has been brainwashed into interpreting it as good. Again, we're taking data and responding to it as if we are only looking at it in the context of what Powell is going to do. It's like when the school teacher would try to call my house when they threatened to call home. I didn't care. Why? Because my parents didn't speak English. Does that make sense? The way I'm kind of looking at it here, where it's like I don't think the like the market's reaction to it all. I'm kind of blinking after that example. I don't know. I think I kind of distracted myself. What question was we answering there? I got distracted. Oh, too good to be true. But yeah, where it's like PPI data was bad yesterday. PPI data was the worst since 2020. And people are hyped on it just because it's in context of what's the consequence. So people are viewing bad data in terms of the consequence. So that's what I made that weird example for. So hopefully you get where it's like, just right now, we're taking bad data and we're responding good to it. But I think what you're even getting at, too, is eventually it's just going to quickly turn into very bad data. And eventually we're going to stop saying, oh, wow, that's there. So there you go. That news is hitting. It's slow, but the contracts did it. These are the ones I'm looking at. That Carvana news. Is CNBC picking it up now? I'm glad I got a stream alert out to y'all quick, though. Biden speaking. Sounds exciting. What is this? U.S. generated 700 million biodiesel blending credits in October. EPA. The news is that Amazon is getting into online car sales in 2023. And they're starting with a partnership with Hyundai. I thought Meta was green. Oh, no, they were red trying to go green earlier. They're hanging on. It was Apple and Microsoft who were the real rippers today. Even Amazon's finally down after doing 5% whenever it wanted to. BABA for the long term. Maybe eventually, but not now. I think BABA, they're a dividend stock now, so it got a little weird. So what I mean is, like, we need to see where the market kind of values this now. And again, if you're going to dividends, I mean, what is that saying about your growth, amongst other things? So I like BABA, but I would wait a little before adding that one to the long term. What the hell is this? EW. SGD again on the high. It's good. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. If you're a Chinese trader, the majority of stocks are running near all-time low. It's been hard for them. Can this be prolonged? It already has been prolonged. So, but nothing's working the same. Again, China's stimulus isn't working how it used to. And again, just Xi Jinping, their economy, it's not the same. I mean, I said it the other day, like this is where some people are getting worried now. Or again, if you are worried about, you see oil demand, all this thing. I'll tell you right now, I brought it up a week or two ago. It's very wild, but do you guys realize supply chain pressure is the lowest in like a couple of years? So now your supply chains, if anything, I think it's the most eased since like 2012 or something, I want to say. But you have like supply chains, like your supply chain index, everything, the cost of freight, how things are moving, like the supply chains are not maxed out right now. So like the amount of like trade, like China, again, China with their lockdown, whatever the hell they're doing, the recovery, it's just like you're not watching trade being conducted like it really once was. Yeah, I had it up the other day, but like that's kind of part of it, you know, if you really want to think about it. So China just needs to they need a real recovery. But right now they've been kind of trying to put the air brakes on letting it die, and it's creating this weird middle. So eventually it'll go up, but it's already been prolonged and it may go longer, but it just depends on what actually works. You just need trade up. So like I'm saying, once we start stimulating again, I think China will start going up. But if America's not stimulating, China ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like I think China's trying to fight it out low key. But if we're not stimulating rates, supply chains, like you see it all, it's like, if anything, they need our money back to it. They need investment or to sell more goods. I trade Forex. I trade some on the futures, like currencies. I know a lot about currencies, but I don't really trade on like a Forex broker. The Mexican peso has been flying since they moved factories from China to Mexico. The peso, as of late, it started to break out, but it had a lot of good moves early in the last 3 years, better than many because of AMLO, the president, and some of the changes. But it did go pretty nuts as of late. That was just with the dollar, though, wrecking everything. Losing track of how many times China's stimmy failed when your economy is based on export. That's how it works. A little bit, and they've been half-assing it. So they'll do like one big stimulus, and then they'll just try to tweak something. But like back in the day, they used to throw the kitchen sink. But you know, Xi Jinping he has a lot more problems to deal with. He has to deal with the population, the youth, the exports, and a lot of other things. And then he's not trying to throw more debt at the debt problem and still kind of kick the can, because even then it's showing it's not working. But the China he hasn't thrown the kitchen sink yet, and I don't think he wants to, or he's afraid to. That one's kind of hard to tell. Carvana's going down, bro. Those options went 8 cents to 50, went up to 20, came back down to like 10, and now they're back up at 55. So you're saying our biggest geopolitical enemy is on the ropes, and we have to not buy from them to squash them? Well, that's what we're already doing by default with higher interest rates. Everything is slowing down. Again, the dollar gets stronger. Even with the yuan cheaper, it's not stimulating exports. But it's not really it's not an enemy relationship, as weird as that may sound, at least in the economic sense. It's just a theory we've always talked about, where you can't have two economies expanding more or less at the same time, two of the biggest ones. So it's always like, usually when we're expanding, China is slowing down. When China is slowing down, we're expanding. So it's like you can't have both of these guys have low rates stimulating. It's just not going to work. So in this case, us trying to slow down hurts China. We want to slow our inflation, take control of interest rates. Whether they're our enemy or not, it hurts them. So the whole logic here is, once we're ready to start stimulating again, then you'll probably see China will start running once they'll be able to take care. Or by the time we start stimulating, they'll let their thing crash. So then that stimulation will fix their crash, and then vice versa. By the time everything flips, they'll flip-flop. The two biggest in the animal kingdom cannot feed at the same time, more or less. Carvana, that was dope. That one hit. And 2 years having a bid due to supply? No. The 2 years linked more to policy. So really, like, if you want to determine supply demand on the 2 year, unfortunately, you got to remove the Fed funds rate from the 2 year. So like right now, you're at 4.8. The Fed funds rate is at 5. So whatever that gap, or 5.2 to 5.5. So you have like a 0.5 to 0.7 gap. That's not supply, that's demand. So why? Because it's linked to policy. So this is showing you more people believe that the 2 year is going to be lower right now than the Fed funds rate, because this is showing you that people really believe the Fed is done raising and will actually even begin cutting. So right now the 2 year is below the current Fed funds rate. That means there is demand. Do we always are inverse? Broadly speaking, yes. Or it's like, again, not necessarily like expanding or collapsing, then that's it. Are you an actually classically trained economist? No, I'm not. I'm a piece of shit. I like to think everybody is, especially in the finance world, but no. I mean, I got a couple of degrees and shit, but I've done very well for myself as an individual investor, and that's about it. But I'm not a real economist, nor am I a financial advisor, investor, broker, anything of that nature. Any Waller? I fed Waller? Yeah, we listen. He's pretty good. So humble. I mean, what? That's the question. I don't think I'd like to. I'm always up for a good squabble with the best of them, but that's what it is. Finally, Josh exposed. Do you write off all of your news services and whatnot? This got really weird now. Nah. So now you like, what's y'all? Do you work with the IRS or somewhere, sir? Am I being audited? What do you mean? How do we get? Now you're asking me about. You went from, are you a classically trained economist, to what do you write off for what you do, man? No, just get him. Fed Mester? Oh, really? We were supposed to have. She's not a voter, but they'd love to give her the headlines because she was a voter last year.
President Loretta Mester, Steve Leisman. Steve?
I love Steve. Steve's a good guy.
Hey, Kelly, yes, welcome from the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. We're actually inside it, and we are with the president of the Cleveland Federal Reserve Bank, Loretta Mester. Thanks for joining us, Loretta.
Thanks for being here in our bank.
It's been a number of years we've been doing this, and I'm always excited to come out here to Cleveland, which is a beautiful city on a beautiful day, by the way. Maybe not so beautiful on the data, but before I get to the data that Kelly talked about, which didn't look that great, let's go back just a couple days to the CPI data. How did you react to that?
Well, it was another good data print. I mean, I was pleased with how it came in. It's, continuing sort of the view that we're making progress on inflation, discernible progress.
Oh, wait, I'm tripping.
We need to see more of that.
I thought it was
Fed
Dolly, not Mester.
To be able to assess,
I'm tripping.
That whether inflation is still going to progress as we hope it will.
She's not.
But it was a positive report.
Was it an all-clear report? Did it tell you that inflation has been vanquished and it's all
No,
going to be okay?
I wouldn't interpret it that way at all. I think we're going to have to see much more evidence that inflation is on that timely path back to 2%. But, we do have really good evidence that it has made progress, and now it's just, is it continuing?
So you didn't take it that way. Did you watch how the market took it? Did you notice that the idea of any future rate hikes was priced out of at least the futures market, and that all of a sudden they brought ahead the probability of rate cuts into the spring?
Well, the market's going to react to data. They're reading the data prints the way we are. But of course, I think our job is really to take the panoply of data out there. We're not going to react to one data release. We're going to look at all the data that's come in. And given where inflation was, we're going to need to be really convinced that inflation is on that timely path back to 2%. And I certainly would need to see more of continued progress the way we've seen to be convinced that we're on that path.
Do you think it was right for the market to take future rate hikes off the table?
Well, the market's going to do what the market does.
Sure.
Who am I to say whether the markets are right or wrong? They're assessing data. I'm assessing data. We're all going to be coming together at our FOMC to discuss what we're seeing, and then we'll make a plan for what we think the next step is.
So you're not going to say if the market's right or wrong here?
I'm not going to say whether the market's right or wrong.
Okay.
Here.
Can you talk to me about how you are looking at the impact of interest rates on Fed policy? They were at 5%, which people came out and said that's something that's doing the Fed's work for it. Is that still true at 4.5% on the 10-year?
So you're talking about the long, the
long
10-year,
bond, yeah.
I mean, when you ever see those kind of measures, part of what the Fed does, right, is our monetary policy affects financial conditions overall, right? So we're looking at all of the parts of financial conditions, including, what's going on in equity markets, what's happening in the bond market, what's happening in the value of the dollar. So, of course, we're going to look at those movements in those kind of financial conditions. I think the rise in the 10-year has a number of sources, right? Some of it was because the bond market participants were also reassessing the strong economic data that came in.
They literally just copied
just the way
Powell.
the Fed did as we went through the summer and then in the fall, beginning of the fall. So part of it was that, but part of it also was the term premium. And in that sense, right, we would, if that were sustainable, that's going to have a dampening effect on the economy. So it would be part of the broader financial conditions that we'd be looking at in order to determine and calibrate our policy appropriately given our dual mandate goals that we're trying to achieve.
So I'll ask, I guess, the question more directly. Is a 4.5% long bond, along with what's happened with the stock market, is that a welcome, unwelcome, or neutral change in financial conditions?
Well, it's a change in financial conditions, what we expected to happen when we were raising our Fed funds rate, our policy rate. That's what we are anticipating will happen, is that we'll get a tightening of financial conditions. That'll go through the economy, transmit, and that'll be what gets inflation back on that path down to 2%.
Levels of the market here, you still see them as helping the Fed in terms of doing its jobs?
Well, I think it's an appropriate way. It's indicative that the transmission mechanism is working.
When you had talked in October about the need for maybe a new framework for how the Fed communicates to the market here, once you reach this peak level here, can you talk about what that framework would look like? There's some who suggested, well, go back to what Charlie Evans did, which is to put some numerical numbers on it, that you won't cut until X happens. Have you thought about that at all?
Yeah, I guess my feeling is in this campaign, if you will, right, we just need to see more evidence that inflation is really on this downward path. I wouldn't put triggers in there, because I think what we've learned over time is that, for example, right, it's been a pretty strong, resilient economy, and a very, in terms of growth and in terms of the labor market, and yet we have seen inflation move back down in a discernible way. And so I think it would be very hard to put triggers and that kind of precision on one or two data points. I think what we're going to be doing is assessing all the data as it comes in. And from my view, I need to be convinced that inflation is coming down in a timely way. I'd be concerned if we're in a situation where inflation stalls, right, at 3%, for example, or if we keep pushing out when we achieve our 2% goal. And so that's the lens I'm looking at, is are we making progress, enough evidence, right, that we are on that timely path.
What happened? Come on.
Sort of where we are with the mandate. So, for example, if we do have a slowdown in growth, which I am expecting growth to slow, I don't have built in a recession, but I do have below trend growth, right? That's part of the mechanism for getting inflation down. I don't have a recession built into my forecast, but as we go forward, we're going to be balancing the risks to both of our goals, and that'll help determine the path of policy.
Kelly, it's like a mind melt. You teed me up. I did want to ask you the more direct question.
Well, they learned from strong and resilient.
For a soft landing?
Every speech is exactly the same.
Described as
and they understand
continued disinflation without a
amazing.
huge spike in the unemployment rate.
So I have that in my forecast, and I can.
It's been like this for like 9 months.
And I also have it currently in my forecast, because I think if you look at the economy, we do see slowing, right? When you talk to, especially if you go out and talk to district contacts, they're forward-looking. They're telling us that they're seeing the economy slow, but none of them are really saying that things are going off a cliff or things are slowing significantly. They're just saying we are seeing kind of what we wanted to have happen, which things are slowing down, but we have to be very vigilant. We have to keep looking at the data and looking at how the economy is moving. And in a situation like this, where we are at this point, getting that kind of regional information from our contacts and our directors is going to be crucially important.
If you had to fill out your summary of economic projections right now, would you continue to pencil in another rate hike?
I haven't assessed that yet. Where I think we are right now is we're basically in a very good spot for policy. Look, we raised the Fed funds rate pretty significantly, right? So you think about, you're going up a mast of a ship. We're at a really good crow's nest. We're at the crow's nest. What does the crow's nest let you do? It lets you look out on the horizon and see where the data is coming in, where the economy is evolving. And then we'll have to see, is it moving in the way that we forecasted? In other words, is inflation coming down in the sustainable path? Is the unemployment rate moving down? employment moving down as we wanted to, the moderation, is growth, slowing, and that'll inform where we go with policy going forward. So we're in a more balanced place, but I don't think we can say right now what necessarily the next, policy meeting will be.
Right.
I think we've gotten policy to a really good place so that we can observe. And I think that's a good place to be.
Apologies to the producers.
really
who
good
said
right
we're
now. Are you
sort
guys
of
asking
out
so
of
many
time, but they're also
questions?
very
Just
nice
enjoy
people.
it.
See, I'm complimenting them so they
Enjoy
give
the
me much time
moment.
to yell at me. I got to try this one more time. The market has 100 basis points of rate cuts built in for next year. The average Fed official has 28. Market's watching now, President Mester. You want to tell them they're crazy?
I don't want to say they're crazy because they're evaluating the data just the way we are, right? And so they have a forecast, they have an outlook. We have our outlook, right? I think where we have been with inflation,
He wants her to say it.
really makes me not want to, move too soon thinking about, right, the time that we're going to normalize. And my feeling is that it's really not about cutting rates, right? It's really now about how long do we stay in a restrictive stance, right? And perhaps have to go higher given what happens in the economy. So that's where my thought processes is. Eventually, as I said, and the speech you referenced, right, we'll get to that point.
Right.
But that's just not part of the conversation right now.
Loretta, you recently announced your retirement. We'll come back and talk about that, I'm
try
sure,
this
before you
again.
go. You're here through June, and it's been a pleasure interviewing you over the years, but it won't be the last time, I'm sure. Kelly, back to you in Englewood Cliffs from deep inside the Cleveland Federal Reserve Bank.
We appreciate you bringing that interview to us. Really good stuff. Steve, thank you. Our Steve Leisman, our thanks to President Loretta Mester as well. Steve will be back tomorrow with another exclusive Boston.
With Susan Collins tomorrow. Wow. Hawkish? No, it seemed bullish, but it's the same thing. Nothing seems anything. It's just, dude, it's the same shit. That's why I'm like, bro, we fucked up, man. By letting them get away with sound and resilient during the banking crisis, you taught them a new trick. The Fed learned a new trick. They all just, dude, if they say all the same thing, the same warning, the same thing, that's good, that's fine. And then you guys are like, oh, she basically said she's done. Well, think about it, bro. It's like talking to somebody who's it's like trying to bribe a bouncer at a door. You're giving them, and they're like, yeah, I know the deal. And they're telling you one thing, but their ass is covered. They're not literally saying, they're like, listen, inflation at a good spot right now. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't want to say you're crazy. You got your forecast, I got mine. And you're like, oh yeah, that means she's down. Yeah, there you go. But no, dude. Because then if it doesn't happen, she'll be like, what? I didn't say that. That's exactly what I said. And then if it does work out, you're going to be like, there you go. Got the hookup. So yeah, it's all just, unfortunately though, they've realized that they're neutering all of these events. They just understand that it's literally the market wants to make an event of all of this stuff, but no, they just repeat the same thing over and over and over and over. You drill it into the market, the algos, the investor's head. It's great. Fed, Jefferson, Cook, and Kugler say there may be considerable decline in reverse repo reserves. Fed, Jefferson, Cook, and Kugler not targeting a dollar value for central bank balance sheet. It's all of them. They're all speaking at the same time. This is a weird headline. So there may be considerable decline in reverse repos. Letter to U.S. Senator. They wrote a letter to U.S. senators, to top Republican Senator Rick Scott. She's retiring, and she's not a voter. But all of them, voter or not, they all say the same thing. They tell you one reason why rates could be low, one reason why they could be high. Even if he asked her point blank. He just said, let me try this again. The market is pricing in 100 basis points of cuts. The average Fed member's at a quarter basis point. Just tell them they're crazy. And she said, no, I don't want to say that. You have your forecast, we have ours. We'll see. Again, it's just buying time. It's a beautiful, beautiful stall. But then again, it's allowing it so that, you're getting 5-6 Fed speakers in a day, and then it's not moving. You know what I'm saying? It's better than every single time they open their mouth, you're getting these crazy swings, and then the market's still moving slow for us to respond to data. So it's kind of just slowing us to the pace of the market/data and how we should be reacting. But they know what they say creates expectations of volatility. 100%. That's why I think they want to, go through the motions, fill the role, do their speeches, let's give you your insight on the economy. But, the story, the narrative, they're answering it. They've been unanimous for how many years now in terms of the voting record. So it just seems like that is the key. They're going to come up on there. They're not going to go off script, and they're all going to say everything in line to not move the expectations, because they know it will move it. When they want it to move, they will. You'll notice the shift. But as of the last couple of months now, especially as of late, it's all been the same. Even as the data has somewhat changed dramatically, or we've gotten some big surprises on multiple ends. I'll follow the Fed. Well, that's the thing. The Fed funds rate is not at risk. There's still a long way before it prices in anything big, but the Fed funds rate are, it's here today, gone tomorrow on anything on the long end. So that's why they don't need to talk too soon and just let it play out. They're taking the long-term approach. Another day of chop, yeah. I think you might get another one tomorrow, unfortunately. But even up until maybe Tuesday or whenever the bond auction is for the 20-year, but I still don't even think that should be an event, but sadly it will be. But the calendar's drying up now, and then again, earnings. You have NVIDIA earnings next week. That could be big. A lot of people have been waiting for that. So other than that, though, I'd be friends with the chop. Get ready to chop. Chop it up, man. Chop it up. Relax. Don't you worry at all, Habibi. Don't you worry. Bro, oil's still down 5.5% today. The next black swan is going to be crazy volatile. It's going to be awkward just because the next black swan, we're going to watch what happens with bonds. He'll be in the middle of a black swan. I wonder if people will believe the bond rally. Again, every single bond rally for the last, 3 months now has been just called into question. So we'll see. Chart starting to look hella bearish to you. I think a lot of people have been, I've heard so much lately. I just don't think, I would not try to think too much about it. But I am expecting chop. If I'm wrong, though, it usually moves big. So maybe. But at the same time, I'm kind of expecting something more chill out. I don't, just by saying we're going to kind of hold up a little bit, I don't think that a rug pull is off the table. But I do think the rug pull will come at the right time, like mixed with the right data or the bigger data sets. And now everybody is just doing their thing. Let's see, every day had me the talk of the party of business owners. Where'd you go? Where were you at? Tesla clapped. Tesla was just at 250 yesterday, though. Yeah, tomorrow's, again, November 17th, the middle of the month expiration. That's going to be a big one tomorrow. I'm sure a lot of things are going to expire. So we'll see. But I think after the expiration, that's why, in a weird way, I'm still kind of looking for even chop coming into tomorrow. And then oil's freaking me out, bro. Again, oil, now it's starting to move a little bit off the bottom, but oil's still down 5.2 for no damn reason. A lot of reasons, but no reason. What should I do if I have $80,000 of equity in my house? Sell or take equity to buy another? Well, I would ask, how good of a deal is the other house you're trying to buy? And then how much is that other house too? But, you don't always have to pull out your equity to buy something or to just pull it out, but it all just depends on the type of deal. So like in this case, I would hope the house you're going to buy is a very, like, stupid deal where, like, you would be an idiot to say no to it, because if you're going to pull out money from your house to go and then get another house with another set of interest, your interest is going to be unreal. So if you want to pull out that, if you want to refinance, cash out refi, and pull out and refinance a new loan at 8% right now, and then go and put it down on a new property of rental, put 20% down and then get another mortgage, that is going to be a high interest. So you're pretty much leveraging to pay, you're paying interest on the interest twice. You could do a HELOC and not refinance, but then again, I don't know if would they let you pull it like cash and add it towards there, but even then there's still an interest rate. People out here getting 30-year loans at 8. Well, the 2-year is at 4.8. Holy shit. So think about it. And then if the rates are going lower, there is people now who expect rates to be lower in 2 years. Why can I say that? Look at the 2-year bond, look at Fed futures. So same thing. It's like, if you're going to hold for 30 years, that'd be crazy, because then it increases how much you pay. But a lot of people right now, the only way you're buying is if you are assuming that there is what's it called? You are assuming that you're going to refinance relatively soon or at a much lower rate. Apple has announced that RCs will complement, not replace, its message service. Incorporate what's RCS? What's Apple RCS? I don't know what that is. And then kind of coming down, low tickers picking up. I see Walgreens printing on the low. RCS is SMS replacement. Big tech scrambling, way too many insignificant headlines. I feel like we've had that for a while, but like even then the partnerships don't hit anymore. I'm surprised the Foot Locker NBA one went up today. No, yeah, it went down. But it was like, dude, a lot of them, like the partnerships just don't have any juice anymore. And when there was like beginning of the year, so-and-so partnered, it would go up 10%. Jean notes highly values development of relations with Mexico. All right, you're a little lower here. It's the lowest you've been in a minute, or at least maybe like an hour and 30 minutes. You're getting back to the level, still within this range here, which isn't too bad, but 44.87. Like I told you, like 44.50, that's where we start to have problems. So for the most part, you're about to enter 11 o'clock. Still, what, 2 hours, 15 minutes? 2 hours, 14. You still got some time. It's flowing by. The market could still move a lot. It was just green after just being red, so I don't know how we're going to end up here today. Weird day. No, it's breather, man. Breather. You know, breather. Let it breathe. All about the breathing. You know, it's natural. Let it. You know, very good. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Like I said, if we drop like a little bit below 44.50, yeah. I don't think bears. I said this on the watch list. I said if we come down, just don't assume it's going to be something where you just go start buying puts and it immediately gives it all right back up, because we got to wait. There has to be equal and opposite reaction at this point. So again, bonds, dollar, certain elements, you know what to watch out for, but like we need something. Again, a headline, even that little, remember, you started off this week with a warning on the U.S. credit by Moody's. So, you know, you really need something to get in the way. And unfortunately now, there is going to be data next week. We'll see if the market really wants to be like hypersensitive to stuff like that. But for the most part, there's not too big of a schedule. And then we also have the holidays next week. It's Thanksgiving. Spying Bitcoin. Watch out for the NASDAQ too. What is this? You want Baba 75, 76? I just think it's weird that Baba is a dividend stock now. It's like kind of tripping me out. You little decent candle there, decent Raul. Chicle, you guys keep saying Tesla. I have Tesla's down 4.5, but still at 230 again. They went up to 250 yesterday. I think Netflix though, that one's doing. Remember, they kind of looked like, but Netflix is the ultimate. I'm mad I sold that out at the 430. It hit that level and then went off. It ignored everything, even without the catalyst. Market hit a wall. Your shop made 60-hour weeks mandatory. Is that not what did they have mandatory prior? Are they allowed to? Don't they like mandate? Isn't there like a limit? Where's OSHA? Where's Cal OSHA? You ain't in California, but there's no Cal OSHA. Sorry, I'm looking up something now. I'm seeing if we could get something ready. And then you guys don't have any earnings today? Usually you guys were asking me about earnings. We went through this yesterday though. And then I think there's one today. Maybe. But then Friday, tomorrow morning. Cisco, AMAT's actually a big one. And Ross actually, after hours. That's more for the consumer, and then that's it. Spectrum tomorrow, BJ's. Sherwin-Williams on the high. Seen that a little bit, but low ticker is the one that's been taken over. We've kind of still chilled. It's awkwardly very small. The Russell's still bad though, and that's today does stand out. Not only does oil just dropping again, and that's probably word to the consumer stuff, but keep in mind that Russell, small caps, real estate, they're down, but bonds have a lot of rally here. Again, bonds are right near the highs, which is kind of wild to think about. Want more Walgreens? I like more Walgreens. I'm waiting to get more, but I'm surprised, though, that they keep selling off like that. They're going to need a good earnings, but I also do think fear is taking over. But it doesn't help that the consumer, once again, you haven't really heard anything good. Looks flushy. It looks choppy. You could tell. What's the volume? That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you guys could feel the speed. You know, the market looks like it's doing a lot, but we just feel like we're chilling. But again, the days where we did sell off, like where was it? This Monday, remember, we kind of picked up, but then that day was kind of slow up until like what, now? So maybe you want it to just pick up and just like get into a moment where like it actually moves though. Otherwise, just a couple of big reds, a couple of greens, and then holding up here with nothing else moving. I think the dollar might be green now. No, dollar went back to red. I guess it never went green. You say 30? I thought mine just said 50. You got 30? Oh no, 38. I'm tripping. Where did I see 50 at? 38 million by hour number 4 or 5. Hour 5, just under, maybe 4.5 hours. Okay. Might be. I don't know. I think I'll take it. I'll take the risk, bro. I'll take the risk. Intel's insane, bro. I'm mad. I wish I got that one. Not too mad, but I wish I got that one. We talked about it. I was trying to be cautious, and then he went boom, boom, boom. Oh, zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, 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 Chatadonia. Oh. Oh. You guys ready? News on Intel is bad Cisco. That's my take on it. Oh, Chatadonia. It's an honor. You know why? Because I like this. I was just thinking about it. I was like, I love PHILO, man. It's great. And I love these PHILOs lately. You know why? Because I don't know what the market's doing right now. Because it might go up on PHILO. Who knows? But the thing about it that I really like is that I just get to read from the book. And I just get to give you a couple of words. I'm not doing anything crazy. I've given you way crazier PHILOs in the past. You know what I'm saying? Way crazier PHILOs in the past. So it's very, very simple, man. Very, very simple. I just want a couple of good words, man. Good words. I feel you. If you got to go, if this has the potential to turn you into salt, I get it, man. You got to dip out. I'm not going to judge you for it, man. I'm not going to judge you for it. But this one's good, man. What are we on? We're on Proverbs 17. So there's a couple of things that stood out, but I think what we get to talk about today, it's very good. There's two things, honestly. There's one thing I like about it, and if you heard what I was saying yesterday, and I don't know, it's like I've never really done this, but I think this time around the book of Proverbs, I'm doing it. It's like I'm trying to spot very macro themes that are in the book or that chapter. And one thing I got out of it, I'm sitting there thinking about it. And one thing I got is that this whole chapter, Proverbs 17, it was talking about a difficult pattern, and I think that's a more applicable way to talk about it, as well as what you allow. Oh, man. I don't know if y'all feel me. I should have read it to you first. I'll give it to you, though, now. I'll give you the things that stood out. And then again, these are the ones that stood out, but you keep reading. A lot of them kind of follow the same thing. But this one opened up hard, man. I love it. Proverbs 17:4. I'm going to read a couple of them. A wicked doer giveth heed to false lips, and a liar giveth ear to a naughty tongue. Whoso mocketh the poor reproacheth his maker, and he that is glad at calamities shall not be unpunished. Whoa. It's pretty weird. You're just listening to it yesterday? That's good. So that's why I hope you see where I got the idea of this is where it's allowed. What do you allow or not? A wicked doer giveth heed to false lips. A liar giveth ear to a naughty tongue. Whoso mocketh the poor reproaches his maker. And he that is glad at calamities shall not be unpunished. There's a lot to take away from it. All right, and then it goes on. There's another one, though. This is the thing this one really came out. This one stuck out, too. I'll give you the first one, too. Proverbs 17:10. A reproof entereth more into a wise man than 100 stripes into a fool. Amen. An evil man seeketh only rebellion. Therefore, a cruel messenger shall be sent against him. And then it scares again. Well, it's also it skips. I was going to skip one, but let a bear be robbed of her whelps meet a man rather than a fool in his folly. Whoso rewardeth evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. This is Proverbs 17. We're going in order every day. I did 16. We got 15. I did 15 and 16 yesterday. I love it. So I said something about a difficult pattern. And this one, there's a couple of things that stood out, man. Again, even on the first part of it, but like I'm saying, you read through it, it's talking about something. It's talking about what you allow. It's saying if you allow evil, it's not going to leave. You reward evil, it's not going to leave. If you try to get involved in certain actions, there's always going to be a consequence. Again, you could try to, it's either, this one, I hate it. I hate it and love it. A reproof entereth a man more into a wise man than a humbled stripes into a fool. They're saying, like, that's one good, you tell a wise person one good thing constructive, it'll change everything, than telling a fool good advice 100 times. They'll never learn from it. It's in Proverbs 17. So all of this just reminded me of something. It just reminded me of a broader, difficult pattern. This whole book just talking about is saying you want to do something good, but then you don't do good. And then the rinse and repeat, saying a fool does this, a wise person does this, somebody does this 1,000,000 times. You make the same mistake, it's because you're allowing this. If you allow false lips, this is what's going to happen. You talk like this is what's going to happen. You rejoice at these type of events. That's why I don't know. So something about it, I really like the simplicity of it. But it did really remind me of this difficult pattern of life, and it was kind of a good reality check once again. So, Chad, I don't know how far you've read or if you've read it at all, but I hope this is a good reminder on one of the old philos we've had about the filter of both what you're filtering in. And honestly, at the same time, too, I hope looking back 100 years or 1,000 years, however long you want to date it back to, this idea of wanting to chase wisdom, but then doing the opposite, and the distinction between foolish and wisdom, I hope you understand and see the struggle. And I hope you see the back and forth of the truths of one and the truths of the other. But that's what I got from all of this on today. So I wanted to share it with you, and it was very good. And I guess I'll end it with one of the favorite ones there. And like it says, man, rewarding evil will make it not leave. I hope that sums it up. Because like I'm saying, that difficult pattern, if you are looking for the answer, it is very simple. If you reward a bad behavior, it will not leave. I am not talking about the Chad. I am not talking about meaningless shit in the sense you think it's about. No. Think about the stuff that you're doing in your life. You're like, I don't want to do this. Or you think it's good, you think it's bad. Again, think about it for real. How do you reward evil? It's simple, man. What is something you don't want to do, but you keep doing it? That's all. I don't have to get that philosophical. I don't have to get that theological. I don't know what your sin is. Your sin is in your heart, whatever you think is right and wrong. But think about it. We all got something. You're like, why do I do this? But you do it. You reward it, and you're going to ask yourself why it doesn't leave. Again, You're still getting excited that people have bad things happening to them, and you're surprised that you don't feel a certain way? Weird. Not really, but 2,000 years ago, an old guy could have told you this. You see what I'm saying? What's going to happen, listening to certain things, and it's all, but it's just like, it's a broader, these are all the little proverbs of it, but the broader theme, like I'm saying, is just simple. You keep rewarding evil. It's that you gave it a home. Yeah, so this one really stuck out to me as one for like just habits and thinking about that and really getting a focus and understand that too, though. But that is giving way to folly. That is being foolish. So if you are one who wants to seek wisdom, stop allowing it. So this one I'm reading to you from the King James, believe it or not. I'm reading you the classic, man. The classic, but for real, I hope you like it. I hope you enjoyed it, man. And no, there's no political anything about this. Please don't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's awful. To think that this is a political message, it's not. I'm saying for you, I hope this could help somebody individually struggling with either a sin they're dealing with, whether motivation, you know what I'm saying? But like to think this whole world is politics and that, no, it's not. And it's not about who you vote for and or anything like that. So, you know, that's awful to make that out of this when there's more to it, and I'm sure you could apply it to politics. But like I'm saying, bro, I'm reading these in the morning. I'm sharing these with my brothers and sisters, and it's something along the lines of like how to better yourself and make literally success, positivity. And it's about us because, again, before we point our finger and what good can we do to change the world if we keep allowing evil within our own habits and lives. And by evil, I mean things we don't want. You know, because some people hear the word evil and they get so worked up and think it's this, but it's like, just like I said, we just doing stuff we don't want to do, bro. Imagine not being free to the point where you're like, I don't want to do this. I'm not going to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to feel this way. I'm going to feel this way. And not versus not, again, being imprisoned to something else. So it's about you and it's love, baby. So Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed that. And I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. And that's it. Was I supposed to tell you that? I don't know if I got into the. I think I just got into the. Do we do push-ups now? I just started spitting. Just start spitting, son. That's all. That's it, man. What do we got now? What do we got? Let's get Uncle. You want some post-Uncle? I brought the market up again a little bit yesterday, though. It was crazy. This day is the most annoying. No. Prepare for it. Prepare again for a day like this tomorrow. If I'm wrong, you'll get surprised with a nice one with big movement. But for the most part, like, dude, this has been so wicked with what we've gone through. Like a normal pullback, choppiness, like... embrace it, my brother, embrace it. I have read the Stoics and Mr. Marcus, or what are they? The Meditations, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius. They're very great. Very great. Very great. Let's play a classic, bro. Let's play a classic.
2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put, I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring, I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in, drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting, skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming, hating for no reason. You a demon, leeching, healing. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, or West Peloton. Make $100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal.
Oh, it's a classic, man. It's a classic. It's a classic. Oh, so we're back now, man. We're back. Chill day, bro. Embrace it, man. Y'all, though, some of y'all, bro, this is like, dude, we have been running straight up sprints every fucking day. And I need y'all to embrace today, embrace the slowness. You had a little bit over here. Remember, it's the same feelings, same things, all that. But embrace it for now. Embrace it for now, man. Embrace it for now. So it's good, man. It's good. Love the classics. Love them. Gotta love it. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. So it's good, man. That's it, man. The haters always involved. That's cool. Different lines stick out at different times. Bro, the faith is never wasted if you reach it for a goal. That's hard, bro. Hey, man. Last 30-minute sell-off. Maybe not. I just think today's a weird one, man. Bonds, oil, and small caps, the relationships all over the place here. Again, the Fed speakers, I feel like they just have to say the same thing. It's like they invited somebody. It's like they didn't invite somebody to a party. You know what I'm saying? And they're trying to they all have to make sure they have the same story when they talk in public so that you don't know. But they all sound the same. It's the same exact thing for months. So embrace it for now. It's okay. They don't want you to be too reactive. They're telling you to calm down. Yeah, Intel is unreal. That one. We called it from Watchlist to this morning, but that was a missed opportunity. I feel like I should post it on Craigslist. So if you got it, GG, baby. I know some of you grabbed it in the morning. That was beautiful. Beautiful, man. Intel above 40, man. It's just living life. What did they say? 40? Isn't 60 the new 40? Or something like that? That's how you know Biden's in his prime. What? Makes no sense. So somebody told me that. They said 40 is the new is something. 40 is the new 20, I think. Gasoline futures closest to their lowest level since 2021. I mean, this is one of the biggest down days for oil, I think. It came back up a little bit, but still down 4.95 after bouncing somewhat. Yeah, gas 210. It dropped. It plummeted into Christmas, too. Same exact thing, actually. So literally, same exact thing last year. You had the same plummet in gas. But was gas cheap at Christmas? I don't remember. I don't know if gas is expensive or cheap anymore. It's so messed up. My price perception towards fuel for my vehicle, I don't understand. And then if I travel too, it's crazy, bro. So 210 is I guess that's dude, even that's down 4.5% today. That's futures. We'll see. Oil. Yeah, a little baby bounce on oil. Disney to 100. Habibi, I like this. Maybe Disney, if Intel can do it and recover, so can Disney, Yalla. Nah, but they need to hold that. Again, 94.99, 94.95. It does. That's the death gap that they had from that bad earnings. One oil to 150. That's the paradox right now. So if you really think the Fed's going to cut and you also think this economic data is saying recession, oil peaked at 130 then. That's it. I don't know. It may get to 100, but that's it. And then unless there's a war and then the Persian Gulf wants to sanction the United States, I think that would be the only thing. The only real upside risk to oil right now is the Middle East. Otherwise, it looks like your demand. But again, I'm very cautious to comment on any of that, just in the sense that trying to get like a long-lasting economic signal from oil has been a very futile game, unfortunately. Is a reverse market crash an actual thing? Hate to ask again. I didn't see it the first. What do you mean? I've never heard of a reverse market crash. What does that mean? What is a reverse market crash? So the market goes up? A melt up? A blow off top? Oh, like the last breath? It's a new buzzword on YouTube. Graham Stephan made a video on that. Oh, I've never heard of that in my life. A reverse market crash. Well, I'm still wait, hold on. What the fuck is happening right now? Half of you are saying it's like the final run and then it booms, and then some of you are like, huh? Like Venezuela? A pump due to maybe, all right, Mikey. I'm going to stick with Mikey. Pat David was talking about it and used Argentina. Is that what we were talking about the other day with inflation making the markets just rocket up? But is that, you guys remember that, right? It's exactly that. So, was that video already made when you guys asked me about it? Oh, so that, I mean, so if it has nothing, there's a couple of concepts. I mean, I don't know what this means. I don't cover this at all, but, no today. Oh, well, we talked about it then like a week or two ago. I brought this up to you guys. So, shout out the content. Shout out the sources, you know what I'm saying? But if you're talking about Argentina, this is what I was saying the other day, or it was actually a Chad who brought it up. And then we looked at all the countries. Again, if you go look at Japan, Argentina, and all those nations with high inflation, all of their stock markets went up. But I don't know. I feel like calling it a market crash. I don't know what to. It's just the fact that your stock market and asset prices are going to go up with inflation, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a crash. Could you have a slowed down economy? Yes, but it is, eventually your markets will come down. I don't think it's like you crash upwards and then never come down. Maybe I have to watch the video, but it's yeah. But again, just in general, the macroeconomic concept is just I think it's a weird way to phrase it, but this is just the phenomena of economies going up because of inflation. So this is Japan 101. That's why the first time we brought it up was Japan, but then the next time, again, it was a Chad who brought it up, and we started looking at like Argentina. So let me see. Argentina. But yeah, so you guys, we talked about this like, I don't know, was that 2 weeks ago or a month ago? But yeah, we did bring this up here, but I was saying like, there's Japanese bonds, but like, go to the Japanese stock markets. Where is it? Index. Like any of these nations that had their currencies weaken, they went absolutely insane. Again, Argentina. So we were talking about this the other day with just things going up and getting lift. So that is true. If inflation rockets up, your stock market could go up. But yeah, it doesn't mean anything about your economy. Like right now, we're worried. Like we're talking oil down 5% for no reason, and like inflation, the upside of that has nothing to do with that to a degree. But it's all about like the real economy versus just the fact, yes, prices can go up while at the same time having inflation. And usually if you have massive inflation, the phenomena, you look around, every country with massive inflation, even Turkey, that's another one, their stock markets are booming. But is it really booming, or is it just now $1 is worth this? And now again, reference it to converting it back to dollars and all that. Send the video. I'll look into it. That seems weird, but it does seem kind of seems like it's giving it like a hyped up name for just like a macro phenomena. SGD, baby. We saw it. It's great. Oh, what happened in the 20s? No, I mean, the 20s, I don't know if we have the inflation data, but I'm pretty sure inflation wasn't that crazy or a concern in the 20s. But like the best example is looking at other countries. That's it. It's just throughout other times, even with us, but like any time we've had inflation, the stock markets go up. It's just, this is why the Japanese, it's been very weird for them, because now they're the first time they get inflation. Take a look. This is the first time Japanese stock market has rallied since like 1989. You know what I'm saying? They're getting back up to these crazy levels there. That hasn't, and why? Because now they're finally getting an inflation that they haven't had in a long time. So again, Turkey, all these, that's why I said, it was the other day I said this is a very humbling thing. People in America need to understand, because we're like, we get mad. We're like, why is inflation this? The market's this. And then the market, and you're like, it's manipulated. And I told you guys, I was like, how do you think the people in Argentina and Turkey feel? Where they're like, you think things are manipulated. They look at their stock market, their inflation's up hundreds or thousands of %, and then they see their stock market booming. But that is just what happens in inflation. Turkey, good, man. It was good, but there's just massive amounts of inflation there. Again, their economy is at all-time highs. Anybody with massive all-time high inflation, chances are their stock market is skyrocketing. Germany's stock market skyrocketed and crashed with the currency. So yeah, there's a difference between the real economy and then the market, and then what people are looking at just based off of productivity created through just inflation, more dollars, but it's not really more. So it's just but then at the same time, I think it's a different way to look at the concept of the last breath of air before a decline. So I would just say, one, don't get, stock prices going up in inflation. That's common. But as far as like finding the decline, I think you'll be better off following Powell and then, seeing if we do watch the real economy actually have some sort of decline. Biden live. Yeah, I'm here. I'm alive. I'm right now. I'll show you. Oh, it's APEC, huh? Fuck yeah. I'm in APEC. Sit your ass down. Fuck yeah. Oh, he looked good today. I look good.
2023 APEC Summit, the CEO Summit, and all the events.
He got that California lotion on. You know what I'm saying?
I want to thank everyone.
He enjoying his Cali trip.
Possible.
Look at
especially those serving.
He seemed better today. Welcome to California, son.
Advisory Council, the National Center for APEC, and so many others.
He talking a little slight mumble, but he hitting all them syllables.
21 APEC economies make up more than 60%.
Not even study, but he rolled it out.
Of the global GDP.
Fuck yeah! Look, he hitting it. That's
Almost
3 letters in a row.
Global trade.
GDP is hard to say. I could say
the Asia
GPP.
Pacific is projected
Chat
to be
GPT.
the largest contributor to global growth over the next 30 years. So, the vision we pursue for the economic future of our region will rebound far beyond the Asian Pacific. The choices we make are going to matter, it's not hyperbole to suggest, for the entire world. It's up to us to harness the dynamism.
He just edited the hyperbole. That's crazy.
The entrepreneurial spirit of our people.
He said hyperbole and then moved on.
The potential.
That's amazing. He said it's not hyperbole to assume.
In order to realize a future that will benefit people not only in the Asian Pacific
region. Look at Cali does good, bro.
The whole world.
It did good.
I mean that sincerely.
He means that sincerely.
People everywhere. Future where prosperity is shared and is inclusive, where workers are empowered and their rights are respected. Our economy
and everybody here is like a business leader and has money.
And the bridges that connect our
people. He's making a good impression.
Open a golden gate of opportunity to create lives.
Oh, Golden Gate, you get it? San Francisco.
Lives of hope. Most people are just.
You see, bro, he's firing on all cylinders.
It's been my approach here in the United States from the moment my administration took office. We're building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up. Trickle-down economy worked okay sometimes, but not a whole lot trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. But when the middle class does well, the poor have a chance, and the wealthy still do very well. Because what happens, the poor have a ladder up, the middle class and the wealthy still do well. Folks, we're already seeing the results. The last quarter, the American economy grew 4.9%, the highest growth rate in 2 years. More people in the United States because many of you sitting there, the CEOs, let's give credit where it's due. More people in the United States are in the workforce today than any time in American history. Our unemployment has been under 4% for 21 straight months. Inflation has come down by 65%, more to do. We now have the lowest inflation rate of any advanced economy in the world. Meanwhile, median household wealth has grown by 37% in real terms since before the pandemic. I acknowledge there's a disconnect between the numbers and how people feel about their place in the world right now. We can deal with the second part as well. We still have work to do, but our model for growing is delivering real results for all Americans. Significant black unemployment, Latino unemployment, et cetera. The strength of our economy is driving growth and spurring investment throughout our region.
That was the first stutter.
Again, because of many of you sitting in front of me,
Brush it off.
those judgments. And it's drawing investments to the United States, especially from Asia-Pacific economies. Since the start of my administration, companies from across the Asian Pacific have invested over $200 billion in the United States. These are historic investments, creating literally tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. We're 14 million created just since we came to office. All across America in industries that are going to shape the future of this globe. Semiconductors, electric vehicles, batteries, critical materials, hydrogen hubs, and other critical emerging technologies. I've long said it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. Never. No, I mean it. Think about it. It's never been a good bet. And we're proving it once more. So my message to all of you here today is, leaders of government and industry, you can count on the United States. We're delivering on our promises, and we're doubling down on our progress. And we'll soon be your strong and steady partner as we continue working together to realize the Asia-Pacific region that is free and open, prosperous and secure, resilient and connected. By the way, twice since I've been president, I've had the leaders of the Asia-Pacific islands come and meet with me in the United States. They're all part of it.
He's already flexing.
I thought when I left the G20,
call him the dictator.
Vietnam
Do it again.
desperately wanted to see me and raise a relationship. It brought me back when I stood in front of that monument to John McCain. All my days growing up, I never thought that would ever occur. Today, I'd like to talk a little about the work we've done in the region to get there and how we're going to go about seeing this road forward. I've said for a long time, the United States is a Pacific power. I had that brief discussion yesterday with President Xi. He asked he had asked me before, I reminded him, why we were so engaged in the Pacific. It's because we're a Pacific nation. And because of us,
Bitch. He said bitch.
There's been peace and security in the region, allowing you to grow. He didn't disagree. By the way, it was a very good, straightforward meeting. We aren't going anywhere.
He wanted to go off topic. He looked at some of his own and was just looking at him saying, don't you dare.
Has been a
Don't you dare.
It's enabled growth, transformative growth.
That little pause and look
Ensuring
up,
the
they
open
said,
flow of
no,
commerce.
don't.
Lifted millions of people out of poverty. Today, that relationship goes both ways. The United States remains vital to the future of the region. And the region is more vital than ever to the United States of America. It's been my administration's outlook from day one. And we have clearly laid out our approach with our Indo-Pacific strategy. We're delivering across the board. including when it comes to our shared economic agenda. The United States has deep ties with our fellow APEC economies. More than 60%
do
of
push-ups.
U.S. exports go to fellow APEC economies.
I can't. I got to
Robust two-way investment between the United States and APEC countries
body
supports
moving,
good
Chad.
jobs and new opportunities all across the region. And American businesses, significantly represented here in this auditorium, are the largest source of foreign direct investment in the APEC economies. In fact, if we take just the U.S. companies represented here at this summit and look at their new investments in APEC economies in the calendar year, it totaled more than $50 billion so far. Investments announced today from companies like Amazon, United, Delta, Microsoft, to make sure our region is more inclusive and interconnected. Investments announced today from companies like Boeing, Apple, Flexport, Pepsi-Cola, or Pepsi Company, I should say, to make our economies greener and more sustainable. Investments today from companies like IBM, Organon, Visa. Look, they make our region more resilient. They all make it more secure. Here in this world-renowned hub of innovation, leading tech companies like Anthropic, and I'm going to mispronounce.
Dude, he's just say it off.
I'm not going to try.
Brought to you by.
It's better not to try and not mispronounce than try and mispronounce. The point is, small and medium-sized business and startups are getting into action as well. All the announcements translate into real outcomes that matter to people's lives. They're proof that a strong, dynamic American economy is an engine of growth, economic growth, and innovation throughout the entire region. And they're testament to the fact that American investment and American ingenuity are in high demand all across the region. Because when you do business with the United States and our companies, you know what you're getting. High standards, fair practices, protections for workers, world-class ideas and innovation, and a commitment to deal with the environment. Finally, it's a quality guarantee. Look, this is how we've been able to mobilize billions in investment, including major new announcements this morning through our Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. We also work closely to deepen our bilateral economic cooperation with partners throughout the region, especially on the issues that will most impact our future economic success. For example, in September, when I traveled to Vietnam, as I mentioned earlier, to mark a historic new phase in our partnership of our countries, we committed to work together to strengthen the semiconductor supply chain. With India, Japan, Republic of Korea, and Singapore, we've launched new initiatives to shape the technologies and standards that will transform the future. We've deepened economic partnership with the Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, and others. We've renewed and elevated our engagement with critical regional bodies, including the ASEAN and Pacific Islands
Y'all doing
Forum.
push-ups? I'm still stretching.
And when we offered to host APEC 2 years ago, we committed to modernizing this institution to make it easier for us to work together as we take on the challenges of a new era, and there are many challenges. We're going to see more changes in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. That brings me back to the summit, where we go from here. The world is fundamentally different than it was 30 years ago at the first annual APEC leaders meeting at Blake Island in Washington State. The questions we must answer today are not about how much we trade, but about how we build resilience, lift up working people, reduce carbon emissions, and set up our economies to succeed over the long run. How to deliver growth from the bottom up and the middle out so no one gets left behind. The idea behind this new Indo-Pacific economic framework, a partnership among 14 diverse and dynamic nations, all committed to tackling urgent issues like pandemic response, vulnerable supply chains, climate change, natural disasters, which we've learned can gravely impact our economies. We've announced the framework in May of 2022. And later today, we're launching an important new tool to promote sustainable economic growth and create a race to the top, not the bottom. There are tangible commitments negotiated in record time that are going to deliver meaningful outcomes to make supply chains more resilient, facilitate clean energy transition, and fight corruption. For example, a new supply chain agreement will allow us to better monitor for supply chain challenges before they become the kind of full-scale disruptions we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic, and ensure we're better prepared to shift and adapt when disruptions do occur, and they will. I know you all know better than I. Our work is not yet done.
Remind me about that. That's crazy.
This framework,
especially with what we just
will be
talked
a platform for ongoing economic cooperation. And we will continue working to better facilitate high-standard trade that advances workers' rights with strong enforcement of labor standards. And at every step, we have upheld our commitment to unions. Each of the framework pillars includes strong pro-labor outcomes that will benefit workers of all economies. It's critical to building a stronger, fairer, more resilient economy for families across the Indo-Pacific. This week, my administration has launched our new global labor strategy to ensure that workers' rights are the centerpiece for economic strategy internationally as well as domestically. That's a primary concern to me. Last week in Illinois, I congratulated the UAW on their record contract with the big three U.S. auto companies. The contracts can lead to thousands of new jobs, billions of dollars in planned investment to keep American auto industry strong and competitive. And I urge any company investing in America to enter into partnerships with the most highly skilled, dedicated, and engaged workers anywhere in the world, American labor. And folks, I asked the Treasury Department to do a study. When labor does well, what does that do to people, all other non-labor folks around the country? Everyone benefits. And by the way, the reason many of you use labor is because they're the best workers in the world. Union. It's not like you show up one day and say, I want to be an electrician. You show up one day and you say, you got 5 years to practice. And then you get a card. I'm also intent on responsibly managing the competition between the United States and the People's Republic of China. That's what we talked a little bit about yesterday, President Xi and I. That's what the world expects of us. And I promise you that's what we're doing. I met with Xi yesterday, leader to leader, to make sure there's no miscommunication between us. As always, I've met with him more than any other world leader because when I was vice president, it was concluded that I should get to know him. It wasn't inappropriate for the president of the United States to be meeting with the vice president. We've had, prior to this, 68 hours of private meetings, just he and I, each with a simultaneous interpreter. Our discussions have always been candid and constructive.
But Xi meets with the
Again,
California
emphasize
governor.
President Xi that the United States does not seek conflict. And yesterday we announced resumption of military-to-military communication channels to reduce the risk of accidental miscalculation. And it exists. This is not, as my generation would say back in the day, this is not all kumbaya, but it's straightforward. It's straightforward. We have real differences with Beijing when it comes to maintaining a fair and level economic playing field and protecting your intellectual property. We're going to continue to address them with smart policies and strong diplomacy. We've also taken targeted action to protect our vital national security interest. Let me be clear. We are de-risking and diversifying our economic relationship with the PRC, not decoupling. Not decoupling. We'll be firm, standing up for our values and our interests. And I was very straightforward, as he was with me yesterday. At the same time, on critical global issues such as climate, AI, counter-narcotics, where it makes sense to work together, we've committed to work together. We're going to continue our commitment to diplomacy, to avoid surprises, and prevent misunderstandings. A stable relationship between the world's two largest economies is not merely good for the two economies, but for the world. A stable relationship. It's good for everyone. Let me close with this. The leader's statement from that first Blake Island summit 30 years ago captured a shared commitment to, quote, deepening the spirit of community, end of quote, among our economies. For all that has changed over the past 3 decades, we have to continue to summon the spirit of community to meet the challenges of today and to seize the enormous possibilities that exist. My staff is tired of hearing me say this for the last, I don't know how many years. The world is at an inflection point where the decisions we make today, this is not hyperbole, are going to shape the direction of the world for decades to come. For decades to come. Just think of AI. That's particularly true in the Asian Pacific, where so much of the future of our world will be written. And I would argue each of us has a part to play in writing that future together. So today, I challenge all of us to measure our successes not based on the bottom line of our balance sheets, but with the lives we lift up through investments, the potential we unleash with our innovation, and the ability to continue to talk with one another. Let's build a global economy where everyone has a chance to succeed and workers have a fair shot, a fair share of the value they create. The United States is stepping up because of many of you in this room. We're not talking the talk, we're backing it up with commitments. You're going to see us follow through. So I want to thank you again for joining us in San Francisco. Thank you for your commitment to APIC and the future of the Asia-Pacific region. And thank you for everything you've already done to make this summit a success. We can do more. God bless you all. Thank you.
I didn't know they played music. I thought it was just going to be like something else. They give him the, let's see, he's going to get it. He can't mess this one. He ain't going to mess this one up. Yes. They got him. All right, there you go. Look at, man, the business leaders of the universe. APEC, Asian Pacific, man. So he had one headline, again, saying that America was a Pacific nation. Work not yet done for higher trade standards. We'll keep working to improve labor standards. That's about it. That was good, man. Not too bad. And thank you for the panda. Amen. Amen. Everything was good. Today, a lot of speeches, but not a lot of movement off of the speeches. So welcome back, guys. The good news is that took a long time. That took quite a bit of time, it felt like. I've knocked out like 5 different sets of stretches. I got up. I started doing the little sprinkler thing, man. I got water. I went to the bathroom. I did another set of light lunges. It was great, man. That was really, really good out here. So, Chad, you got, hour 15 left, hour 20? You're right back to pretty much where we started leading into that and where we started the day. No shit. So SPY's barely red. Same thing goes for the NASDAQ. But again, Dow and small caps not good today, even though bonds got a bid. Oil stopped hemorrhaging, but it's still pretty bad on the day. Oil's still 4.88 down. I'm down $500 on that play from earlier. I'm down like $1. So every dollar is going to cost me $500. Yeah, that's about what we were talking about in the morning. You got my tin? You have tin for me, or you You had tin that, what is it? Keep my eye on Exxon? That's the tin foil? What was the outcome of yesterday's poll? Which poll? Was it on Twitch? I may not be aware. Oh, thanks for the panda. Thanks for the panda. No, they don't do that one? Netflix. I'm down on the oil play. I made a play on oil this morning. Where lending tips at? Does he have any new tin? LT just been working, but I haven't heard much. I think he's kind of got out of the tin game. You know, I think he got into the YouTube Reels game, but I think he's been less tin. I haven't heard much tin. He's just but naturally tinish. You know what I'm saying? Like he's naturally tinish, but you know, it's still out there. And then SPY right at break even. I'll never get out. Can't. NVIDIA. All right, SPY's back to the green, so is the NASDAQ. It wasn't long ago they were asking why we were red, and early on the day they were asking why we was green. It was hard to tell the travelers that we have not moved, but nobody seemed to understand. The traitors awaited the news, but the Fed chairs completely let them all down. For it seems that if the day does continue to resume green, it will be 13 or 14. Indeed. But they waited for the morrow. Thank you. Call me Doja Cat? It's awful. I was just trying to give you some old English narration on the market. That'd be trippy, huh? Hello. Imagine if we were like, if we had to speak like that still, it'd be crazy. Disney's above 94. I've had this up on the screen for a long time. NVO, where's Lily? Eli Lilly is, they don't tell me it's down like 30, is it? Yeah, Eli Lilly is down like $40 since that recent high, even from the other day. That's like $30 or $22. And forsooth I say to ye, chads, this market doth reek. Thy weakness on thy futures may persist. Otherwise thy green shall prevail, and thou will indeed see the sweet victory of the daily call. You're a volatility junkie and I'm withdrawing. Sideways shit is boring. It's okay. Just take it all in. I don't know. You still got enough time to rip. It's still like there's an hour 20 left, but if you really want something crazy, but for the most part, I think everybody needs to enjoy the day. It's a little bit of a breather. Even yesterday was kind of a breather. I mean, you closed higher because the gap up, but you didn't do much. But this is all good. This is all good. Ryan Air on the high. Eli Lilly and NVO are going up, but again, NVO is selling off a lot. SPY went $40 in 2 weeks. That's why I'm saying a little breather. I don't think the first downside is going to like totally kill you, but at the end of the day, we got to work it in. And next week is a holiday. I feel like a lot of people are ignoring that. I feel like we don't want to admit it, but the year is over, Chad. That's it. Thanksgiving is next week. I thought it was in 2 weeks, but I was wrong. But you guys know Thanksgiving is next Thursday, right? So you guys know this same exact week from now, like this same time Thursday, we are going to be cutting a turkey. Are you aware of that? Are you aware? Are you fully do you understand that? So tomorrow is the last day of the week. Again, even if we sell off the 100 points tomorrow, get to a danger zone and it holds, it's like you're going to push into next week, and next week will be a holiday. Brisket. Oh shit! I ordered the turkey. Do you guys want to do something different? Should we? I don't know. I try to keep it traditional, and I cut the turkey. Do you want me to get like a brisket? Or you want me to get like a deep fried one? I don't know. I think I'm already ahead of time by getting my turkey order. I got my turkey planned for the Chad. We got a turkey on the way. for the Chad, but like I'm just gonna be with the fam. We got all the fam coming in from all over. I guess, well, none of them are coming from Egypt, but for the most part, the American side of the Answars family. So we're gonna be here. Anybody who made it over, and then that's it. Just chilling, man. I think I don't know. I think my girlfriend's mom is coming too. I think. I don't know. I think she might be coming afterwards. So we'll see. We got the whole fam. Their B-Day next Saturday. Yeah, Answar. Yeah, Answars. Better stuff that turkey. Like that's, you almost got me. Almost got me here. No, I feel I will though. I will. Is it awkward with you and Uncle in the same room? No. Why would that be awkward? That's kind of weird. No, there's a lot of fun. Uncle turns up on Thanksgiving. We enjoy it. I'll see. He might be able to come on for the turkey cutting. I'll try. I don't know. He's probably going to be hanging out with everyone else in the family who's coming out. But if he's available, I'll get him on. But no, we love Uncle at Halloween. Or Halloween, Thanksgiving. Halloween, I think he handed out candy. That's it. Yeah, passed out after the first play. No, Uncle could eat, bro. Uncle could eat. Uncle could eat. Tryptophan. The tryptophan. How's Nigel? Still work, bro. Ever since Nigel got... Nigel had to do a lot of stuff for the work requirements back then, and it's been different for Nigel since, man. Nigel's been going through a lot, and then PPP loans, I think. Nigel's been doing... I don't know what the fuck's been happening to Nigel, man. Apple to push to replace Qualcomm chips to slip further behind. Qualcomm up. Wait. Apple push to replace Qualcomm chip set to slip further behind. So Qualcomm benefiting off Apple. It's a good headline. I mean, if it hold. But it seems slow. It's a big pop, though. Why does Uncle sound like you? That's a stupid fucking question. Respectfully. Let me talk to your uncle. Let me talk to your dad. It probably sounds like you. I'm telling you. I didn't realize it till later. Because I used to get mad when people would ask me, but I was like, whoa. It's like you guys, do anybody like, like, do any of you guys got like sisters? Like, do you guys have sisters? Okay, don't worry. I love my girlfriend. I'm not trying to marry your sister, even though some of you tried to pawn them off in arranged marriages. But that's a Middle Eastern joke. What's his name? Paul? Remember Paul every day? That's for the real OGs. Paul, you don't remember Paul? Mm-hmm. Well, you have a sister? Cool. Well, like, the funny part is, like, your sister is literally you with hair. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's you. So, like, for the guys, at least. For the guys. It's crazy. No, probably. You say not mine, but no, it's you. Trust me. For the most part, like, it trips me out, man. It trips you. I'm glad. I'm pretty sure. I hope so. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend is an only child. But, like, because I feel like if I saw her, I'd be like, oh, my gosh. Mm-hmm. Like, bro, it's like, you see my sisters, it's just them with, like, it's me with a wig, dude. It's so funny. And for most of my life, I didn't see it, but then I slowly started to see it. Once I started, I was like, I thought it was me in pictures, and I was like, wait a minute. That's not me. Mm-hmm. What if I have long hair? Does it mean sister is me? Maybe. But, like, usually in my experience, like all of my friends, like, their sisters, it just looks like them with long hair. And it trips me out. It's just so funny. Is that an Egyptian thing? It might be, but my friend, no. I think this, especially with white people too, man, y'all. So y'all ain't safe either. So better watch out. Trying to make this about Egyptians only? Nah, man. I've seen this everywhere. You have no idea. Everywhere. Clifford. We've done this several times, Qualcomm. Dude, I think we're going to chill. We are going to chill. You know if you're taxed when you transfer? I don't think so. As long as you don't sell anything out, you should be good. I think buying a condo in LA is a smart choice. It depends. Make sure the building's not too old. Make sure it's in a good area. Try to get a view. You know, there's certain things when it comes down to like values in LA. You know, location, a nice view will go a very long way. But I would research the building, and like I've been saying, just try not to pay the highest for the unit. The thing about condos right now, especially depending on where you're looking, I've noticed this a lot. Condos are a really good opportunity to get a building like a couple years back in time. Like people will be selling condos nowadays for kind of the same pace over the last like 2 years. You know, that's a big deal. You regret not getting a better front porch or better backyard. Didn't you get yours as a new build, or did you get yours as existing? Because new build, don't you like do the lawn? You have to like, they usually give you just a empty slab. Say you do the lawn. With a Baba, would you be looking at price target or China stability? A little bit mix of both. I think price target would take more priority, but then price China stability, you know, if it reaches a extreme, then it will become the most important. What happened if you sell but never transferred the money to your account? No, that's still a taxable event. So you still have a filing from your broker that gets sent to the IRS that has it. New build, but I wanted a covered area in the backyard. I didn't think about it since it was your first house, I feel. But like, what did you get then? But you still like designed your own backyard, or did they give you one? That's crazy. Where's Hugh? I don't know, man. I hit him up. He didn't respond back, so I don't know did you guys harass him? I could totally see a lot of Chads. I mean, again, I could actually, honestly, I feel like y'all may have fucked with him, but at the same time, I haven't heard from him. I emailed him like a week or two ago. So that's it. Bahu, I don't know. I think Bahu's gone. Is this your full-time job? No, I would say real estate or this, but then at the same time, I would say I'm retired at this point. I'm a boomer. Just grass and 10 by 10 concrete slabs. Oh, yeah, you got the base model. Hugh Johnston. That's Pepsi, man. Now he works for Disney. Bro, retired sounds young. I mean, because again, I always say like I spend a lot of time here, but like I wouldn't consider trading a job, but definitely real estate. But then at the same time, especially like this year, like I've done a lot of real estate work, but like real estate is like I've chilled out. Like definitely this year, I'd say I did the least amount of transactions in the last couple. Still got a lot of doors, but just like it just felt so much less active, or like less work, more or less. Again, less cold calls. I haven't done that in years for the cold calling. I gave you guys my cold calling time, so that's good. That's good though. That's good though. I think it balanced out pretty well. How many businesses do you have? Several, man. Several. But long-term real estate, those are the winners always. Yeah, Baba eliminated their cloud spin-off. I think they might have got rid of all the other spin-offs. So we'll see. You want to get into real estate next year? Do it. again, you got to figure out which avenue. Like, there's being an agent, there's flipping houses, there's wholesaling houses, there is, again, just investing for rental income. But no matter what, like I'm saying, everybody could find out how to incorporate it. Like, even if you're a trader, I love it, man. The traders, like I'm telling you, my man today who said it, he was like, he said he bought his house, sold off some of his long-term, bought a house where he says he has no payment now. And dude, that's just like, oh man, it's amazing. It's amazing because, dude, if you could trade and you want to trade for a living and that's what you want to do, but you at least got a crib, it goes a long way, just the first investment. But be smart too, though. We've talked about that. Why would you buy a physical real estate when you could buy a REIT or real estate on the market? Don't both offer the same appreciation? Physical real estate is a pain to maintain? No, not at all. So that's the thing. A REIT will give you the same income as a property. You're totally right. Like I'm telling you, a REIT to a degree, a REIT is a very good, if you just want stable rental income, income coming from real estate, and you want it like stable, a good cash flow that could compare to a property, then you go and buy a REIT. But they don't appreciate the same way. I would say that's far from it. Again, especially if you go look at real estate's near all-time highs. It's only been going up even from everything. You got, even O and other names, they're coming back down to certain levels. You could hold a REIT for 10 years, and on the equity, you could be down on it, but you would have gotten all your money back through the yield most likely. So the benefit is REITs give you the rental income, no worry about tenant. Even the taxes are way different compared to even like real estate property taxes. So it is very, very good. Trump gag order in New York fraud case blocked by state appeals court. That's good. Good for them. Unless they said, no, it's happening. So that's why. But like, I like my big thing. I've been in if you even watch my old videos on real estate, that's the crazy part. Again, even the real estate course, like the one thing I've always loved about real estate is the appreciation. That has definitely changed my life, and I love it because, again, real estate is the biggest asset in the world, and usually it's people's biggest first purchase or biggest asset they ever own. So it's like I've always appreciated the appreciation. So that's why I choose physical property over REITs. But I have a couple of REITs, not much, but definitely prefer it. And I'm used to the challenges at this point. Although I think it's your first couple of properties, your first go into real estate, there's quite the learning curve, and you learn a lot of stuff through shit going wrong along the way and dealing with problems. So like I have a lot of stories I've shared a lot with you guys. So at this point, handling the real estate is a lot easier. I'm way more used to it than anything comparatively. Oh yeah, wait a minute. It's Thursday. Fuck your real estate question. I'm sorry, respectfully. You had yesterday. Call real estate, baby. Fundrise and e-REIT. So unfortunately, I was talking to this because we have a Chad. We got Eagle Eye. He works for another company like that, and they're good. I hope it's good, but like I personally do not like them. Unfortunately, I do not like any like split up real estate, like split up a house with 100, 1,000 fucking people. Like fuck out of here. Like just go buy a REIT. Go buy a REIT at that point. But it's like if to really change your financial life, and if you want to go from like, straight up, bro. Like if we went from immigrants to we did very well. How real estate. That's the simplest way to put it. Just because it wasn't with partnering up and splitting one property with 50 people and not because again, if something big happens in real estate, you want to be able to capture that. But like I said, in the beginning, if you have to partner, go partner. You know what I'm saying? But like if you don't have to partner with anybody, don't partner with anybody. No, we're talking about like fractional ownership of real estate. So there's like companies out there that say like you can invest in real estate for like $100, $1,000, and they're like and then it's like 100 people, 1,000 people, they all throw in money and you buy like a share of you get like 5% of a house, 2% of a house, 0.5% of a house. Yeah, it's like crowdfunding a house. Exactly what it is. So it's good for the companies and the facilitators. The only people making money off that are the agents, the loans, the commission. You know what I'm saying? That's whoever is fucking facilitating the crowdfunding, they're just scraping in the fees, dog. That's the real moneymaker on that. But at the same, it's not a timeshare. Somebody buys it and then they manage the property, and then they sell the properties, they fix them up or do whatever, and then you all share the value, or it collects rent and you get like a little portion of it. But it's not syndicated like big money. It's not like saying you have to be an accredited investor. It's like really small. So it's like, that's why I say it's just not worth it, because now you're taking a liquid investment like real estate, and now you're not even getting the fucking leverage behind it. So it's like, it's just not worth it usually. Again, if you make $100,000 on a property and you split it 100 ways, 1,000 ways, you're making what, $1,000, $100? It's not like, I want you to go for that $100,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where it's there. So you'll notice, again, at earlier times in my life, I loved working with people, and I wanted to work with people. And like, I've worked with great people already. You know what I'm saying? But like, eventually, like, just, I think the wisdom of like being, financially good with it. And if you really want to do very well and carve out your own path, though, I would avoid partnerships in real estate. Again, it's just it's the same thing. Just like if you could avoid splitting a house, avoid it. Why? Like, literally, why would you, unless you need to? And if you need to, limit the amount of partners. You do not want, again, I even tell this when Chad's tried to get involved with me. I even tell you don't want to partner with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is especially if it's a good deal, you find it, you do all the work, and on there, it's like, you want to make sure you capitalize. And if you can, it's better than not. But especially if you're going to partner on a 1,000 scale, like, I'm just I don't think it's worth your while, and it just ties up money. You're better off buying dividends in the S&P, in my opinion, than crowdfunding real estate but then getting real estate, I think, is better than stocks to a degree. So that's the catch-22. Again, real estate, the leverage it offers and factors like that, that's what makes it a real game changer. Like I said, you make 10% in real estate, $500,000, that's $50,000. If you want to you have a $50,000 account, to make $50,000, you need to make 100%. Avoid partnerships in general. Very difficult to find the right sidekick. Well, yeah. Self-storage? No, I wish. I have a friend who's got the damn permits. He won't let me in on it. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the old. I know one guy recently who just got it in Southern California. He just got the damn. I told you about this a couple months ago. I don't know if you remember. Some of you say you listen to everything. I told you about this. He got the permits. But I want in, but like, again, he won't let me in on it. But I wish. It's very hard to get into self-storage. One, you won't get approval. You only get approval if you get the hookup from the government in that local area, especially if there's large demand. And then anybody selling self-storage, they're selling it like a fucking growth stock. It has a very high future price embedded into it. If you want to buy one and you don't build your own, and you want to buy someone that's already up and running and successful, heavy premium on it. Still to this day, that's one of the, people talk about commercial doing awful, but you don't hear about the bulletproof commercial that still exists out there, and that's one of them. I don't think any motherfucker is losing on storage, and anybody defaults on storage, I think there's 1,000 mother effers ready to line that up and buy that. What time? Power hour. 10 minutes into power hour, actually. The Bigger Pockets podcast? No. I have used Bigger Pockets back in the day. Bigger Pockets used to be great. I haven't been on there recently, but very good forum to get like just involved and learn a couple of the things and see stuff with real estate and investing. But also too though, like at the same time, like it's just like anywhere you're gonna deal, like there's a lot of I don't like formulas. I like a mix of understand and common sense. Understand the math too. I'm not saying math isn't real, but you know, like at the same time, like they go about certain things. I've seen a lot of stuff overlooked on Bigger Pockets back in the day that just, again, they were all home runs looking back, but hindsight is 2020. But I think Bigger Pockets is a great resource. But I've not listened to the podcast. When are we going to buy the Colt compound? Well, now after commercial real estate, or if I could get a good deal. There's a couple out there. You guys have sent me that other one, maybe end of the year, actually, if I can't find anything good for the taxes. And again, if anybody wants to sell a house, you get a wholesale end of the year. If you want a Christmas present, wholesale me a house, dog. That's it. I think last wholesale got paid like 20 grand or something. 10 grand? 10 to 20? You let me know. You let me know, man. You let me know. But you guys sent me a couple not too long ago. We talked about Baba, earlier. We just did talk. That's why we had it on the screen. They lost 10%, but they got rid of a very good spin-off plan, unfortunately. And now they offer a dividend. I feel like nobody been saying that. I think that's the biggest. But it's overshadowed by the bad news that they had. But like, dude, literally, it's crazy. You want to buy my house, dude? If your bank would let you, and like they'll let us do like a transfer of the mortgage, I'm so down. So like if you would want to transfer me the mortgage at the 3%, and then depending on the value, if there's a cash difference, I pay you. I'd be down. Hell yeah, I'd love a 3% assumable loan. If the bank will let us, they probably won't though. They're haters. Probably because it's a 1% dividend. Yeah, it's low for now. That's what sucks, because now it's like if this is going to find its way into the dividend world, they may need to kind of sell off a little bit more to be attractive or compete. Does it matter what city? No, I'll buy a house anywhere in the United States of America. So usually by the end of the year, though, there's a lot of things have to rush through the door. So any houses for sale, or maybe you want to wholesale one, let me know. Chinese dividend. You get they exchange it. You're going to get a United States dollar, but you still have to pay an ADR tax on the dividend. So they'll set like a reference amount in dollars, but you still have to pay an ADR fee. When are we partnering? I told you don't partner. And I said, if you just want to come out to Cali, and I said, if you want to come visit me, buy a house and let's work on it, then that's the only way. So it's kind of a catch-22 you're putting me in, Daniel. Putting me in a catch-22, man. And that's super tax inefficient. For whom? But you never responded. Was it off market? I want to meet my cult leader. You will. At the right time. The right time. Either the right time while you flipping a house here. See, that's why I'm trying to make it the right time. Make you have opportunity. Your VA is assumable. Can't wait to sell my condo. Why? Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Give it to the kids. It's FHA, so it's assumable, but you'd have to be eligible for FHA loan. I think I might. I don't think I have any FHA loans active. I don't know if there's an income requirement, but email me. Email me. Property bros were in CNBC this morning, kind of dumping on Airbnb. I mean, at this point, Airbnb is Disney. Like the tide of, like, I don't know, in my mind, the public tide of, it's a given that Airbnb is hated, if that makes sense. So I'm not too surprised. To a degree, I think it's all, in my delusional, biased mind, it is making me believe that it's making Airbnb more bulletproof for the future, but we'll take it as a given that Airbnb, like Disney, people don't like it. I still can't believe they bought an AI startup. Hey, can I help you find a stay? If you're interested in something more flexible, I could show you a couple of cool options. Have you ever stayed in a yurt before? Yeah, it's kind of like a hut, but we gave it a cool hipster name. Super awesome. Most of the homeowners buy them for $10,000, and they make that in a month by selling it to you for $300 a night. It's an awesome stay. You won't have any running water, but it's a great experience. You could tell all your friends about it, and I'm sure you're going to bring mushrooms. That's if you're flexible. If you have more rigid deadlines, just let me know, and I could help you find your stay. And remember, check the reviews so you don't get a fucked up host. Otherwise, you're going to make a really, really biased TikTok when that host was giving you red flags for a very long time. Awesome. Thank you. Why don't they just hire you? Why won't you understand? And this is why you need to like embrace and give me a hug sometimes, No corporation will hire me. Get that through your head, Chad. I have said too much. I have been bad. That's it, sir. Again, unless it's fucking Weeble and Mumu, they want to pay any of this sketchy finance shit wants to give me so much money to do their bidding, but no. So no matter what, I invest. The best I could do is align my money with the gigantic conglomerates. Okay, that's it, man. Just understand it. How much do they want to give you? I mean, enough for everybody else to sell out. That's all, man. It's good enough, man. I told you the other one, even when it was like FTX and who was it? FTX and BlockFi, when they were offering, up. I was like, well, that's a free Lambo. I'm like, wait a minute. So I was like, I could wait a minute. You start doing math, you like, that's a rental property. You're like, nah. This is why I tell you, they paid a lot of money to have you all on these brokerages. Especially when you're like, what's wrong with it? Oh, man. Hey, Josh, do you have any Airbnb in Joshua Tree? No, man. I was looking at Joshua Tree back in the day because Joshua Tree popped before the real estate market went crazy. So there was an Airbnb rally in Joshua Tree before any of you knew to hate Airbnb. The year was 2015, 2016, even into like 2018. And it was actually fucked up because Joshua Tree just started popping off. Houses in Joshua Tree were $50K. They were going for $100, then $150 to $300. Like, it was just going nuts. And then I was like, I thought I was late and like still kind of early. And I remember I offered on a couple of them and they fell through. They wanted more money. And I was like, nah, I'll come back later. And then ignored it for a little bit. And then the pandemic hit and then that's it. But it's been crazy since. Email Colt without for a house. What email? I mean, usually if it is, I forward everything or I answer it if it's a genuine question. But if the email's not getting through, you might be blocked or the spam filter for some reason. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I work with wholesalers too, man. I don't care. So again, I've had a Chad in here worked for a wholesale company and got his first wholesale deal because I bought it off him. I said, I'm down, bro. If it's a good house, if there's money to be made off of it. So you let me know. Would you say the depreciation on REITs is as low and on the appreciation of property? What do you mean? The depreciation on REITs is as low as the appreciation So like it depreciates to the same rate that it increases. I think it's hard to tell, but in general, like most people, when you buy a REIT, you're not buying it to make your money on equity. That's the thing. It's all like real estate with less work, less tax, but you don't have to deal with but you're not going to make appreciation. That's it. The company sitting there, the REIT is the one walking away with it. What was the cult real estate? Oh, well, you can email me. I'll make sure they get it. If not, still same thing with those filters. Have you ever been burned by a cult agent or a Chad referral? What do you mean, like burned? I've just had people try to like scam me. Like I've had Chads try to like send me houses that were not worth, and I'm like, I don't know what you thought was gonna happen here. And then the only other one, end of last year, that one time, we had a killer wholesale deal, and then the guy, I told the guy he'd get paid, and I made him an offer, and then it was a friend of a Chad who referred him. Like he got the deal, and then like the guy just got like super greedy, and then went to another wholesaler or went to another buyer, and then the buyer just stole it from him. So a Chad had a friend. And then his friend went to the Chad and was like, yo, I got this property. What should I do with it? And Chad told him to wholesale it to me. And then I got in contact, and I was like, I think we were going to give him like 10 or 15 grand or something. I forgot what it was. I forgot, or 7. I don't know. He was going to get something, and like the property was kind of shit. And there was crackheads, like the plumbing was fucked up. This was all end of last year too. You guys, this was very recent. And then the guy, Chad's friend, just was like, he wanted more and more money, and we were like, dude, it's not, trust me, like, no. And he thought he could get more money, and then he talked to another investor, and then once the investor realized that the guy didn't have this house locked down like he said he did, the guy just undercut the guy and stole the house. And that's it. And then again, he's still working with whoever I don't know what happened with the house, but pretty much the guy who had the deal ended up losing it. He got too greedy, but I was like, oh, well, hey. I in my mind, I think God just protected me from a bad deal. So I was like, amen, amen. Open Door offered you 260. They're usually good. Check the comps. If that Open Door offer is higher than anybody in your neighborhood, take it, because they'll gladly overpay for your property. You're looking at an M5 in Bay Area in your New York. I'm buying, shipping, any tips? There's a couple of like trusted like car shippers for like luxury vehicles or nicer ones if you're worried. Otherwise, I mean, if you're already going to go through the process of like shipping your car, just fun fact, you should go register it in Montana or Nebraska. I think it's Montana. But at that point, if you're going to that length to already ship the car. Yeah, no tax in Montana. Why register? Because Montana is like one of very few states that lets you register a car without the car being there. So most states, if you want to get a registration for a vehicle, you have to be there, right? So in Montana, you don't have to be there to get the registration. So why is that good? Because if you buy under a Montana corporation, there is no sales tax on the vehicle. So, and you could register the vehicle without it being there, and then you could just ship the car from wherever, register it in Montana, and then send it to Cali with no taxes. So if you ever see a supercar with a Montana plate, that's why. Selling a lot of homes in Indiana, not selling at absurd prices, some cutting. Yeah, that's not it. Even this whole year, I've liked Indiana all year. I was getting every property I got in Indiana this year. It was a fair price. It's just everyone's buying there for the yield. That's it. And Indiana's like a weird bond. This is how I've been looking at it. You're buying a 24 Land Cruiser and you need to ship it to Poland. Probably a lot harder. Well, you're going to register in Florida. Yeah, might be. And then Land Rover might not let you export the vehicle. So be cautious of that. Any car, like new cars, certainly, but just make sure that when you buy it, that you don't have to sign like one of those you're not going to export agreements. I took the Land Cruiser to Poland. All right. It's almost the end of the day, Chad. Soybeans, Walmart. We talked about it a little bit today, but they were good. Their earnings were good. It was just the bar was kind of set high, and then it was the warning on the consumer. And like we kind of talked about it related to oil, but in general, you kind of had there's somebody else who was weak on the consumer space, Baba, as well. But it just overall, I think the comments by the CEO, and he pulled a Evan Spiegel pretty much. Everything was good. The bar was a little high, but they could have brushed it off without those comments. But then I just think he decided to give a warning about the consumer that sounded a lot more dire than anything else. Bitcoin is just being Bitcoin, man. And even the correlation with the market is quite wild. Well, oil, we don't know. That's why oil, you could attribute it to a lot of reasons, but I do think it's a mix of yesterday's data and today's consumer data. All just, again, almost 5%. It was down at 5.6 at one point today. Very, very wild. Send me an email. I just took a look at that one. I don't have the full comps, but it looks anywhere from like there's one bad comp at 150, but if it's in good condition, I think around like 175 to like 190. Just depends how fast they want to sell it. I would pay less because if I was going to be like one of those quick buyers, but like if they list it, I would list it probably like 175. But again, if they want to sell it fast too, you want to stay towards 170s. I think if they were patient, they could probably get 190 out of it, but it might take a couple of months. And then the thing is, we're entering in a weird part, a very, very weird part. Like some people want to buy right now and some people want to sell, but then, the last couple months here of the year, like that's it. You have Thanksgiving. We just had Halloween. Now you have Christmas coming up, like before, and then New Year's. Like people don't like to move. That's why like end of the year, you sometimes get the best deals. But if you're looking to sell at the end of the year, you're not really like it's going to be a slower market. They bought one and they don't know if they want to sell it or rent it out. Oh, that's good then. So if they want to wait, like they could list it now at a high price and then let it kind of sit, or maybe prep it and maybe try to see if they Airbnb it till like beginning of next year, and then get it listed by like February, March, when the market, even January, when the market starts, heating up, and then you'll be good to go. I still have that Shiba. I don't know what it's worth. I think it's on the Coinbase. We put like, what, $1,000 into it? I don't see it. Oh, no, that's... I took the wall. It's worth $300. Yeah, not so much. Or you brought they got rid of it. You know you can't even do it. They don't even have that anymore. Coinbase Pro is gone. Speaking of Airbnb, you're doing Super Bowl. Do I need any special licenses? Not for the Super Bowl, but you have to just meet whatever local requirements for Airbnb. So unfortunately, like even if you want, like I don't know if you're in California, San Diego, LA, like if New York, even Miami, I think too. Like if you wanted to do it for the Super Bowl, unfortunately, you would have to get the same business license and then do the same tax stuff just as you would for if you were going to do it year round. So even if you only plan on doing it once or twice, you still have to do like basic stuff. You can lie about it and say, but if you do get caught, like the fine is like $500, $1,000 a day or something, and it's really, really not worth it. You have to close your Airbnb in New York. You're making $50K a year in profit, but no more now. Why'd you have to close it? You didn't have it licensed properly? So again, wasn't the Airbnb ban, like I don't think it was like super restrictive. And then Nevada, I think Nevada is really restrictive on Airbnb. As long as you're not on, are you on the Strip or not? Nevada is really weird. Nevada, you got to take the risk, I think, sometimes. People do it, but I don't think you're allowed to Airbnb on the Strip. They have really, really weird rules about it. So I would have to look into it. You got to know the rules, brother. Yeah, Vegas is really, really weird about it. Like some people still do it, though. A lot of people do it, but it's not a cakewalk. You can't allow more than 2 people to stay? What do you mean? At once? So you can't have more than 2 guests? That's not the rule, is it? You have HOA. If the HOA doesn't, have any restrictions, you'll be fine. But like the state and Airbnb, that's it. And then best case, you just got to make sure you put the right forms, and you'll have like a little tax liability, and then they'll collect fees, and then that's it. I took the wall. All right, Larry Chalmers. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. You have 30 minutes left.
The meeting, but I'm concerned, and I'm particularly concerned in light of the gravity of the economic challenges that China is facing. And my concern is that, as with the Soviet Union in the 1960s, a sense of very serious economic challenges is going to drive a felt need for increasing assertiveness in the international arena, as we saw with Khrushchev's moves on Berlin, as we saw with the placement of missiles in Cuba. And while I don't see anything concrete like that that's happening right now, I think the economic distress and the link to nationalism, given some of the very strong positions that Xi has taken, is something that is going to require the United States and the West to be on their guard going forward.
Global Wall Street's paid a lot of attention this week to those CPI numbers that came out for the United States. Some people are, if not declaring victory, close to declaring victory over inflation. Are they premature?
Look, those were good numbers. Those were better numbers than I would have expected, better numbers than I think most people would have expected. And I think inflation performance has been more favorable, certainly than I have expected over the last year. And I've thought a lot about that, David, and I think there are 2 or 3 factors to emphasize. The first is that policy has been much tighter than was anticipated. In July of 2022, markets were assigning a probability of under 10% to the level of tightness in policy that we have seen so far. So more tight policy has led to better outcomes on inflation. That doesn't mean inflation fears were unwarranted. It means that people took the fears seriously, which was good. I think that's one important aspect. I do think that given how strong the economy has been, there's still a surprise in what's happened to inflation. And that, I think, has...
It kind of sounds like Yellen in a weird way. Maybe all treasurers speak like that. Expect for Mnuchin. Munchkin. Y'all remember Munchkin? Oh, Meta's running, and then Palo Alto, ETD on the low. I mean, we did just have 30-minute rigged, but NASDAQ still red. SPY just barely went green. J Big Sell. Oh, no way. This is the company that does nothing. I use them as like a place marker on my TD to make it not lag my option chain. Why are they dropping like that? Let's see. Jacob Solutions secures wastewater utilities renewal contract. That's November 16th. That was in the morning. They had a contract in the morning, but this thing don't really move. Interesting. Abivi drip. I said my E-Trade has it turned on. Again, I don't know if the Schwab drip came in. That's weird, but E-Trade, I'm pretty sure it came in. Dollar, I forgot to see the dollar here. Remember, dollar was kind of weird today. It's green, so yeah, it did go green here earlier in the dash. So I knew I wasn't tripping. But dollar barely moved. It had a big down day yesterday. If it went down, or the day before that, if it went down even like back to this low, that was really good in the morning. But then, again, nothing was playing along on the equity side. Jacobs advanced talks to merge CMS unit with Amentum. Oh, why are they selling off on that then? So there you go. Jacobs merger news, but I think they're selling off a unit movement. I don't know how I'd take it. Market's taking it red 2%, but I feel like that could make it go up. Frozen 4 announced by Disney. Stop it. Netflix on the high, though. Netflix like, yeah, we going to the moon off that. Dude, Frozen at 95. I'm down with it, man. You use it for what? Wait, what? What are we talking about? Frozen is really dope, man. Great movie. Daughter was just running up and down the backyard with the Elsa dress singing. Wow, it's the best movie. Telling you. Disney, bro. It's so bad because like I feel like after Frozen, they just fell off. Like what happened? Was Kathleen Kennedy in charge of Frozen at the beginning? The first Frozen, bro. Frozen 1 and Frozen 2 went hard, man. I'm sorry. Whatever you want to say, bro. That went too good, man. That was like, nah. But it's just crazy. It's crazy. I don't think she was at Disney then. Really? Because then she really is the problem. Because, dude, Frozen was epic. And it wasn't like that long ago, bro. I'm telling you, even the Frozen, like, monetary impact, Frozen was it is a cash cow. beyond just being a killer, bro. Even the theme of the movie, it was great, bro. It was great. Like, that's it. They were selling the merch, the songs, bro. That was like a #1. I think it's platinum. Let it go. She's Kathleen Kennedy. That's creepy. Jay Dine. I thought it was good news, but nope. I'm not making a play on that. But yeah, they're getting clapped by that. Again, little merger. Reuters had it first. If it's by Reuters, that's gonna hit like 2 to 3 minutes before Bloomberg or anyone else. But they might have got it pretty quick. Or if it's on Bloomberg already, then Reuters means. Then that means Reuters had it 3 minutes before. If it's a Reuters exclusive, Reuters can block it from everybody. Yeah. Got it from the Termy. So the Termy's 3 to 5 minutes behind Reuters usually. Let it go. Let it go. Or they just never hit the Termy. That's the thing. It just depends on how important it is. But sometimes it was a couple weeks ago. We saw one. It was Reuters. Stock moved a lot, and then it just never. Nobody else covered it. The opposite of Raul. Didn't you ask this the other day? The opposite of Raul is Shrek. Okay? They're not related, but Shrek or a green shoot. But Shrek, I do like Shrek, but honestly, I think we do call them green shoots. Reuters also fakes news a lot. Yeah, Reuters. Reuters almost started a damn world war at one point. Y'all don't remember? And then even the White House was like, nah, man, we didn't say that. They were like, nope, it landed here. The missile. Nope, sir. You don't. Oh, when a year ago you were live on stream. If you were here, I mean, that's why you got to subscribe. YouTube.com/the stock market 30 minutes before open. It was one of those days. It was like a Russian missile like landed in like Poland or somewhere. And like the way the Reuters reported it, they like dropped the news and like it was like they were the first one to call it. And like it wasn't there. Not to mention the other times of Reuters with OPEC. You should ask OPEC about Reuters. Don't ask me about them. You should ask them. Yeah, they had to retract it and they fired the guy. One of the people got fired on the story. That was the first time. That's the first time in a while you've heard of a journalist getting fired for some crazy shit or just totally inaccurate. But they had to lay the hammer down because it was serious. Everyone was tripping out. They're like, wait, well, what happened? Even the United States was like, listen, we don't think that happened, but let's see. King Salmon, don't trust them. I don't trust them. Oh, man. It was wild. Dude, a lot of things. Was it? I think it was. I don't know. You tell me. It was beginning of this year with the spaceships, right? With the floating objects. That was beginning of this year, right? Or was that end of last year? The China balloon, yeah. That was this year, right? Man. 7 months later, Xi Jinping visits San Francisco. Yeah. I forgot about that. That was crazy, too. Remember, initially, everyone was like, what is that? We had just shit flying around for a while. And we were like, what is that? Literally, what is that? Then we shot it down with a F-18 or something like that. Money market funds rise to record $5.73 trillion. Cash Japan PM Kishida, Chinese President Xi to meet on Thursday. That's a little old, though. Did they find the mission fighter jet? Oh, that jet that went. Yeah, right? I don't know what happened with that, so I don't think we got a follow-up. I think there was, but I'm not remembering. Remember there was an empty stealth jet? Didn't they show a video of it crashing, but then we were all like, nah. Am I holding Carvana? Oh, this is going to get really awkward. I don't have a play on Carvana. So I was watching it. We called out the Amazon news. I looked for a play, but I ended up not making one. They found it. There's videos too. They found it with 0 remains. I'm still in the oil play. I'm clapped on that. I think I'm down YG 400. If you're familiar, 417. But I'm going to hold that for tomorrow. I mean, I really thought it wasn't going to go down more than 5% or even like 3 or 3.5 today. So I like the movement, but this time it's just not in my favor for today. I was getting clapped. It was bad, but it's not too bad now. But it's like, dude, that shit was crazy. Again, even for the reasoning, I would love to know why, but I don't think we're going to get that answer. They found it. I didn't look. DRS? What's this? Kind of a big flush. Leonardo DRS. No, down 11%. Looks like a pretty big haircut. Intel 43 and NVIDIA and Cyber too. You're playing against the dollar like you're shorting it. Well, it depends what you're doing because I don't like that idea, but I do. That's the paradox because I don't like it in general. I think the dollar could still get strong again, but why I say I like it is because, by buying the yen, I do believe that the dollar would have to come down to a degree. After people heard that, wasn't he shorting all of them? But Intel, bro, that one's. We flipped it a lot in the third. We flipped it a lot this year. I didn't want to get it at too high of a price, but today was the day, bro. I'm even sure those Intel contracts went crazy. 6% on Intel is a huge day. JPM's been on a tear since Jamie Dimon sold. I think it might have. Yeah, actually. Wasn't this Jamie into the low? Damn. Are they announced it? I don't know. I don't know if they dumped it that day or announced it. That's crazy, actually. So they're just back up to July. Again, SPY's catching a little bit more of a bid. NASDAQ's in the green by 0.1. S&P is up by 0.12. And then Dow is down by 0.18. And then just for the awkwardness of the day, Russell real estate down with bonds up 1.1 on TLT. He's going to sell next year. Is that what he said? Or that's what I'm saying. I don't know if he announced it or if he actually did it. It was an announcement. I think they dump in January. So a lot of you were saying January. PSTV. A lot of random names on the high ticker right now. Oh my goodness. We only have 12 minutes. Look at the time, Chatadonia. Look at the time. Indeed, indeed. JPM Big Red. We got it up on the screen. Was he running around, ask the West, don't leave, you in a good play? Well, I like that. I still like it. I like Baidu. I think I wanted to grab more. We're going to have till next week, but it's literally at the same price I got it yesterday. I think that was yesterday, yeah. But I thought it was going to be good news. I still think it might be, but the Baba stuff kind of hurt the China play. But Baba just had bad news. It wasn't like their earnings were bad, but the general idea of less value extraction and being hurt by Chinese regulation wasn't good. So it's hard to say, but I do lean towards more favorable China rally. I just, the way I'm looking at it, either end of this year or the beginning of next year, do not doubt Wall Street pumping China recovery narrative. That's coming back. And again, just if the market is going to catch lift, everyone's too greedy. You're not going to leave China behind. Not that much. Again, because they're already trailing behind very, very heavily on some of those companies or the ADRs. $10-minute rigged. Baidu and Baba would be my favorite ones. Then JD. I like Pinduoduo, but that's the one honestly, maybe I should buy Pinduoduo because it's just like the one, it's just like the NVIDIA of the bunch. They're the one with the premium. They're the one doing very good. But Pinduoduo, that's the one I don't really have any exposure to, but I like it a lot. It's a good company, comparative. And again, I say all of this tentatively sketch. Like, this is like me rating your best illicit drug dealers. Like, you have to understand it's a drug dealer by nature. So I hope you have a weapon, or if you're carrying large cash amounts, I'd be careful. Does that make sense? I think it does. I hope it does. So that's the issue. I think there's opportunity in China, but I'm also very distrustful of it in some of these plays. And I don't know if they, again, the viability is very, very dependent on a lot of things. But, you know, assuming the world keeps chugging along, you know, they could be good. What's next? Macroeconomics, the market looking at. It will pay attention to some of the softer data. We got the debt ceiling out of the way. I don't know if there's anything for tomorrow, the next week, some real estate, and then ISM data. Other than that, the bond auction next week. And then you wait till pretty much we end December or November and the holiday, and then that's it. Tomorrow, building permits, housing starts, more Fed speakers. They ain't do anything today. Yield curve getting flat is good. The yield curve, the signal has been solid. It's flat, at least back to, again, that inversion has brought us up, but it's holding the April, May. We didn't get out. We didn't get the all clear from SVB for a couple months, and then you really uninverted. So, in a weird way, the bonds are still tight. SPY pop and drop. Thoughts on Bank of America average? Oof. That one, I think you'll do good either way. I think if you're patient enough, it's going to come back up regardless. But at the same time, if you want to take the risk, you could speed up that process if you are looking to get out. But I kind of like where we're at. I think we're still we just got at the worst possible time. But that being said, I don't think it's that bad. Like, the city position came up a decent amount. What BACB? Yeah, like 15, and then you gotten 5 off the dividend, like 10% after buying SV. So again, it's just like you could take on more risk with the bank or not, but I think it's a win-win regardless. But I'd rather, if you want to preserve capital or the time, you can. But then again, just buy it not after the rallies, though. So maybe if there's a pullback after this goodness, get the first downside, and if you still feel the same, yeah, otherwise I think we could ride it out. It'll come home. And then it still pays a divvy on the shares. Next time. If you want to increase exposure, though, it's not bad. Try to get it more at a middle, but just banks. More bankity banks. No more longs for now. Full bear mode. Don't neglect the long term. No. But yeah, man, a lot of opinions right now. A lot of opinions. Supreme Court keeps hold on Florida law limiting drag shows. I'm big on it. I went decently big too. Like I got a couple hundred shares, but I got 500 shares. But that was still like, dude, awful timing. But it could have like, dude, down 15. I've taken worse losses in a week off of random plays last month than Bank of America for a year after SVB. But and then if rates do calm down, they still, like we were talking about, they have a lot of value to extract. 3 days flat this week. Enjoy, Habibi. Enjoy the vacation. You didn't have fun with me? Is this not good enough? You needed more boom, boom, pop, pop. Volatility. You want VXY, UVVY, huh? SVV, SVB, BBA, BBL, huh? Is what you, huh? Come on, Habibi. Enjoy the vacation. Enjoy it. Cisco's running again. That was the bad earnings. So even Intel's going up, which is interesting. So now they're both getting juice. But Cisco is ramping up here into the close. Took a lot of naps this week. There you go. Enjoy it. Even next week is going to be even slower. Next event's non-farms, but that's in like 3 weeks now. It's in like first week of December, I'm pretty sure. So we have a lot. That's why, dude, the calendar is drying up. We got holidays and then that's it. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Look at the timing. Look at the timing. Chattadonia. Oh, man. So, new guy is about to come on here. It is very late right now. We got to bring this plane down. It's been a wonderful flight. I know time flies when you're having fun at the Colt, but I want to make sure you keep that enjoyment and good vibes up, okay? I don't want you to have a bad day, so I'm here to tell you that the new guy is about to get on, and he gets really loud. So why I'm telling you that is because when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to protect your ears. Like I said, I want that day to be good, man. So let's close it out good. But the guy is so loud that people have reported eardrums bleeding, other issues. I've heard rupturing from all sorts of places. Like, you have no idea the reports we have heard due to how loud and crazy it gets. So they're also dormant BBB. You got to be careful. I don't even want to talk about it. Some people, even talking about it, might bring it out. So just be careful out there, but I want to make sure you also have a good experience, even if you just get annoyed. I could totally understand that. So I just want to make sure you know that you are protected and we have your back. So when I say earmuffs, that's your cue to just, you know, that's it. That's the protection. Okay, watch out. Watch out. Are you ready? I think you're ready. I think you can handle it. Okay, earmuffs. Earmuffs. Right now. Earmuffs. There it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be our nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 72 degrees and partly cloudy. Believe it or not, we're getting a lot of different weather reports out here, but probably felt the same sort of choppiness in the market. So unfortunately, if you thought you were going to get plays today, yeah, it was real boring, but welcome to the breather. But besides that, the good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down their flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wait, hold up. There's news on AMAT. China AMAT probed for shipping equipment to China. They have earnings after the bell, bro. What the hell? What in the scam is this? 1 minute! Oh, yeah, you got to bring it home, bro. I already gave you the warning. Hold on. AMAT probed. They're getting probed right now. If that any other context, that would be so weird. You know what I'm saying? But hold on. You're getting a little bit of a move right there. What is possibly happening? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, shit. That's the wrong. Hold on. I'm trying. We only got 1.1 minute. 0.1. You got 15 seconds. Hold on. Oh, it didn't film me. Oh, it filmed me. I grabbed a next week AMAT put. Spent $70 a pop. That was hard as shit to find, though. I don't even know if I got a good deal. I don't think I did. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a GG. I know I just snuck that up on you. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Good game, GG. Let's go. You think you're the best chat in the world? You think you're the worst chat in the world? I don't know what you think about you, the chat, anything. I need a GG. It's good sportsmanship. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than rap, baby. I need that GG. Let's go. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. News, plays, personalities, vibes. Go. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down. Way to bring the love. Way to get the long term. Stay in the game. Good game. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody. I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Everybody's in the game. Huh? You got that long term. Good game, baby. Posting news. Some of y'all sourcing info like crazy. Let's go. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Chad. GG, bro. That's how you play. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. You got you in the game or not. That's how you play. Good game, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. No, good game, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. I need me that rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday to Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Who? Oh no, I played the other one for you. I'll give him this one, bro. That's the day, though, Chad. I love you. God bless you. That's it. Thank you. We got AMAT earnings. That's the big one. I made the play on the China news. We'll see what happens when it comes out. But God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing love to fellow Chaz. It's okay. You try again. If you got banned, you try again. We kept on bouncing back.
Treat this like my first. Treat this like my last. Anything could work. Could happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope. I'm gonna need an ounce of that. Her back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Treat this like my first. Treat this like my last. Anything could work. Could happen slow or fast. Smoking on that hope. I'm gonna need an ounce of that. Her back was on the ropes, but we kept on bouncing back. Shout out to my rhymes. Help me do this right. The Lord control the fire, but you can roll the dice. I care more about the ownership. I don't care about the price. You think I was alone, I just don't really waste time.
Raul, yalla.
You comment, I commit.
There you
Take
go.
some notes and grab a pen. Money don't make you a man. Lose some
We'll see
friends,
though.
think you the man.
It's only
People
5% though. I
let
think
you
they were
pretend.
pricing in
Let
maybe
you play the
8.
middleman.
Not
Let
big
you
enough,
say that
Raul.
they're your friend, but
Not
where
big
they
enough,
at when
Raul.
it's
Not
the
big
end?
enough.
I know everything I do would never be enough, but that ain't stopped me from developing and always showing up. They always love to say what's up before they ask me for some stuff, but I built this shit on love and I ain't never expected none. There's a lot of things I should be showing off. All God, this a war. You should see my battle scars. Trying to be the richest man of Babylon. Tag along. Hope you say that 10% and bought a home. Gone.
Wow, bro. That song's a banger. I love it. I don't know if AMAC came out yet. I did not check. I bit my tongue, bro. I think I got too hyped there at the end. Now I think my tongue is bleeding. I think I ate it like a pit bull. You know what I'm saying? Apply to material sees first quarter adjusted. It's on the wire right now. Adjusted EPS 183, 172. I think to 208. I don't know what the expectations were. Seems like a lower guide though. Let's see. I don't have the expectations. They see first quarter 172 adjusted EPS, I think, to 208. Fourth quarter was 238 adjusted, 212 net, $2 billion. Fourth quarter sales 6.72. All bad. Bleeding, I think. Ross Pumpy, good. The retailer, they do good. Ross Pumpy. Ross reiterating prior same-store sales guidance for fourth quarter. We're up against our most difficult quarterly sales comp in 2022. Continue to face macro volatility, persistent inflation, and more recently, geopolitical uncertainty. They did $447.3 net revenue, EPS of $1.33, and then third quarter sales $4.9 billion. So it seems like they did good. Again, unless I pull up the expectation numbers, you have to wait till the easy numbers come out. Sometimes they come out quick, but again, all we're going to care about is NVIDIA tomorrow. Like Dad used to say, if you're not bleeding, you're not working. Okay. Nobody told me that. Maybe on my father in heaven. I don't know. Is that a Jesus joke? No, but okay. I'm taking it. I'm down. I never heard that one. Well, let's go. Let's do it. Yeah, so AMAT, I actually got easy numbers. Revenue was 6.72 versus 6.52, and then guidance was 172 to 208 versus 184. So the low end was, again, the median's there, but company was on the low, and then revenue of 6.47 plus or minus 400 million. Estimate was 6.3. So I actually do have those easy numbers, believe it or not. Those came in quick. Let's see, Ross. I have Ross as well, too. Ross was 4.92 billion versus 4.84. Comps of 5% versus FactSet 3% expected. EPS 156 to 162 versus guidance of 162. That's for guidance. Reaffirmance comps of 1 to 2% versus FactSet estimate of 2.1. EPS of 5 to 535 versus guidance of 5.1 to 526. They said they're pleased with both sales and earnings. I already read you some of those. And then they continue to face macro volatility. So they did good, man. Rarely listen to radio anymore. Tired of hearing rappers rapping about bitches and hoes. Mainly listen to Uncle rapping about getting money and goals. Are you a rapper now too, bro? That sounded like a flow, bro. I sound like the come up. I sound like Uncle Nephew rapping, man. Director Gebbia sells. Didn't he quit? Why are you selling $500,000 Airbnb, bro? The hell? Dang, son. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Chatadonia, that is your day of earnings. The market still hates you, but the long term loves you. On that note, Josh will be disappearing right now. Not like a China disappearing, but he'll be gone for the day. So thank you. Goodbye. Have a wonderful evening. Good. Okay. Excellent. Amen. Anyways, I don't know why I'm speaking like this. I don't know. We might play 2K, I don't know. Anyways, goodbye. I can do it too. Fuck you. Gotta stop gassing Josh up. Yo, Josh, I love your voice. Fuck you. What about me? I'm the president. Huh? Come on, I told you, hate breaking the Asia Pacific. And all the leaders, and I told you, we're leaders in the Asia Pacific. And that's what we do. Every time we're going to get to the Asia Pacific. And every time the Asia Pacific is going to be there, we're going to be there. It's not seriously. Come on, it's not hyperbole if I assume that I'm the best. I'm the best in the world right now. That's it, America. Look at where we fucking dominate. See what I did? I told Z, I said, stay in your fucking place. I'm in the Pacific too. Fuck you, back there. We love the Asia Pacific. Yeah, that's what we do. I said, come on, for years we've been holding the Asia Pacific. I've just been, how many decades have we held the Asia Pacific? It's been a lot of decades we've held the Asia Pacific. Anyways, you have a good day. Goodbye. All right. Yeah, anyways, peace out. There it is, man. There it is. Anyways. Exactly. Now, what do you mean the Asia Pacific? Hold on. Is it the Pacific? Oh, then why don't we? Okay, hold on. Okay, then tell me this. Is the Indian Ocean in India? Exactly. So then why do we call it the Pacific? Then why don't you call it the American Ocean? Then why don't you call it the Chinese Ocean? Then what do you... Is it incorrect that the Indian Ocean is in India? I reclaim my time. I yield back. None of this make no damn... I'd reclaim it. Okay, now tell me this. If you wanted to ship something, why do you send it by air? Exactly. Why do we call cargo something that you put on a ship? I'm not following. Is it incorrect? Is it false, would you say? No. It sounds like Peter Pan and his Democratic caucus invented this. And he paired up with some Illuminati blood-sucking Republican demons. That's what it feels like to me. None of this is making any damn sense. I reclaim my time. You have a wonderful day. Exactly. Goodbye.